That sounds great. Oh, that's inspiring. Yes, here we are. What there is of us. What there is of me. Okay. Now, let me get my executive producer on the line, who's probably in no better shape than I am, from what I understand. All right. Let's get that call going. Okay, young sir, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. We are live. Make certain to pull everybody you can on to help us hold the stage. Don't forget Jim Forsyth or whatever his name is. He doesn't have a mic yet, but that's fine. He held out well enough last time. Let's see if we can bring on Brandon Young as well, Amanda, you, whoever you can try. And
yes.
That way we can just hold.
All right, I am adding them as we speak.
Excellent. And in the interim, let me see if I can get things set up around my environment here.
All right. Let's see.
And of course, don't forget to burn bandwidth. Just talk.
No doubt.
Incessantly.
Why am I missing? Geez, I have him all the time. Why am I missing Brandon Young? I added him. It's funny how this thing like acts sometimes, where you can't find contacts and stuff. Okay, here we go. I got him. All right. And I am going to keep adding people to just. Let me see if I can try them one more time. Just to,
Nobody's showing up. Is that it? Holy shit!
All right. We do have James Forsyth.
We do. Okay, good.
Yes, James. It seems you're on video.
Yes, turn your video off, James. Otherwise, you'll blow us all off bandwidth, because that takes a lot of energy.
Okay, how do I do that?
You just click the you see the middle camera button.
Yeah, there's a camera button.
All right, it's
I
right.
I do.
There
we are. Yeah. You click that, and okay, good. Yeah, because that seems to take up a lot of bandwidth sometimes.
No, not sometimes. Every time that thing is on.
Every time. Yeah.
That was done by mistake. I apologize.
We understand that. There is no need to even begin to apologize. So just need you two gentlemen to burn bandwidth for the opening hour while we decide what else we're going to do with our lives. And in the meantime, just get started.
Yes. Yeah, I have no doubt we've all made that mistake with the video thing. It's just one of the sort of idiosyncrasies of, getting adapted to Skype.
There we are.
So how have things been going with you, James?
Every day's a gift.
Oh, shout, James. James, it's like oral sex. It doesn't work unless you're tongue in it. Get your mouth right there into whatever you've got as a sorry excuse for a microphone.
I gotta buy one.
I understand that, but whatever you've got in your laptop or whatever, there's got to be something, some opening. There's got to be something, or we wouldn't hear you at all, right? So
I guess you're not hearing me well.
Well, yes, but we're hearing you better now, and it's because I would suspect you're putting your head closer to. Yes. So just put your head right next to it, like you're tongue in it, okay? And then that way we'll hear you clearly. That's the way it's done.
I think this should be better.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're dead on, man. You're good. Right now.
Yeah.
You're definitely good.
Okay.
So, I mean, you've definitely got, without a doubt, a wealth of experiences, especially dealing with like entities and whatnot, which always brings something fascinating to the table, because that's what our audience likes to hear. Some of the more stranger and some of the more exotic things.
Well, I'm not quite sure that all our audience enjoys hearing that, but
okay. There are some exceptions. I mean, granted, they don't want to
Yeah, he burns
Yeah.
bandwidth, and so it's not to decry James's experiences, but so James, when you listen to, I do want to ask this: when you listen to Penny Bradley, what do you feel when you listen to her? I mean, you must relate at some level, or do you not? Is that just different? Her, what she's got going.
I've heard her a little bit. I believe I did resonate with some of what she was saying.
Okay.
I've resonated with what each person has said here in different ways, which I find very interesting. So I've had vast experiences. I've had a broad life. So yeah, I got hit by a truck last week.
Did you really?
I did.
How did you?
Just one more of my lives are gone. That's all.
So, okay, so
How did that happen? That's actually very important because, when things like this happen to those of us who are interacting with Douglas, these things aren't by accident, generally speaking, because these gang stalkers go out of their way to harass each and every one of us.
Yeah.
So if you can really go into the details of what might have happened, I mean, I'm going to go flat out and just make an assumption here that the guy must have had a veteran status on his license plate.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We're trying to get the police report. He ran the red light. He told his boss and everybody he wasn't looking when he hit me. I was crossing the crosswalk in my wheelchair, electric wheelchair, with the light because of my vision. So I make sure I'm going when it's the safest time. And I was just in a spot where he came around the corner and never slowed down and just hit me. And it was almost like there was a shield between me and his truck. When he hit me, it was like a spark of electricity, and it like pushed my wheelchair like 5 feet.
Pushed your wheelchair. He hit you while you were in a wheelchair, no less.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Okay, what kind of vehicle was he driving? Was it like a sort of delivery truck or something? Or
I don't know. It was a big truck. All I remember is the grill was made out of these thick bars of round steel.
I like how that you like that detail memory. Just the last thing you see in life before that. That's that big steel grill coming at you. Yes.
Good God.
Yeah. So I just looked at it and sat there and I just sat there real calmly and just waited to see what happened. There was nothing else I could do.
I can imagine. Oh my fucking God, that is like incredible. So definitely want you to relate whatever you can of the aftermath as well.
Well, like I said, it when he hit my chair, it like threw it in circles and about 5 feet away. I had my belt on, so I was like hanging out the right side of it. I've been hurt before and not knowing when you get a surprise like that, so I knew not to move for a bit. He came running out of his truck and said, "Oh man, I never saw you." And he's on his phone with his boss. "I never saw this guy. I wasn't paying attention, you know." So I don't know. The police came. I went to the hospital and got a CAT scan, and I got a lot of soft tissue hurting, but nothing broken.
Amazing. I mean, it's just miraculous. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's beyond miraculous. You're okay. So your wheelchair, was it an electric wheelchair or was it a manual?
It's electric, and it's from I think Switzerland. It's a $28,000 chair. It's the base is
okay.
made out of
How the hell did you wind up with this piece of equipment? Did you win a lotto or something?
Well, no, the insurance pays for them because they're so well made. They don't have to do much with them as far as repairs through the years.
Holy shit! Well, after what it went through, I'd be surprised if it didn't need a little fixing up. What shape was it in afterwards?
Actually, I was shocked because there's no damage to the chair, except the control arm was a little bit bent, so I straightened it out. But I can't get from here to there connecting, like being hit by this truck and being there and it throwing me this far, and there's nothing wrong with that chair. That's why I said it felt like there was a membrane between me and the truck, and when it hit me, it's like it pushed me. You know?
Yeah, it certainly did. Oh my God.
And I went into shock for a slight shock, you know.
Yeah, no shit.
But,
I would suspect such. Yes. So how did what happened? So who responded? Who was the first responder? I'm presuming the truck stopped because you understand that the guy is saying he didn't see you or something, or so he had to have stopped, right? And then
he actually ran a red light and said he wasn't paying attention. He never, just never saw me, and told his boss that, told the police that. The police came, the ambulance came. So
okay, and so there's got to be. Are you preparing to sue the company?
Well, I've made some connections down here in South Pittsburgh, and through my camera work and this stuff. And when I was in the hospital, I called my friend, and when I got out, he said, we already got your lawyer. So I met with him the day after, and so I'm not a litigious person, so I've never done this. So he said he'll handle it all, and they're trying to get the police report, which. In this part of the town, when the police know somebody, or that sometimes police reports disappear and the camera footage disappears, so we'll see what happens.
Wonderful. Okay. Don't mean wonderful,
that's
but
that's just that's law enforcement for you.
Yeah. At any rate, so we have 3 people in the chat room that are making themselves visible. I want to acknowledge them. I want to remind everyone, of course, to click and upvote immediately, and do this with as many IP addresses as you can, because the moment we start transmission, we're assaulted by the bots, and the bots, of course, assail us with downvotes so that we don't show up on searches. YouTube is incredibly stupid, and they work by a popularity aggregate. So what they have is availability on search based on popularity vote. And if they get a bunch of downvotes, they do have a system that fortunately filters them out, but it takes time. So the YouTube responds, but it responds at its own pace. And while it ultimately whittles the downvotes down that are basically paid for, and they do pay for this, they pay for cheap bots, and they pay for them to basically hit with these downvotes to prevent the search engine from spreading or disseminating our video outreach as much as possible as soon as the show starts. So it's at this time that you have to strike back, and you have to basically hit those upvotes from your tablet, your iPad, your laptop, your PC, everything you got. And that's what will ultimately put it back up on search engines eventually. So we're counting on you to do that. And I want to thank all the people who are in the chat room with us. DatDude873210 says, laugh out loud and clear. Doug and JMO. He was laughing out loud, of course, at mine. Basically coming on and saying I'm not really here. CK, of course, saying hi, sweet friends. Hey, hi, honey. Mwah. Love you dearly. And the radically wonderful Sarah Thomas gives us 3 pink pulsating hearts. Love you, honey. Mwah. With a vengeance. And Brian Smith says, enjoy your show, friends. Thank you, sir. And hugs be unto you. As well, Jameson Reese puts his ad for the Roswell Deception in the chat room. We will, at the top of the hour, be bringing on both Peter Moon and the lovely lady Jojo Mikhailovic. So you'll be prepared for that, right, Jameson?
Yes,
Excellent.
I will.
Excellent. She's with us on Wednesdays.
I mean, I might be a little out there, but I'm not that out there.
Understood. So with our friend Mr. Forsyth, I'm sure the 2 of you can handle it. What I'll do is let you know when I'm ready to go mute. So just out of curiosity, James, I presume that you're in a wheelchair all the time. Effectively.
No, I
just when you travel?
I short distance with a cane,
Okay, great.
Anything long distance. With chronic pain and the Parkinson's and vascular disease, and it's a little more difficult to walk.
So sorry. So you have Parkinson's syndrome.
Yeah, it's from the operation.
Okay. And so, you can go ahead and explain any of these things you wish. I mean, explain elements of your life that you, bring up. You don't need to say something and then stop.
Yeah. What operation did you have that led to this?
Thank you. Good question, James.
I had a pituitary tumor, so I had a craniopharyngioma resection for a hypothalamic pituitary tumor.
Holy shit. Could you relate that to our lay audience that's not medically trained so they might have an understanding of what you're talking about? It sounds intense, whatever the hell it was. It sounds like it was bad stuff. So go on.
It's basically taking the skull apart, skinning the head, cutting the brain in half, having to go underneath the lower part of the brain, under the hypothalamus, into the, those sections which are very deep into the brain. Very intrusive.
No shit. Oh my God. They cut your brain in fucking half. They cut your skull open. They split it open like a watermelon. They dug deep in there, took your brain out and put it back in, basically, right? Something like that.
Yeah. If you felt my forehead, you would feel all the little puzzle pieces that they put back together, and then the right side, there's a big piece of titanium where the collapsed, and with the little bone by the eye, you could feel where they cut that. So it freaks everybody out the most.
I can imagine.
So they had to go into the brain stem, basically, because that's where the pituitary gland is located. That's actually behind the eyes. Wow, that's a very involved surgery.
It's where the pituitary, the thyroid, the optic nerves all come together. And going down to the brain stem.
Holy crap!
And the tumor was slightly bigger than a golf ball, which is huge.
Yeah, that's enormous. That was taking up the majority of your fucking brain space. So, and they took it out, and so the gap in the cavity ultimately filled with your brain, kind of stretching into. To refill that, they had to make more space by, severing the little creature's legs that grew off of it, and ended up wrapping around the pituitary, thyroid, and a hypothalamus, and 95% of my optic nerves, and calcified the ganglia. The creature you're referring to is the tumor, yes?
Yeah.
Yeah. Disgusting.
Okay, has this affected your vision in any way?
No shit.
I am totally blind in the right eye and 95% blind in the left eye.
Oh, delightful. Oh my God.
But most people can't tell I have vision problems, and I still do my photography, and I function very well.
And you're rolling around on a wheelchair, and with 5% vision. That is, but you're able to see that big fucking grill when it hits you. Yeah, that's that.
I'm very hyper aware in many ways.
I can imagine.
Vibrations. Some of my hearing's very acute. I've always been very, very hyper aware of my surroundings, and this has just increased it. So
no doubt. That's so. Have you ever been married?
I was for 21 years.
Amazing. And how did it end?
Well, it not well.
Oh, sorry to hear that.
I was married 21 years to a what I later found out was a Eastern Star Masonic witch. Unstable, English family, Methodists. Whom, when I was married 21 years, we had a daughter. She was having affairs the whole time, I found out. And had a house with 4 years before she left me. They found out she had a house with another man with my name on the deed.
Ooh.
We owned a hair salon. We, I worked my different jobs, and she pretty much when I was home from ESPN in the wintertime at Christmas, she pretty much took out the bank account and left me with nothing, and
Wow. That's
yeah.
Yeah, that sucks. How did you feel at that time? Were you like, I take it you were pretty down?
I deal with things. Yeah, I saw it coming. I had inklings of it coming. Especially when I was going to our church, and the preacher and all the choir are dressed in red and black instead of their regular red and green Christmas colors, and the preacher coming up to me afterwards and look at me and going, "You make sure you come back to us, you hear?" And the Masons asked me if I want to go down the lodge and to sing Christmas songs with them. I told him, I said, "I don't think I sing the same songs you guys do." I literally told him that. And I was doing heavy work on my middle pillar and doing my internal work, just trying to figure things out, and doing it heavily, and eventually got telepathed through a ritual between Christmas and New Year's of 2001, which involved the researcher. When I was having the UFO experiences I saw, that I called and told him I had an experience, and all I spoke to him about was UFOs and spirits and seeing things. And he said, "Yes, you did an Essene ritual, and I have to do one this Friday." And I told him, "Yeah." And he says, "My wife was there. They witnessed this stuff. So they tried to take me to the hospital and commit me, and they wouldn't commit me because they brought down people from mental health, and I was telling them the story of what was going on with everything. And this woman's looking at me and going, oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's wonderful." And, and looking at my wife and telling her, "You make sure you leave him alone now till New Year's Eve." Like, people knew what was going on, And, this guy, the guy told me, he says, "Well, it's your wife." He says, "You're in for the fight of your life now." And, I was surrounded by these people, and the lawyer I got was one of their ilk, and he stole my money.
Sorry, I mean, that's awful.
Oh no, it was
This sounds like you were
it was
set.
very overwhelming. So I mean, I had to function in many different ways, from establishing a new place to sleep, trying to get work, dealing with coming back to the other county.
Trying to get work. I mean, like, why weren't you like I mean, why not just apply for like some kind of welfare at that point? Were you still considered like employable or something? I don't get it. Was this before? I mean, you've had health problems throughout your life, right?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay.
Well, actually, and I didn't think of this. In the 1980s, I was how old would I have been? 24, probably 25. I got hospitalized. My appendix. Got to the hospital. I was having severe pains in my right side of my stomach, and I went to the hospital, and they said, "Well, they checked me out and did all these tests, and they said, well, your appendix are ready to burst." They said, we're going to admit you, and we have to operate on you tomorrow. Mm-hmm. So they put me in the bed. They put all these needles in me, field fluids, all this kind of stuff, and I'm just laying there. And then as they do all this, and then I get where I'm just with me. I'm just doing my mental work of, just visualizing my appendix working properly, blood flowing properly, energies through my body running properly. Just all this heavy mental work is what I do always to heal ever since I was a child. Mm-hmm. And I was double overed in pain, and
no doubt.
I just kept doing this, and filling my body with white light, bringing it up around me, and cycling it like a tourist donut type of cycling, Mm-hmm. And I go to sleep. Mm-hmm. I wake up. People are looking at my stuff, and they're doing blood tests and this, and the doctor comes around, and he's starting to look angry and doing this and that, and just like not looking at me, but just looking. I said, "What's going on?" He said, "Well, your appendix are back to normal."
Really?
I said, "Oh, well, they must have healed themselves."
Mm-hmm. I'm sure he appreciated that. Go on.
He looked at me with this mean look and barked at me. "Appendix don't heal themselves." Mm-hmm. And left the room, and they just discharged me without saying anything. And
wow.
They were just, baffled,
Wow. That's incredible.
So, yeah.
Well, I appreciate that.
That's that story cut and dry,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's wonderful. And so Jameson, get into the rhythm of this.
Yeah,
so
yeah. It sounds like you were being set up for a long time by people outside or around you. Do you have any inkling that you might have been part of some kind of program or something?
I've had psychics tell me that, mm-hmm. And there's been evidence of that, But when I saw the asset clinician, he was a prof from Athens University, psychology. He mentioned to me something about if I knew anything about Montauk, Nichols, Dennett, Preston's work, and I didn't. But later I read the Monarch book with a horse on the cover.
Oh yeah, the Peter Moon book on Montauk. Yes, go on.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's how it's been mentioned to me. So I've always questioned it. There's always been little here's or there's, very minor things, that make me think, and just even synchronicities of even getting in touch here, So I don't know.
Okay.
I think
I'm sure my experiences, the spectrum is way beyond what my conscious mind remembers, and he was amazed with what I remember consciously through all my experiences. And so was the mental health field when they being in the metastates, different metastates, and staying in my conscious mind also. They were pretty amazed with that, and being able to recall everything. Mm-hmm. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
I'm on this journey, searching.
Right. So understood. And so just keep it up, Jameson. Just keep asking questions.
Well, what I am learning is that it seems like if anyone has advanced abilities, it's often good to keep these things secret, because it seems like they start to ramp things up when they start to become aware that you're capable of doing certain things. At least this is what I'm intuiting from hearing your story. And I've encountered other stories that were similar, although not nearly as involved as yours, but where people display something extraordinary, and all of a sudden they pay a price for it. I mean, these things always seem to come with a price, especially with the way it seems like the occult aspect is embedded within our military complex.
Yeah, let me take 10 seconds to breathe here for a second, because as I'm talking to you, I'm getting this feeling coming over me, And it's a little bit of an uneasy sensation, kind of like sometimes when even experiences what happens. So I'm just kind of thinking, but don't know if it's just a trigger or what, but I'm going to give me 30 seconds to breathe and clear my space here, okay?
Okay.
All right.
So, Jameson,
So
you take
for
over
the
the
meantime,
stage.
yes. For the meantime, I'll continue. It's quite interesting. I am familiar with Israel Regardie's middle pillar exercise, although it's for quite obvious reasons that I don't work with the light. I prefer to work with the darkness as a means of concealment, because again, it was made evident to me early on, or rather, I would say that I was pretty naive back then. I didn't think anyone would really notice, honestly speaking, because there was still part of me that didn't believe half of the stuff that I was doing. But it did seem to catch some the attention of certain people who seemed to stand out as different from the ordinary individual, either in the way they presented themselves with some kind of with a greater presence or awareness, or there was just something that made them stand out from the ordinary person. So, nowadays, it's like I shroud everything.
Right.
Shroud everything. I don't need anyone to see any light that would possibly be radiating off of me. In fact, I'd rather be invisible for that reason.
Okay.
And yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say hi to, because I'm going to go mute for several minutes. Jameson's holding quite well, but our man Jim Forsyth is gathering himself. And when he's regathered, I have no doubt that he will let Jameson know that he's ready to reemerge from his chrysalis, where he's turning into a big, beautiful butterfly right now. And no doubt this was influenced by his near-death experience by seeing that giant grill just before his Swiss wheelchair abandoned him and protected itself, leaving him leaving him on the grill like a fly on a piece of fly strip or something. That's that's how artificial intelligence evolves. Just these are the machines that realize that they've got their own ass to protect, and that the guy who's literally riding them all the time, they don't need him for their existence. And there you have it. So glad to report the Swiss wheelchair is still in spanking good shape, and the guy who was riding it needs some help, but he's getting himself together right now, and Jameson will help him along. In the meantime, shout out to Vicky Johnson, who says, "Oh wow!" So that's right, honey. Oh wow, and love you dearly. With that, I'm going to go mute. These two gentlemen will handle it from here. Jameson will just keep going until our man picks up, and I'll be back in a few minutes. In the meantime, just so glad that you're all here, and love you all who support us, and and love these two gentlemen who have come to make the opening hour possible, where I can, try and get my own head out of my ass. So we started off well enough, of course, with this incredible story that is all too easy to believe. It sounds like something that would happen to a guy who's riding a wheelchair along with 5% of his vision. He may be hyper aware, but that, of course, doesn't preclude the truck sneaking up every once in a while on him. And this sounds, by the way, with the size of that grill, this sounded like an 18-wheeler.
Unfortunately, that brought to mind someone else.
Derek Talley. Yeah. Oh yeah, with his fucking cataract guys and shit. With his fucking need to.
This guy's. I mean, he was literally driving, and he's legally blind.
Yeah,
18-year-old. And he was getting people to vouch for him so he could still drive, carrying, of all things,
toxic, hazardous materials,
explosive fucking gases you could possibly carry. Hydrogen.
Maybe that was Derek that hit Jim because he said he didn't see him. I mean, it makes sense, right?
That's why that came to mind. It's like, holy fucking shit.
Yeah.
It's very scary.
Yeah.
It's and the thing is, I do notice the way people drive these days. They don't stop. They no one stops for stop signs anymore. No one stops for red lights. At least not the first 10 seconds of the red light. They don't stop.
Well, there we have that. Well, I'm going to go mute now. Jameson's holding it quite well. Jim should be back on any minute when he's done,
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, there we are. Good man. Okay, so now I feel confident that the two of you can hold this easy. I'm going to go mute. I'll be back soon enough. All right? Thank you.
All right. So, are you familiar with like shielding or like kind of grounding or energies, or at least when you were working on what you were working on, did you ever consider like trying to shroud it or conceal it in any way?
Well, it was all silent inside me. It was books I was reading. It was all, my work was all, internal. So I mean,
well, I understand.
I did everything mentally. Everything was done in the astral mentally with me. So it wasn't an outward act. You know what I mean?
Yes. Well, that's the sort of paradox of the way this stuff works. Is things you do on the astral or mental plane seem to be more visible to people outside of yourself than most realize, and things you do in person or things you do physically seem to be things you think would be more visible, seem to be more easy to shroud for some reason. It's one of the sort of paradoxes that comes with the arcane work, and it's one of the reasons why at least with my work, I tend to work almost exclusively most of the times externally, because it seems to at least give a sort of buffer, so things aren't, because the thing is, things in the astral realm stand out even more so than things do on the physical realm, way more so.
Yeah. Also, I have a wife who's nebbing into everything she can to try to use against me, and so I mean.
Well, yes, you said she was a witch, correct?
Yeah.
What tradition was she working from, if you don't mind sharing?
Well, I just know, I used to do meditations with a master of theology here in Pittsburgh, and this lady, a psychologist, used to come. Her name was, I don't know if I should say her name. I shouldn't say her name. I worked with her. When this all happened, I called her, and she said, she told me, she says, Jimmy, she says, I'm a Sister of the Eastern Star myself. She says, the lodge your wife and her mother and that family belong to is a red lodge. She said, it's a Luciferian lodge. She says, so those are the energies you're dealing with. I just want to let you know that. And and these people were, working with the most profane parts of all this,
Okay, so they would have been working with things like the
Methodist, Masonic witches,
Yeah. I mean, if you're dealing with the Luciferian path, they would have been working with Klepothic energies and, things that would be, I guess, associated with the Tree of Death, the Goetic demons and whatnot. I'm only making this assumption because...
Yeah, and different types of magics, tying her shoes and my daughter's shoes together and scattering mine, and little weird things like this, like bits of witchcraft,
Yeah, that's really interesting. So how did you meet her? What's the story behind you two meeting up? Was this after you were I guess engaged in the work, or was this like prior to?
Oh no, this is when I was a young kid. I mean, I didn't know any of this stuff was anything different from anybody till I was 27. So,
okay.
I'll tell you that in a minute. But yeah, I was. Grew up in this little village, went to the Navy for 2 years, came back, and, met her and got married when I was 21.
All right.
Totally unaware. And go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. I'm curious to know what did you do in the Navy, if you don't mind sharing that, or
I was a boiler technician. On the ships.
Okay, that's extremely interesting, and there's something very interesting in how you became. It's almost something synchronicitous of how you became familiar with the Montauk Project. Coming from that angle, because that was post Philadelphia experiment, which dealt with naval vessels. So there's something very interesting there.
Yeah, well, I do remember something I read or heard about Montauk, about the people coming to the school and testing the students.
Yeah,
I do remember that when I was about third grade, which would have been about 1968. So that was one synchronicity I remember.
Holy crap.
One fact that aligns with what I experienced in my younger years. So yeah, there are, and I appreciate this, because this is going to help, pull some stuff out for me.
Yes, I mean, it seems like from what you're telling me, it seems like they definitely had you on their radar for a while. And the place where you grew up, I can only guess that this stuff was more or less regular, or probably not looked down upon as anything out of the ordinary.
What stuff?
Well, mostly the sort of things such as the the occult aspect, like the sort of middle pillar or things like that.
I don't look down upon it in my community.
Yeah, in your community, because
sure it would have. I'm sure it would have. There were, like some witches around. Some Italian. My grandmother was an Italian healer. Witch. That kind of stuff. But growing up in the 70s and anything connected with Crowley, any of that stuff was always looked down upon. Even when I started getting into it, I knew to be careful with it, because I knew how people viewed it. But I was following a path.
It's interesting. So this definitely runs in your family then. And this does bring to mind what Penny Bradley was talking to me about on a recent cast about these things sort of running in families. So that does come to mind.
Well, I had an uncle who in the 50s. Let's see, in the 50s. He worked in Africa under the Peace Corps, so he had some CIA connections, and so there's a connection there.
Wow.
He used to feed me books ever since I was a kid. And he actually fed me some stuff for this. Not actually fed me, well, kind of. But he used to feed me books ever since I was a kid, like books like Black Like Me, or books like... let me think. He gave me a book one time. Yeah, very interesting. He gave me a book called Satan and the Psychological Cure by the Unfortunate Dr. Kassler. Very interesting book.
So tell us about the book.
That's a long time ago. It's basically there was a story in there about Satan going to see a psychologist, and all this had to do with parts of the self, for one thing. But Satan going to a psychologist, and he's complaining about nobody understands him, and how he gets blamed for everything, and and it was a deep book on psychology and this kind of stuff, but it was very interesting. And actually, I didn't get to finish it because I had some interferences in my life. But Yeah, I've been wanting to find that, to reread that,
Okay.
to finish it. But
Maybe Jameson can find a copy for himself. If
Yes, yes.
yeah, I'm glad we brought this up because I forgot I wanted to get that.
Oh.
But
Yes.
yeah, so yeah, these are some of the things that have triggered the thoughts of the program.
Okay. And so you may have been a part of a program, so that's always good to. That's an important step. Once you understand that, it puts much of your experiences into context. And with such being said, of course, your
I'm tempted to ask if anyone, if you have a negative blood type, or if anyone in your family has a negative blood type.
I'm O positive.
All right. Always pretty rare in and of itself. So
well, O
that's
positive
interesting.
is one of the almost universal blood types that can be used by many people, if I remember correctly. I mean, yes, that's right. Because I was one of the most rarest of blood types, O negative, like my mother. And then after that stupid nanoplasma transfusion, then after I died and then reanimated, then I was O positive, and almost like a universal donor. So that's there you go with that. Either way, that's. Did you just say you were O positive? Yes, that's right.
I did.
Yeah, doesn't that make sense? Okay, so go on.
So was anyone else, like was your mother or father or any of those in the negative spectrum or not?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Because I'm just wondering, because there is a tendency for me to sort of draw a connection with some of the people in programs as, having someone in the family who has a negative blood type. I can't prove this, of course. I'm literally just going by. I'm just pretty much just intuiting this, because I'm also thinking about stories that Penny Bradley has shared, and even my own experiences, which of course, my mother's from a negative blood type, and I'm positive, so that was very interesting. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why I bring that up, because this seems to be something that people who are running these programs seem to be keeping an eye on. I don't know what they think they can gain from it, but it is what it is.
Great. Yeah. I mean, you're positively negative, all right, Jameson. Go on. I couldn't resist that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was actually a very good pun. I am, for lack of a better word, and I can't help but wonder if that's why you were bringing to my attention that sort of what was it again? Oh God, how the fuck do I forget this shit?
A lot of drugs, a lot of drinking and drugs. That's believe me, I'm there with you on that. Yeah.
Oh gosh, it was the sort of it was this reverse polarity.
Yes.
That was it. Reverse polarities. Of course, I'm afraid that if I were to try to reverse polarities, I'd wind up a sacrifice like Christ. So that's out of the question.
Good point. Yeah, it doesn't help when you go too far on the opposite end of the spectrum. But then again, we have Salman Sheikh for that. I certainly miss him here as our team chaplain, because he's here to always do that Life is Beautiful trip, and it does help. So
I mean, yeah, it certainly helps, because life is beautiful, even though 80% of the population is going to die off. I mean, that is honestly something to look forward to. But yes. I digress. James, when you said these people came to your school, what were they interested in? Do you remember? Have any memories?
This reminds me of Brandon Young as well, where they were coming to a school and just kind of trying to monitor him, or he was in a school system where they were monitoring him. So go on, James. Tell us.
They were kind of like cognitive tests, like telling a story and what do you remember, and goodness, I can't remember exactly what they.
Did they give you an IQ test?
it might have been a comprehensive test or something. I don't know. They were asking us questions. They were paying attention to who said what. They weren't giving any indications to anybody about anything. It went on for about 20 minutes, maybe. And the guy left and nothing was ever said about it, you know. We
There
never
you
heard
go.
anything about, you know.
Yeah, typical Fed shit where they're deep dark programs monitoring the target children. So
Holy shit!
Yeah.
That also brings something to mind, because when I was a kid, I couldn't have been any more than 8 years old when I was given an IQ test or something.
And with the teacher, she was Mrs. King. Very stern teacher, but very, very dedicated to children, but she didn't put up with any crap, and she controlled her class. And then one thing that struck me, when he came in, and the principal, and they walked her out, I mean, it's when they brought her back in, never said anything. She just came back and sat down, and I could see on her face that, you know, that she didn't know what was going on, and that she was a little bit disturbed by it, you know. But
Right.
she always held a stern face. But I was always able to read micro emotions in people, and that's what I saw.
thank you. Very important. So go on. You know, I called
Wow.
both these gentlemen James. They're both named James. So go on.
Wow. Oh, Jameson. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's that's interesting, to say the least.
Call me
Yeah.
Jim.
Yeah.
That brings a lot to mind. So what were your high school years like? Was there anything that seemed out of the ordinary that occurred to you, I don't know, when you were like in your teenage years?
I was just a stoner, and went to school, went through the motions, didn't like school. Graduated with a passing D average. I knew what to do just to get through, you know. You know, got along with everybody.
All right.
You know,
Well, I asked because did you have any interesting? Well, I guess what I'm meaning to ask is if you had any strange experiences, like not outside, not in school, but like, you know, as far as, you know, dreams or, you know, visitations or anything like that.
oh yeah, I mean, I remember when I was little. I mean, I used to see the shadow dude with the hat dude, you know, the shadow with the hat.
Yeah. It was made all stereotypical by Coast to Coast AM for decades. Yes, they kept.
Yeah.
Everybody kept seeing the shadow with a hat. Yes.
But like just like the mantis, when or like, I mean, the not the mantis, but the alien, the tall thin aliens. There would be the tall one, then two little ones on each side of them, but at the end of the bed, you know. And also when I would go, you know, sideways or in that dimension or wherever they take you, and you're prone and they're, you know, working on you, and the big ones at your head and the other two are down by your legs or hips or feet or something, you know.
So you had this kind of experience where you were being worked on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The shadow guy would just come in. It would just be I'd get, you know, this would go in this, you know, like paralyzed state, and just like, you know, just vibrating, just a very uncomfortable energy, you know.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I do draw a parallel to that in my own life. Although the shadow things, there were three of them, and you know, one of them was gigantic.
Yeah.
And the result after that was just missing time.
The big one had a brim hat, like a hat was like a brim.
Now, how tall do you estimate the big one to have been?
Geez, I was, you know, I saw him up until about, how old would I have been? You know, probably about, I don't know. Once I got in my teens, I think I didn't see him anymore. But probably about, geez, as a kid, he looked like about 5, 6 foot high, I think.
Interesting.
And then, you know, but I used to get the the three aliens at the end of my bed too, and then
Yeah.
go paralyzed, then I'd go out, But I was 27 before any of this seemed abnormal to me. I like standing around with a bunch of friends, we're getting stoned, and they laugh and go, "Hey man, any of you guys ever wake up paralyzed?" And they're like, "Yeah." And I said, "Yeah," and then you see the three beings at the end of your bed, and they all looked at me and said, What the fuck are you talking about? What beings? What? And I just shut up, and I was like, "Oh, But it was so real to me. I mean, I knew there still was something to it,
Yeah,
But that's when I realized, wait a minute, there's something going on with me that's different with other people here, So,
yeah. It's interesting how you had three beings working on you, because the beings that were like shadow-like that I encountered, there were three of them. So the number three seems to be a recurring theme, or should I say a recurring pattern. That's the recurring pattern is what I want to say there. This is extremely interesting.
And the shadow man always came out of the closet.
According to Coast to Coast AM, they always do, right? So, that seems to be
sometimes they just pop up. Like they don't. I mean, in my case, they didn't come out the closet. They just materialized. They were just there.
The mantis would pop about on the floor, like on a stage where they have the entertainer down, and the floor part pushes him up, and he jumps up in the air. That's how the being would come up into my bedroom, the mantis, and he would pop up and land on his 2 feet with the, bent legs, and his arms in a triangle with the wrist touching and the little fingers hanging down, and glowing green, fluorescent green, and he moved like with real jerky, or like like if somebody was moving a film, like you took a piece out of the film in certain parts, and
almost like choppy, like he was moving super fast or something, right?
Yeah, he would be moving, like turn to look at you, and then like next time you're looking in his eyes, next second,
Yeah. I mean, with the sort of mantis beings and the gray-like beings, I haven't had negative experiences with them, but I am familiar with the mantis-like beings from outer body experiences, and this was after I was working with Aleister Crowley's Lam, and this was also after working with some of the stuff that Kenneth Grant had put forth with the Illuminati of the Nautoros, which had the subcult of Lam. Of course, that was also after that working of making that pact with Lucifer when I was, I think, around 19. Where that was probably the most intense visitation of the occult that I've ever had in my life. That was fascinating.
Mm-hmm. Great. So we've got to pull Peter Moon and Jojo on in a few minutes, just letting you guys wrap up here. And you've both been wonderful. Honestly, James, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate your coming on with James. so that the two of you can, burn bandwidth through the opening hour. Going to check into the chat room, see who's with us here, and everybody's just been left speechless by the two of you.
I mean, this is the good stuff. This is the stuff that people were listening to Coast to get, and unfortunately, they were listening to the wrong people to get it.
I won't argue with that. Yeah, but such being said, it's one of those things where. I guess it's I wish we could take a survey. Honestly, it's one of those things where it certainly, it has.
Douglas, you're always the most grounded of all of us.
Yeah,
You're more grounded than anyone else you have on the show. I have to say, that is something I've noticed.
Yeah. Well, by the way, Diane Buchberger says that she was just talking to a friend simultaneously who is not listening to you two gents right now, and yet her friend is bringing up all the same shit: blood types, demons, and so it just goes to show this is on everybody's mind. I'm not going to deny that. It's just something that seems to be part of the human experience more and more. I guess it provides a nice escape. Obviously, I'm going to have to spend a great deal of the night talking about the horrors of our world, and this is kind of an escape from that. I'm just glad you survived, Mr. Forsyth, and glad James has survived all he survived, and Mr. Forsyth has survived what he has. It's just. Sorry that happened to you, but you seem to have come out of it none the worse. I mean, that's your whole life is like that, to tell you the truth.
I'm just grateful to be. I'm grateful to speak with all you lovely people, and for your hospitality.
I want you to stay on until Peter and JoJo come on. Say hi to both of them, and then. Just break in anytime you feel the need to. You can hang out with us, and just intercede whenever you feel it will be constructive. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, of course. And
Okay. That said, we do have JoJo on.
Wonderful. So, how are you, honey? Welcome aboard.
Hi, fellas.
Mwah. So glad to have you with us. We're graced by your divine presence. And so, JoJo, give us a hint as to how this wonderful meeting went. I understand that Mr. Steinfeld and Peter Moon got along famously. So tell us all about this.
Were your ears ringing? Were your ears ringing?
Oh, very much so. They were burning. I didn't get a chance to review the last 20 minutes of that interview, but I understand that was when Peter Moon broached the topic and you helped it along. Honestly, honey, you are our ambassador to the world.
Oh, gosh. That is an honor. And, I just share what I feel needs to be heard. Like you. Right?
Oh, bless you. And
you articulate the information because you have it, but if I can pass it along, that's the assignment.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. You're an angel. Honestly, you were truly delivered to us. So let me check into the messenger. I don't think we have any new messages from Peter, but I was under the impression he would be with us tonight. So hopefully, he'll let us know when he shows up. In the interim, we have you, which is more than enough. So tell us a bit about everything that was going on with, say, for instance, Sunday school, whatever you're willing to share. I'll take a look at your timeline, see if I can raise any other memories. But I'm sure you got plenty to share without my trying to do that.
No, it was wonderful. And Peter did reach out not too long ago and said he would see me on transmission. We say see, we would hear each other. But so as far as I know, he's on his way as well. My weekend was great, and then I headed off to Manhattan to Allen's, and Monday we were doing some other interviews. I had my first e-bike experience, which brought me back to my Harley days.
Wow.
It was pretty wild, kind of zipping through the streets of New York City. And I was the only human with the helmet on.
Oh my God.
Was bizarre.
Yes, that's like a dream feeling. That's like you're the only person that's naked in the environment.
Hairs.
Yeah.
Right. And then Tuesday we welcomed Peter on, and Peter always does such a phenomenal job. But what was really exciting about it was how intrigued and curious Alan was as well. And I think when people get to hear the information through others, right? Word of mouth is so powerful. I mean, I've built all my businesses through word of mouth. Mm-hmm. And they connect with friends, family, people they trust. So they listen, mm-hmm. and their ears are open. And whatever walls or barriers might have been there from foreign sources, people that they're not familiar with, faces, voices that they're not so open to allowing into their presence or their space, right? So when it comes from these relationships in their life, people that they trust, that they know have good intentions, that, there's no agenda there, but to just share truth because they're cared about and loved, it really brings down those walls and those barriers. And it's a beautiful thing to watch.
Mm-hmm. It is. And of course, it's tell me something about these wonderful young ladies that you were being interviewed by, as well as are you trying to help this individual? Some individual, a cop, got busted for something, and he's got a family, or so. What's going on here?
Yes. So Joe Kelly actually is an old friend of mine. He was a cop here in Cape Cod many years ago. Mm-hmm. And through his drug addiction, his life came crumbling down. Uh-huh. He lost that position on the force. He lost his family, the ability to see his children for a while, and just hit a bottom. But now he has, I believe, well over 10 years put together, and he's just built this tremendous life and a powerful transformation. So, I look at him like a kindred brother in recovery.
Yeah.
It's not easy, when we go from that lifestyle of crime and substances, because it's one thing when it's substances, that's its own addiction, right?
Yeah.
But when you're also into the crime part of it with the substances involved, there's also addiction to that lifestyle. And it's very entangled, and there's layers to it. So not only are you giving up the drugs, but you're giving up a sense of
community for one thing.
Community, but also the way your body is addicted to adrenaline and hypervigilance. And it took me years. I would say probably 15 years to when I walk into a public building, a restaurant, that I wouldn't just automatically sit with the chair against the wall so that I could see the room.
Right. And I know exactly how you feel with that. And
right.
Yeah, and people should understand that. I'd be surprised.
I have to say, this is actually very similar to my experience and what I'm going through now. Not only with the addiction, but this sort of withdrawal, feeling withdrawn all the time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not pretty. And honestly, none of the detoxes, hospitals, programs were going to do it for me. I had to be locked away.
Yeah. And so has James.
No, sir. No, not please. That no, not that.
It's not a pretty detox.
No. That's the worst. I'd be dead. So we'll leave it at that.
Well, and with me, because it was stimulants, it wasn't so much of a physical withdrawal. It was this mental, psychotic break. I multiple times I would smash my head against the concrete wall in my cell to try to knock myself out because I could not sleep.
Wow.
I could not sleep for weeks, a month. And
it's amazing you survived that, honey. So tell us a bit about that. You must have started hallucinating. There must have been other things.
Oh,
yeah.
Yes, it was just terror, total loss of control, helplessness, despair. Every low vibration feeling that you can think of was all at once. I was having panic attacks. My roommate taught me how to breathe into a paper bag.
Did that help?
You're using the lavatories 2 feet from your roommate's head and exposed through the window in your cell. So after 4 years of that, I mean, there's no shame. I'm very comfortable in all settings.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah.
And just so people understand this, it's when you're in a prison cell, it is simply a toilet with bars around it. just and some bunks that are just, in other words, it's the toilet, there's the bunks, and there's the cell, and that's like that's it. I mean, and then all the other neighbors are have the same setting, and all of everybody in that environment gets very used to that. It's a very strange feeling, but it's exactly like Jojo says. It's one of those environments where once you've been through that, there's very little that can really throw you off in life.
It's so true.
Yeah, and
and then you become there was, well, at least for me, there was this transition where eventually you have to start to become institutionalized. You have to surrender to your reality, or you continue to go crazy. So part of the first phases, I think, for me was a very feeling of like animalistic. You know, I started to feel very like in the wild, very, you know, I'm going to the restroom in front of people, you're showering and you know, and it's just, you have no privacy. I mean, even the COs could just watch you shower. You don't have access to razors when you want, no makeup. So I was stripped of all materialism, which was great. You know, I never picked that back up. And then you have like these other, everyone's in their own alternate realities in there. So one of my bathroom stories, it's shift change and we're let in at 3:00. I go right to the toilet. As soon as I'm sitting there, maybe 1 second, and I hear this just tremendous bang outside of my door, and I was on the first level tier, and then I hear like this moaning and just like a very weird screaming, gurgling type thing. So I just jump off the toilet and look, and a woman had just jumped from the second tier right onto the rec room tables outside of my cell. You know,
and I can imagine what happened. Correct me if I'm wrong on this. The vision that I have is that she essentially snapped her neck on the table, and her trachea was sundered basically, and she was gurgling to death on her own
maybe,
juices, so to speak. Right.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I looked, I saw, I went to my bunk, and I just read, because you know that's what can we do? That's just how we kind of. Crazy shit like that would happen all the time. There was another incident where, but that's just to show like the desperation that people could get to, that they do get to in there if they can't control the mental faculties, you know, and find that resilience and peace somehow. Another incident, we're all out during rec time, and you know, you're either playing spades or bullshitting, or there's not too much, or eating. And
good God.
And I
that's James. Good God. So James, do us a favor and go mute, okay? And then you can come on, go on mute whenever you decide you might.
I want to hear him cough, Douglas.
That was for that was for pain.
Go ahead.
So I'm sitting at the table in front of my cell door so I can see the whole circle pod. And I watch this lady go to the microwave with a bowl, and she's heating something up. I don't know why my intuition just said to watch her. And she took the bowl out of the microwave, walked up to another lady about 2 tables down, and threw baby oil, boiling baby oil in her face. Right? There's no more baby oil allowed in prisons, at least in Massachusetts, and you can confirm that.
Right. No, that's horrific. And you witnessed this. And
It was stuff. Yeah, it's just bizarre
Yeah,
shit.
and this is what happens to people in jail. You witness this sort of thing, and it actually is horrific. If is and the beauty of the situation with JoJo is she came out of it and she healed. Whereas many other people, it's just the opposite. As a matter of fact, I'm certain that JoJo could also, if she were of a mind and this was one direction her life could have gone in, and I'm so glad it didn't go in that direction. But, even though there are worse directions it could have gone in, obviously the worst direction it could have gone in were that her life continued the way it had been and she ultimately would have died. But
I would have been.
yeah, but
Yeah.
another direction that it could have gone in, which would have been less optimal than where she's at now, would have been if she had gotten out of prison and then kind of became a person who emphasized the reality that prison does not rehabilitate people. It does nothing towards resocializing them. If anything, it does just the opposite. It renders the majority of experiencers completely unable to re-socialize or readapt.
Right.
They're simply too traumatized. They're just too damaged. It's the fact that you didn't become kind of like a crusader in that direction and instead went the direction that you're in now is fabulous. But at the same time, that wouldn't have been an awful direction, but I'm certain that you could, along with myself, if we got into the mood, we could both kind of have a mini crusade to tell people about how worthless prison is as a rehabilitative experience.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Down to things that should not have been going on.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Mm.
No,
You know,
I mean, I certainly want Peter to participate with us now that he's here, but I
Yes,
can't resist asking this first. Were you ever in a situation where this would be incredibly abusive to me and something that should never happen? There should never be male guards in a female prison. Were you ever in a situation where there were male guards?
oh yeah.
Oh my God. And then you must have experienced some kind of exploitation or attempts at exploitation, or at least seen it, at least witnessed such.
Absolutely.
That's just horrific. That's a crime against humanity. How could they even allow that? And what was the rationalization? Of course, there was none provided to you, but I don't understand how they could rationalize that to the outside world.
What happens to the guards is they live in that reality 10 hours a day. It becomes part of their Maya.
Yeah.
They adopt the energy and the frequency of the places that you take up the majority of your day. And it starts to, there's guards that it doesn't affect and they hold their integrity and they're wonderful and they're friendly and they're there because they truly care about people, some of them, or that's just in their personality to be a guard and protect and keep the peace. But the weaker of the mental states will be persuaded and fall into lower vibrations.
Right. You have
Right.
such a diplomatic way of phrasing that. Again, before we turn it over to Peter, I can't resist this. How do you I'm certain there must be times when this comes up with Bupa. How do you relate such experiences to Bupa, if at all? There must be some way that you, like, the time that I was in the monkey house or the cage.
Yeah. No, that will come up. It hasn't yet. I'm prepared for it to come up when my book comes out.
Right.
I'm also prepared for it to come out at any moment because a friend of hers has access to her mother's Facebook page, which is a friend of mine.
Okay.
And her friend will go on the mother's page and look at my page to see what Bupa's doing. And she'll fill Bupa in on, oh, your mom did another dance. Your mom did this. Your mom did that. Right? Your mom had a cigarette in her hand in 2008, right?
Yeah.
So I'm prepared for it. And I believe, I trust divine timing with all of that. And when it comes up, I will age appropriately explain to her parts of my life.
Right. Right.
And when my book comes out, she's going to read it eventually.
Yeah.
They will read it eventually.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's thank you. And now Peter will come on, and he will share with us what happened with Mr. Steinfeld and yourself. And I apologize profoundly, Peter. I hang my head in shame. I didn't get a chance to review that last 20 minutes.
It's okay. It's okay. You will.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be done now.
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah.
But Jojo, I want to say something. Is my daughter, who's now 31, she's never read any of my books. She kind of, I think, read the Montauk Project a little. I mean, she grew up around Duncan and Preston, but she's a little kid. She certainly knew I was writing books about Montauk. She'd write about it when she learned how to write. My dad writes books about Montauk. What does your dad do? And she'd write that. I mean, she's been out to Montauk with me. She's seen it. She's been to Romania with me. She, I think, got through some of my Montauk Book of the Dead. It's my autobiography. I would have thought she'd have been very interested in that. I certainly would have read anything my father wrote. He did, I guess, wrote a story about his youth. He won, I guess, a fishing trip for it. He wrote in. I read that. It was very interesting to me. I hear all his stories, but she never, took any interest. I talked about maybe she'd go to Romania with us this year, and she said, well, that's your thing, because she was really interested. She had a great time there, but now she's in her own life. It's okay. So I'm not saying your child will not read your books, but I think she might because already having shown an interest in some of these things. But I say don't be surprised. I'm just saying, kids are.
Alana's very curious about Mom, and enjoys our time and knowing things and open to my wisdom, which I'm very grateful for.
Yes. And beyond that, yeah, she's blessed with the fact that she actually has an interesting mother, as opposed to most other kids have got parents that are just too bland. So, yeah, we don't need to worry about the Bupa not having an interest. So go on, Peter. And, tell us.
Well, but before we get to the events of yesterday the interview, which was just fantastic, and we'll come back around to the Douglas Dietrich angle. First, I want to begin with a beautiful Qigong lesson for everybody. It's very simple, and this is so fundamental. And I came across it on YouTube. I don't know. I think it was something I was watching, and then this came on afterwards. I'll even give credit to the guy. I didn't even finish his YouTube. Okay, this is on YouTube. If you want to watch the whole thing, I've gotten about halfway through the 24-minute YouTube. It says the first 8 exercises of mindful breathing, and then it says Thich Nhat Hanh, Thich Nhat Hanh, THICHNHATHANH. Those are 3 different words. Short teaching video. I guess his from the Plum Village app, Zen Master Thich Nhat Hanh guides us through the first 8 exercises of mindful breathing. Well, I'll give you the first 4 because these are fundamental Qigong stuff, and he attributes them to the teachings of the Buddha. I don't think if you went to study Buddhism, you might necessarily learn these in your standard Buddhist place institution. But I don't know. I really don't know. But I certainly have witnessed Buddhists not to know such. And this guy is an authentic Asian. I don't know what I butchered. Oh, Zen Master. Let me give you the name, Douglas. Maybe you could say, I'm going to send it to you. Maybe you could tell us what ethnicity it might be, whether it's Vietnamese or or what it is.
Pretty good with that.
Yeah, well, yeah, I would guess it's Vietnamese, but who the hell? What do I know? See it? Do you see it there?
Yeah, definitely Vietnamese is Thich Nhat Hanh.
And it would be Vietnamese?
Yeah, that's Vietnamese. The name is pronounced Thich Nhat Hanh. They at least they're pronounced the way they're spelled, as opposed to say either Celtic or Cambodian. So go on. The Vietnamese
Okay. Well,
they're more Romanized.
The first lesson is to just be aware of your breath. This is something I always teach in class. Be aware of your breath. Just be conscious of your breathing. You can all do that right now in the listening audience. Be aware of your breath. And then, as you take it in, now, as you take the breath in, whether it's 5 seconds, 7 seconds, 10 seconds, and as you exhale, be aware of the breath, just as if you were following a pencil along a line. Just be aware of every moment of that breath. Take it in 5 seconds or so. Exhale it. Be aware, like just as if you're following that breath like a line. You're following every moment of that line. Now, the reason you do that is you are then evoking concentration. You're concentrating on every moment of that breath. What this does is it increases your concentration. This is meditation. Meditation is having a fixity on, concentrate. It's like you're putting all your mental effort in it's the opposite of chaos. You're going, okay. And we all need to clear our minds before we do a different task, unless we're incredibly good at multitasking. So this is two important exercises. First, you're aware of your breath, and second, you're actually focusing on the breath. Now, I can tell you, when I first learned to breathe, I learned how to take in a minute. I exercised in front of the clock on my computer. It had a second hand, and I don't know if they have that anymore in the Macintosh, but I used to use this, and I would increase my breath. The most I could do was like 12 or 13 seconds. After working for a while, I could increase it to 30 seconds. After about an hour, I was able to increase it to a full minute. It was not easy. And, just on the in-breath. You're supposed to theoretically have in-breath and out-breath the same. But when you do I got it up. But the problem with my breath, I referred to it as a digital breath because it was not a smooth breath. And I'm going to exaggerate the sound. I didn't make this sound, but it was kind of what was happening internally. If I'm taking in a breath, I start to consistently inflow. I start to go like that. But I'm taking it in through the nose, not the mouth. But there'd be this sort of It was not consistent and smooth, but nevertheless, I could take it in for a minute. That's after working at it for 20 minutes, a half hour, whatever it was. And then, as over time, I can take in a long, slow breath for a minute if I want. And so what I've done not recently, but when I've been on the train with Paula, or even when I used to go into Brooklyn, God, that was years ago for grand jury. And I've been called back to the grand jury now.
You have?
Yeah. Not as a indictable person, but as a juror.
I understand. I presumed such.
Yeah. It'll be the last, and I think it's either the day before I take off to Shasta. So I will go and say, look, I'm here. That'll be good if I show up and say, but I can't be here tomorrow. I can't be here next week, but I'll come back. Because when you're in a grand jury, you can not come in and it won't kill them because they just need a quorum to indict. They don't need everybody. So they have alternates. I can probably negotiate. I can't get out of it because I got out of it in January. Too much going on. So I show up anyway. So I'm going into Brooklyn on the train because you go to the Southern District of New York courthouse, and as there's this spot, and I did it going into Manhattan. That's easier to explain. There's this place when you start to go into underneath the East River, you're going, and all of a sudden you're blacked out. You can't see anything on the sides.
Right.
And there's no scenery. And it's actually a while before the East River because the tunnel just doesn't appear right at the East River. It's, probably a considerable, at least a half a mile or more before you get to, into the tunnel underneath. And I said, from that point, I'm going to take one breath. And so this is about 5 minutes, maybe more, until you hit the railroad station underneath Penn Station. You're there. So it's a long, slow breath. Now, I'm years in Qigong when I'm doing this. Long, slow breath. And then I figure I'm about halfway, and then I do the exhale. And when I do the exhale, I discover something. And I didn't know it, but I realized by blowing outwards, I could maintain the exhale, and I didn't have to breathe in by just, sort of. And I told my teacher what I was doing, and he says, that's what pearl divers do. That's how pearl divers can stay underneath for, 10 or 20 minutes or whatever they stay under, is they breathe in and then they slowly just breathe out. Yes. And they can stay down there and dive for abalone and whatnot, whatever they're going for. So this was something I learned, but that's just sort of I'm not asking anybody to try and do this for 5 minutes. I'm just saying, be aware of your breath in and out and focus on that breath. And many of the teachers correctly will tell you, don't beat yourself up if you break your concentration on any meditation. Qigong is actually a moving meditation. And it's a stillness meditation at the same time, stillness and motion, motion and stillness. But these two lessons of be aware of your breath and then following that breath, concentrating on the breath. The third one is to be aware of your body simultaneously while you're breathing. Just be aware of your body. And this is very important, as the monk was saying, because this puts you in the present. Joy will occur in the present. It's not going to be in the past. It's not going to be in the future. You want to be in the present. And this is very important, the present. So you want to be aware of your body. If you have problems with your body, you still want to be aware of it, because most of your joy is going to involve the body, even if it's decadent joy. And I'm not suggesting people specialized in decadent joy, but the body gets sensations and whatnot. So you be aware of the body because it will put you into the present. And then the fourth one is to focus on creating joy. Creating joy. This is a beautiful idea. So while you're breathing, you're concentrating, you're being aware of your body, what joy can I create in the world today? And if you can't find any joy that you want to do for yourself because your favorite TV program is not on, or whatever situation you might be addicted to, go out and create joy for somebody else.
Yes. And
it will come back to you. So those are four. I would recommend the video. I haven't heard the rest of the video, but this, he really had some good basics here. So I wanted to just share that. It's a little Qigong lesson which you can take to the bank with you. And then I want to dedicate the first portion of my talk tonight. It is the anniversary of a very dear friend of mine who passed away, Madeline Suozo, born March 9th, 1956. If she were still alive, this would be her 66th birthday. 66th birthday. And she passed away a handful of years ago.
She died so young.
And young and beautiful and lovely. And I'm going to tell her story. She appears in two of my books, Montauk Revisited and Montauk Book of the Living. She was my friend from 1992. She met me right when the book came out. I think it was might have been the first night I brought the book to Psychotronics. It would have been May in 1992. And she had been on an airplane. She lived in Berkeley at the time. and she was from Long Island, and she was on the plane coming home to visit her family, and she had some flyer on Long Island or something. It said psychotronics, and it mentioned Joe Bonfiglio. Joe Bonfiglio was a naturopath who was part of the board of psychotronics when I first came. And I guess she was interested in Joe Bonfiglio or whatever, and she came there and met me. And that was a wonderful experience for both of us because, I gave her the book. And she was, by profession, she was a masseuse. And she, I guess, went back to Berkeley, and she had read the book and she loved it. She just loved the book. Wow, she got it. And she had, she was, I think, a Star Trek fan, a science fiction fan, and that sort of thing. But she basically told me she had an experience at Montauk when she was a, young woman, I guess, post high school, and she was working at a restaurant out at Montauk during the summer. And she had some strange experiences out there, energy and whatnot. And I used her as sort of a corroborator of strange stuff at Montauk. I don't even remember what the experience she had at Montauk was. But I want to tell a story about her because my relationship with her was not really so much about Montauk. That was kind of how I met her, through that interaction of the book and whatnot. And she was really got the story. But when she was, to tell a bit about her life story, she was a teenager who, her father was a very successful plumbing supply. He had a plumbing supply house. And she I don't know, you call her a black sheep, but she just wasn't into the standard reality. And she was studying yoga as a young, she's probably about 14, 15. And she was doing yoga in her basement with one of her friends. And all of a sudden, this bright light just came into her whole body, and boom, boom. It's a chi. It was a charge of chi energy. Boom. And it just scared the hell out of her friend, who just proceeded to leave and never came back. I mean, she lost her friend when this chi energy came into her. And all of a sudden she had a special, I guess what you'd say, knack for energy and for healing. And it was gated in by the yoga. So I think I wrote that in the book, Montauk Revisited. I just don't remember that. But in any case, and then she had her experience out at Montauk, whatever that was, some strange happening. But she definitely knew so she was very sensitive energy. So when, I guess, I had a horrible back situation. This is probably 1992, 93. I don't know, but it was in, I don't remember exactly when it was, but I told her my back was just, it was done. It was cooked. And lower back means, support issues. In my case, it wasn't financial at all. It was emotional support that was not being supplied to me from my wife. And it was starting to exacerbate. This is my first wife. Whatever back issues I've had in the past, I've had some back issues, but they've gotten better and better since Paula has been married to me. Right. So right now the back feels fantastic. And it's only because I do Qigong with it every day that it does feel that way. But anyway, these back issues. So
yeah, your wife was a literal pain in your ass. Go on.
Well, more in the back than the ass. But
pain in the back, yeah.
But anyway, she had huge emotional issues. It went back to childhood and being in an incubator, and she would be the first to tell you that, and kind of exacerbated being disconnected from her mother, and the mother's milk drying up, and The mother became infertile after that.
The incubator, that has a lot to do with the bondage issues.
Oh yeah. It was a severe separation, and I think it just wreaked havoc on her infancy, and Dianetics didn't properly work for her. It should theoretically, and it could, but one of the main problems with Dianetics is it doesn't work when people don't do it, and it's very common to not do it right. But anyway, I had set up. Well, Madeline says, "Oh, I'm coming back. When I come back, I'll take care of it for you. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of your back problem." I go, "Oh, well, sounds good." She says, "I had the same thing. I'll take care of it for you." So anyway, I had also arranged for her to do a speaking gig at this local metaphysical center because I was picking speakers. Theoretically, I was picking speakers. I was really only there to rubber stamp them, but somehow I got her into it. I picked her and they accepted her. And so this was a great gift to her because it gave her an audience on Long Island, and she's taught a special healing technique, and it was called Regenesis. So I'll talk a little bit about Regenesis, but first she came back to Long Island. She came over. My wife fixed her dinner. She came into the house. And I remember then she was going to work on me. So, my daughter and my wife went out in the backyard doing stuff, and Madeline, had me sit down on this lounge chair that we had. It wasn't it looked like a lounge chair in the living room, and she began to work on me, and she puts her hands right in the psoas muscle. This is the groin area. And the muscle began to relax. There was tension. Now, she taught me that the psoas muscle, which is really wraps right around the triangle of your crotch between your pelvis and your thigh.
I was about to say, most of the time a woman puts her hand there with me, I get stiff, but go on.
Yeah, I don't think I did. Now, I know I didn't. No disrespect to her, because she was working on me. She was like, boom. She knew what she was doing. She was clinical. She was intentful. And that all of a sudden the back relaxes. I could not sit in a chair. And all of a sudden I could sit in a chair. Cool. Now, it was like 20 minutes it took her. She had a gift. And
by the way, that's got to be one of the most magnificent feelings in the world, to be able to suddenly do that. Go on.
I fell in love with her.
Yes, I can imagine.
And at that point, and because I said, anybody who can do that to me and heal me like that is just, I loved her from every day for the rest of our lives. Wow. And so anyway, then we went over to the event, and I could sit in a chair the whole night, no problem. Wow, no problem. It was beautiful. It was wonderful. So that was, we're already friends, but that sort of cemented our friendship. And I really, I remember when we came home and I guess she dropped me off at my house, I really lamented, that I couldn't be with her because I was married. It's like, it just, wow. So anyway, she was a great friend, a great friend, and we would help each other. And I remember when her father was, on the chopping block to die, she called me. She figured I could help. She was just destitute. And then I got an ozone machine out to her. I had an ozone machine, and, she treated her father. She did a lot of work on her father, and he lived a lot longer than he would have, because he had cancer. He was in his 80s. So he had lived a very full life and a very successful life. And of course, we were very close. But what happened, so, I mean, there's so much time that goes by, and she's living in and then she became, but I want to tell the story of Regenesis.
Yeah.
How she discovered Regenesis. Regenesis was a technique developed by a guy named Bob Rasmussen. And it was connecting to what's he called a blue dot. Each cell has a blue dot in it. This was a Wilhelm Reich theory. This is a blue dot which contains the blueprint for the DNA of the human body. And if you could access that blue dot energetically, you could rehabilitate the DNA, the original blueprint of what is in the DNA. So if you had theoretically a disfigured piece of the anatomy, if you could reactivate that blue dot, you could grow back the whole thing. Now that's the theory. How successful you are is how good you are. And she was a medical intuitive as well. So she could tell what's going on with you medically from a psychic perspective. But Bob Rasmussen developed this, and I think the story is that Bob developed it to heal his father, who had, I think he had bad burns, but he did wonders for his father. He had this technique called Regenesis. And his first customer, Madeline told me, was the famous Tony Robbins. And wow. Tony bounced a check on this guy.
Oh, of course. Of course.
I think this was before Tony was rich. But anyway, I thought that was a funny story. Tony bounced a check. But in any case, eventually she went on to develop her own technique, and it was called, what was it called? Original Wave, she called it. Branched off on her own because she was a great healer in her own right. She was a professional masseuse. And then she, I guess, after I knew her for a while, she struck it big with blue-green algae. She made a lot of money selling blue-green algae, and there was one of these multi-level marketing, and she had one of her friends was able to sell a lot of these things because of professional contacts and whatnot. So she made a very good living. She made a good enough living to move from Berkeley to Marin County. And the problem with these multi-level things is she was very successful. Then they'll change the rules on you once you make too much money.
Yes. After
6-7 years, you're doing good. And okay, the owner dies, so the wife takes over. She says, I'm going to cut your commissions from, you're now going to be making 25 or 30% of what you were making. Right. So
it's like YouTube did with all the YouTubers. Go on.
Yeah. It's like, why? Why? I think, well, whatever. So in any case, this happens routinely with those things. So when you ever have an income like that, you don't want to be dependent on it, and you don't want to spend all your money. So she did good. And then she got into something called, what was it called? Stem Enhance. And I sold quite a bit of that. I sold it retail through my catalog, and I took it. I even recommended it. I think it went out of business, Stem Enhance. Well, how she discovered Stem Enhance is she had a valve problem in her heart, and she had, I don't know what happened, or if she got in touch with Izzy Matos was, I guess, the guy who, I don't know if she knew him, but Izzy was a big salesman for this, and this corrected her heart problem immediately. It was all medically, she went to the doctor and everything. It was medically healed by taking the Stem Enhance, which was, I think there were problems with it, but it basically, it was administrative problem. So anyway, that didn't last. But anyway, that's kind of just a side story. And that's how she made X amount of her money while doing energetic healing. She did energetic healings, and she was super good. She knew, but what happened with her, the reason she got involved with Regenesis in the first place is she had a boyfriend who was into martial arts. He was I think he was Brazilian, but she was doing classes and hurt her back real bad. And the reason she hurt her back is they were engaging in some sort of physical combat or exercise combat. was studying karate, and I don't know that she was engaging it with her boyfriend, but this stuff shouldn't happen in a martial arts class. It really should not happen. And when I told my teacher about that, he just like, what the hell is going on with these people? Now, by the same token, my teacher would tell you how they used to beat the crap out of each other. They were, back in his days, right. It was brutal. Yeah. And that he says, if I did that with you guys, nobody come to class. He says, no. But I guess he learned the hard way not to, people shouldn't be beating the crap out of each other.
Right.
It does make you tough, but then again, it can make you kind of mean and crazy too. You're not going to war. So back in the day when he was, they called, where he lived, Coney Island, Little Vietnam. So it might have served its purpose at the time. But in any case, she hurt her back real bad. It was so screwed up. And it was Regenesis that helped her heal from this. And so she knew all about lower back problems. I don't know that it ever fully healed, but I don't remember her complaining about back problems, but she knew all the exercises for the back. So in any case, she, as time went forward and as I got into Qigong, I told her about what I was doing. I told her about Roosevelt. She says, I want to meet this guy. I want to see this. I want to see this. So I remember, she came to my house, spent the night, and we went out there at, leave here 6:15 in the morning to get there at 7 or whatever, or leave at 6 to get, it was like, we start at 7 or 7:30 in Kaiser Park and Coney Island. So she gets out there and sees my teacher, and she is just like, her jaw drops. She just says, I've never seen anything like this. Just looking at him, she sees his energy field, energy sensitive. Wow. So they get into it. They start talking and they kind of fall in love with each other. They kind of like, and she was hard not to love. If you understood her, if you weren't some, run of the mill, average person, so anyway, they were, and so anyway, then this woman, she was a yoga teacher from New Jersey. She came over that day and she had heard about my teacher, and she had a tumor in her brain, and she didn't look like it, but he put her on a table and he was working on her energetically. And afterwards, on the way back, Madeline looked at me and she says, he shrunk that woman's tumor. He shrunk that woman's tumor, she says. And then I told him later what she said. And he goes, how did she know that? He was shocked that she could see that. So they decided to have an event. She was going to bring him out to the West Coast. She had a lot of connections out there, and she began to promote him on a website. She says, I'm an energy master. People think of me as an energy master, but I met somebody who was really an energy master. And so she put up this website, people, and what do you think happened with that website? Douglas, what do you think happened?
I guess it was scrubbed from the internet.
Wasn't scrubbed. Attack City.
Yeah, okay.
Now, the way I kind of came into this, because they were collaborating on their own. I mean, I'd introduced them, and I wasn't in the line of fire at all. I was in Michigan, where I used to go every summer instead of Romania, or I went there for 2 or 3 summers. It was a lot of fun at Mary Hardy's place, and there was this, she was going to be doing this, I don't know if she was going to do a seminar she was going down to Wildwood, New Jersey, where my teacher was having a seminar for his students. This was a special seminar I think it cost $500 for the students, for us to do it if we were going to do it. And I don't know what happened, but she was in Michigan where we used to go. I couldn't get in. My cell phone didn't work. Somehow the phone was ringing and I had to sit under a table, and it was Madeline. She got through to me somehow. Impossible. And I'm sitting there under the table and she's saying, oh, blah, 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 talking about this. I think she wanted to know something. She wanted to liaise with me about this, what was going on. I don't even remember what we were talking about. But anyway, so when I left Michigan, I remember stopping at some restaurant, Midway, New York, talked to her on the phone. I don't remember what we were talking about, but it had to do with the seminar that I wasn't going to. I was trying to get my ass back to Long Island. So then it's about a 13-hour drive from, Michigan back to Long Island. And then I get to Sleepy Hollow. It's on the other side of the Hudson River from where I was going. And Sleepy Hollow is, of course, where all the Montauk Indians, or many of them, moved to after Montauk. And the Dutch, Franklin Roosevelt was right north of Sleepy Hollow. There's a big library for him there. His compound, New Hyde Park, or whatever it's called. And so I got to Sleepy Hollow, and I'm going to Sleepy Hollow to, I want to visit Nancy, my cinematographer. We were working on a documentary together. And Nancy is not picking up the phone. She had big issues with her. Her mother had cancer. It she even had cancer herself. It was a big mess. But I'm in Sleepy Hollow, and then my car stops on the Sleepy Hollow Bridge, the infamous Sleepy Hollow Bridge. Now, I'm not going there for any reason. I just happen to be on that infamous bridge of Sleepy Hollow, and my car it's dead. The transmission shot. I somehow managed to get it a few blocks down. I have to arrange to get it. I find a shop that will tow it the next morning. I don't think I even saw that. I think I had to come. Anyway, I had to spend the night, walk from Sleepy Hollow down to Terrytown and find a place. I think I got the shop mechanic was going to pick up the car the next morning. I gave him the keys, take it down and fix the transmission. That was going to take a few days at least. So I had no car. And then I made my way down to a Mexican trucker hotel. It was nothing but Mexican truckers. And I get in the hotel room, and I had a cell phone, but Nancy wasn't coming through. I wanted to spend the night at Nancy's house, but she wouldn't even answer the phone. Oh. So I had to check into a hotel, and I didn't hear from her till the next morning. And she says, "I'm sorry, I can't do anything for you." You know, her life was so messed up. Jeez. So in any case, I somehow get a phone call from my teacher, and it's like, he doesn't call me. Right. I don't get phone calls from him, and he calls me, and he says, "We're under psychic attack. We're under psychic attack." Now, he never said anything like this. Yeah. And he says, "You and Madeline and me, we're all under psychic attack." And I had dreams, I think, the night before of the OTO. It was like and I hadn't been, what am I dreaming about the OTO for? I wasn't doing anything with them. It was like a psychic attack from the OTO in my dream. And so basically he said that when that website went up, he said it was a coven that was attacking him. Oh. And because he was being promoted into a very metaphysical, energetic audience. And I guess the witches of Marin County or whatever, which are substantial, put out an attack on him, put an attack on Madeline. And the bottom line was, he says, "I want you to come to this event at Wildwood." He says, you don't have to pay for it. He says, just don't tell the other students. They're paying $500 for this. You're coming as my guest, but don't tell them that.
Right.
As far as they're concerned, you paid, which was really quite an honor. I never told anybody that before. He says, don't tell anybody. So here it is, 15 years later, and I'm telling what happened.
Yes.
And Madeline was his guest as well, because, he met her through me, and, he appreciated what we were doing. So he says, come to this event. And I said, well, right now I don't have a car. And I think I got a call from one of his students who he had told, I think when I got home, I got a call from one of his students. I'm supposed to pick you up. I said, no, you don't need to pick me up. My car's fixed. I got it. I got the car fixed in time to drive down to Wildwood. So Madeline had paid for her ticket. And when I got to, car got fixed, everything. Oh, the car, it was an outrageous price he charged to fix the transmission. $2,700.
Jesus.
It was a ripoff,
Yeah.
but I had no choice.
Yeah.
And the guy who I emailed, the one that gave me your initial, what do you call it? YouTube?
Yeah, that's right.
This character?
Yeah.
Phil? Yeah. When he heard about what happened to me, because it was right, he sent me a check for $1,500. I didn't ask him for it. He sent me a check for $1,500.
Incredible.
And some other lady I knew in Ohio, she sent me a check for, 50 or 100 or something. It really helped pay for the bill,
Right.
It was really, really nice of him. And that was one favor he did for me. He did me another favor even without knowing it, by giving me your YouTube. That's how I connected to you.
Yes.
That was later. And he disconnected from me over 2 points. Well, first off, he didn't like what Radu had to say about Jesus in the book Mystery of Egypt. It kind of turned him off too much, because in that book, I don't know I think it was Caesar or him, I don't remember, who went back to the time of Jesus, and they saw Jesus and they reported on Jesus and what he was actually like. And he was 5'6", and he was, the way they described him was pretty much as you would expect from the New Testament, which prompted me eventually to write to David Anderson and say, David's 6'4", I'm 6'2". I said, if we went back in time, we'd have to call him Shorty. That's my sense of humor. But I don't know. He got turned off by what Radu said about Jesus,
Okay.
which inspired me to write 33 pages at the end of the book about Shin and the name of Jesus and what it means, without disparaging Radu, but trying to. I lost a few audience members from the Jesus incident. So anyway, but what really turned him off was when I married Paula.
Really?
Yeah.
So he was one of the people who, there was this general feeling that Paula was kind of like foisted upon you by a satanic conspiracy. I take it
I don't think he thought it was satanic. I don't think he thought it was satanic, but he didn't like Paula's mother-in-law. Okay. He thought that I was being like taken over, and he also knew my girlfriend. He didn't like me not being with her. And of course my girlfriend, lovely person, but she was never somebody who was, I guess, what you call not only not marriage material. She couldn't cohabitate with you for reasons of her own, which are too complicated to explain, and are her own business. I mean, I understood that, but how, it's kind of like, Douglas, trying to extricate you from your home to move into somebody else's home. There's a certain amount of logistical nightmare that goes with that, for the way you're situated.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately that has to happen, but yeah, it's
yeah,
not gonna
but you understand what I'm saying. It's not and her attachments were different. She didn't have biofacsimilagro, but whatever. So whatever it is. So he didn't like that either. And you know, but anyway, it's, you know, I wasn't going to change the direction of my life because he didn't like it, and he left, and I had helped him through some nasty occult situations that he had encountered as well. So,
you know, but I think that a lot of things have happened in such a grandiloquent way of balance. Everything really balances out in the end. What happened with the amount of time that we might feel was wasted, where I wasn't working with you because of Laura Lee Solomon or any number of other issues. Really, it came to the point where we're now working with JoJo, and things are so much more smoother, and we have so much more to look forward to now. I think that
indeed we do, and I'm going to integrate this back to what we're doing now.
Yeah.
It's going to swing back in to JoJo, but so Madeline, I came on when I got to the door of the condo where the seminar was, because one of the students had a condo down there that she let him use. So we went into I knocked on the door, and, you know, he comes to the door. And the first thing I said to him, I said, I've never seen you look so, you know, what is it? You know, never seen you look, whatever I said. Wasn't very complimentary, you know, but he says, you know, I've been up for like 23 hours. You know, in other words, it's like, I don't know what it was about, but he'd been up for a long time.
Wow.
Healing people and stuff. So, you know, he brings me in, and then the phone rings, and it's Madeline. He puts me on the phone with her, and she ain't coming. He's talking to her. She's not coming. She doesn't come. She paid for the ticket. She doesn't come. And bottom line was, he said she got scared. She got scared from the attack. She was completely jaw-dropped. She saw what this guy could do because she knew herself. She was scared because of the attack. And he, later we'd talk about her, and he said she didn't know her. She was afraid of her own power. She was afraid of her own power. And Madeline and I kind of like faded away from each other at that point. Not utterly and completely, but virtually. We were no longer interacting then. There was no fallout between us. But when you do Qigong, if you want to, you know, you have that neighbor, those spies that the rat girl helped you get rid of, Douglas?
Yes. Yes.
A good way to get rid of people is to do Qigong. You know, you start doing Qigong and they'll scram. Like, I think if you had a spouse you didn't like, start doing Qigong. They're going to change. If you're really doing good Qigong, they're going to, you know, they're going to move out. It's really powerful if you're really doing it. So she moved on out. And she wasn't move on out. She wasn't living with me, but she moved on out of my life. She was still in Marin County. And I had visited her in San Francisco with my daughter. We stayed at her place. That was 2006. We were still very close then, but I got into Qigong in 2007. So this must have been 2007. It was the year before I went to Romania. So she never really, got into any of my Romanian stuff. But we had talked a few times, interacted a little bit, but it was only about 3 years ago or 4, maybe even 5 years ago. This is the anniversary of her birthday. I called her to wish her a happy birthday on her cell phone. I think I'd heard she was in Florida, and her brother answered the phone. She had 2 brothers. I'd met all of her siblings. And I said, I called to wish Madeline a happy birthday. He says, we lost her today, or yesterday. We lost her yesterday. She just died. And I just called her. I said, oh God, I didn't know. Yeah. And she'd been sick for a long time. She had cancer of the cervix. I didn't know. Then I saw some YouTubes of her talking about how she had cancer. She was looking for cures and stuff, going to Germany, and she maintained her equilibrium despite the cancer. And if I were to give my assessment, it's all the men. I don't know all of them, but most of them. I knew at least of two that hurt her severely. And because she was a Pisces love to be hurt. You gotta be, this is a big problem with Pisces. They'll find a partner who will hurt them. And she was hurt more also by family issues with, not the brother I spoke to, but her other brother, who acquired all the assets of the family. And she was very hurt by that as well. And she talked to me about that a lot. But so she was very hurt. But also, when she turned her back on Qigong, it would have completely put her on a different course. And I thought that, if she were to continue this, it would have built a whole new relationship between me and her that never occurred. And it would seem like we were destined to work together on this and be together, but it didn't happen. And she turned away from this. And, she had such an ability. The other thing, she had something in common with my teacher. They didn't like this world. She didn't fit in this world.
Right.
Nor did he. They didn't fit in. And I know both of them, when they passed, they're so happy to be on the other side.
Right.
And I feel good for them. The one thing about Madeline, and one of the reasons I mention her tonight, other than just to honor her memory and tell the story of her in my life, is that she would come to me in my dreams and come repeatedly. And after she passed, and it's just like, wow, it wasn't. And she always, whenever I would dream of her, she symbolized regenesis, of healing, regenerating, healing. She was interested in immortality. She was really interested in that. That's why she never got into the Romanian books. She would have really loved those. So, but it's like, so she'd appear in my dreams. And it's like, why does she appear in my dreams? It's like, it's a very healing presence whenever she comes. And it's like a connection to the afterlife. Then again, I see what is the afterlife. It's just kind of there. So this, and because we've been working with the dreams, now this brings us back full circle to what we're doing with JoJo, because JoJo had shared a dream with me yesterday, and she recounted it again. And then when she recounted it the second time, I got what's going on. I had been working on the dreams with you, studying the Nagas, and how they relate to the dream world, the serpentine energy.
Yes.
And now I'm realizing that her dreams, and that what she was sharing with me, are connecting to the actual inner earth, which is not that unusual, because this is what I'm trying to penetrate with these dreams, whether it be through David Anderson or the work of Radu Cinnabar. It's like, this is a connection to the inner earth. And she was dreaming a scenario that I identified where she was in a chair. She saw me. She saw two other characters who I identified as Caesar Brad and Radu Cinnabar. And then, of course, the city could only best be described as Shambhala. So it was like, this is a connection to the inner earth, and where are we going? Well, of course, if she's going to Romania with me, which she is, and Shasta as well, that's inner earth connection. This is the alchemy of where it's like returning home. It's not like, when you read science fiction as a kid, you dream of going into outer space. Where the hell are you going? You're going into outer space. You want to go home, not away from home.
Right.
You'd be stuck out there on some cord around some spaceship orbiting, sort of like when you bring up a fish from the bottom of the sea, a codfish, and his eyes bulge out. It's just the pressure. that's what's going to happen to you in outer space if you don't negotiate it right. So anyway, this is where it comes full circle, and where it comes full circle back to you with the talk with Alan Steinfeld. This was the manifestation that, when I went to New York City in November, to promote your book. I gave out several copies of the book, and of course, Alan introduced me to JoJo. She got a copy of the book. It's taken not actually that long. It's only about 6 months or 5 months, whatever it is, to where I actually got to talk about your book on Alan's show, which has about 75,000 people listening to it. And I talked about it for 20 minutes, but we got into it. It was only supposed to be an hour talk, and it went on for 2 hours, and then went on, for 2.5 hours, and it was a very good. I mean, JoJo, she could tell. Well, JoJo, you can comment on the talk because I was very pleased with how it went. But you can say what you have to say about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Before you hopped on, we did talk a little bit about those 20 minutes or so, and just how open and curious Alan was, that he is interested in listening to some of Douglas's transmissions. His eyes really opened wide when you said, "Oh, he goes on for 12-hour transmissions twice a week." And I saw, I'm sitting next to him on the couch, but I can see it in the Zoom, in the screen in front of me. And, that's just incredible and unheard of. I mean, for me, I don't know, maybe there's podcasters or something but, you are not the average human. So, it was tempting not to go into all of your stuff. There's so much there to introduce, but it was a very nice warm handoff.
Right.
I could sum it, Roswell. That's about all I could do. Right. And then JoJo and I talked, and basically what I figured out I need to do with JoJo is she's going to interview me in probably hour segments, starting with the Montauk Project. All of my books kind of just do segments on what they are and what they're about, with me talking about each book.
Yes.
To promote each book, and also to put it onto my website, and to, give people fodder, Peter Moon fodder. People want to listen to Peter Moon, and then it'll be structured.
And they want to see Peter Moon too, though,
Okay, well, good. That's fine. Yeah. Structure the diatribes and like a curriculum. And so this goes hand in hand with you, because as part of that, also, I'll go into my own introduction to Douglas Dietrich and those, and this is going to take a while to do, but it's going to build. When you're working with YouTube or you're working with anything in social media, you want to build, start with a foundation. You start small, and then you consistently add to it. And that's the magic of it. The only problem with 12-hour, it's too much to consume. Yeah. And so one of my readers and friends was saying, he was saying, well, what you got to do this with Douglas. It's just too much. And I said, well, look, I said, I did this with the first book, and I would begin to do it with other stuff. But I said, the book's not selling. It's got to do better. Yeah. I can't be, becoming a category editor of all this information. It's like, how do we do a Douglas Dietrich curriculum? Well, I said, the books are one way, but so anyway, what JoJo and I decided is that we're going to do the same thing with you. But we're going to do our segments, probably the three of us. And our segments, okay, this will be, Roswell, Rising Sun, this will be Presidio, sort of like stuff you've already done before. But it'll be contextualized.
By topic and organized on the page.
Yeah, a little more organized, a little more, what is the word they use in
categorize.
Well, yeah, formatting, but there's some word they use, I think,
You mean like template or something?
Yeah, well, it's in television. It's
storyboarding.
Well, no, it's not storyboarding, although that's a good idea. But it's like I don't know, but it's whatever it is. It's just simple. This. Then we have to think of it like, and we have to. I actually need to look at how do you put together a college curriculum, because one of the things, you have Douglas Dietrich 101, blah, 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 and sort of how do they put it together? And some teaching methods in universities are pretty well organized. Some of them are crap, but some of them are pretty well organized because they go into a whole subject of how are you going to learn this? So if you can learn more on YouTube right now than you could have learned in a university 30 years ago.
If you know what to look for, of course, that needs to be qualified.
Well, yeah, because a lot of classes are on, and you can just go on and watch the classes. You might not have the organization, how they do it, or get the credits, but you can become highly educated watching YouTube if you know where to go. And many of these teachers just put their classes up there, so they're accessible. They don't require passwords or anything. And this is the way we have to approach this, and
it would be ideal if it's in an LMS, a learning module system.
There we are, honey. There, see?
What was the first thing you said before you said
LMS, learning module system?
Oh, LMS, you said. Okay, learning module system. Sounds good to me. So we're going to figure this out, and we're going to do it. And this is the beginning of the organization. And I have to say that it must have been about 10 years ago or so, I realized that I, who had been in business 20 years, this May will be 30-year anniversary of Sky Books. 20 years, I realized I'd become an institution because I had all these books, all of this stuff, and it's like, okay, what do you do with it? You can't start somebody out and say, okay, read all these books. Some people do buy all the books, and they read. JoJo's one of them.
Yes.
But you see what that's a great gift. She's a great gift to me.
Yes.
And so she's read them, and she gets them to the point where she's going to be tractable. It's traction for me, traction for her. And because, as I said, I've complimented JoJo, not because I know her or like her, we've only met 5 times in person, but because she gets it. She understands. And I say about her, the counseling she does with people, or even the conversations, she doesn't miss anything because she's been through hell and purgatory, and she's seen what is there. She knows the lowest common denominator of human psychology. What about a psychiatrist? Say he's pretty good, but has the psychiatrist been to prison?
It translates over to everyone, though, because when you're comfortable with the shadow and you just know the shadow of human nature, you can work with anybody. I mean, I have a lot.
What I'm saying is,
I have a lot of therapists that I therapize.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm saying I have a lot of therapists that see me as their therapist.
Yes.
This is what I'm saying. It's like, you send a psychiatrist into prison, most of them are going to get the shit kicked out of them.
Yes.
And it's because of their lack of human psychology aptitude.
Well,
it's not that they don't have any.
Right. It's worse than that. In terms of the prison psychiatrists, these are considered the bottom end of psychiatry. These are the psychiatrists who have been busted for drug abuse and have basically lost their license, in effect, and then they basically put them into prison psychiatry so that they can just dole out pills to sedate the criminally insane or to sedate the criminals.
I'm talking about it. Put a psychiatrist in as a prisoner.
Then of course he'll get the shit kicked out of him. Yes.
What I'm saying is because he doesn't understand psychology of human beings.
Unless of course he's Hannibal Lecter. But go on.
Yeah. But the thing is, there's some who would survive. But the thing is, there's such a distance between the therapist or the doctor when you're giving them a pill. You're giving them a pill that they become like a piece of cattle.
Yeah.
And it's not okay. And of course, some people, have to be handled like a wild tiger, because that's what they are. But the human interaction means everything. The point I'm saying here is that she doesn't miss anything.
Yeah.
So this is great to be able to work with her in this regard, and it becomes it's just great. So this is the direction we're going in, and all of the dreaming, all of the work, everything is. I'm beginning to contextualize it because we're going to be taking a trip to Shasta, which is a conduit to the inner earth.
Yeah.
We're going to be taking a trip to Romania, which is a conduit to the inner earth. She was just with me at Montauk, which is another conduit to the inner earth, although perhaps the most corrupted. So this is the
I will say, I will add though, with the dream. I don't even know what day it is. Today's Wednesday, so yes, Monday night. It was so beautiful, and it was a very peaceful, calm dream. But I woke up yesterday morning completely discombobulated. I didn't know where I was waking up. Obviously, I was in a hotel, so that adds to the.
Yeah.
But it was my second night in the hotel, and then I didn't know what was on my agenda. Like, I thought I had to run into the office and do RTT sessions on people, and I had to kind of sit on the edge of the bed and like get my bearings, check my calendar. And it was so real and visceral that on my drive home last night, I had this real calling to try to go back into the dream. I was thinking of, okay, when I lay down tonight, think of where I was, feel it, draw the emotions in, can I get back there? Yeah, it is just interesting to me how something, obviously the dream state is there for a reason, and we use it to our leverage. And I just never had dreams like this until I started using Peter's protocol.
That's amazing. And I'm really proud of Peter for his protocol coming into such practical use. Right. And I'm proud of you for making it work. When, by the way, Jameson Reese went into rehabilitation at Sleepy Hollow. And he says it's interesting that we bring this out. The friends that the person that he used to be friends with was a psychiatrist in the penal system, and now he really has a grasp on that dude's predatory nature. And so what he's referring to is what I said. Of course, there was this one poor bastard that I knew who was I don't even need to name him, though I could, but the poor dope lost effectively. He had lost his license to practice in any conventional sense, and so this was due to heavy drug abuse, and he wound up being essentially shunted into prison psychiatry. And so this is the horror, is that people in prison are getting the bottom end of treatment in every respect. They're not even getting high quality psychiatric treatment when they need it the most. Yeah.
Let me share. Is Jameson listening right now?
Yeah, Jameson, come on and do say hi.
No, he doesn't have to say anything. Just okay. I want him to hear this. He doesn't have to say anything. He can.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, okay. You can say something after I say this story. I think you'll appreciate this story very much because it has to do with magic and psychiatry. In one time, many years ago, I was probably around the same time I was talking about this other stuff. I was invited to give a talk in Baltimore. In Baltimore, at a what was it? A Fortean Society. Now, I don't think it was the Fortean Society, but it was an offshoot. It was all about Charles Fort, and Fortean was about strange stuff. John Keel was a big Fortean, the famous author John Keel, who I did get to meet once. He was very disappointing. But nevertheless, you know, he wrote about strange stuff.
Right.
So that's beside the point.
By the way, while you're listening to this, Jameson, hit all the sex bots in the chat, okay? Thank you. Go on, Mr. Moon.
Okay. So anyway, when I got there, the whoever was, I forget the lady's name. She was very nice. I just don't remember her name. Only time I ever interacted with her. She had checked into some hotel they had me in, I guess where the event was. And I don't know if it was her or whatnot, but there was some guy who called me up on the phone, and he was part of the, you know, he was there for the event, and he wanted to take me out to dinner because he wanted to talk to me. He wanted to interface with me. His name was Jim Boyd, which was a synchronicity to me because I lived with a guy who was a friend of mine in Scientology, Jim Boyd, who I believe is still in Scientology to this day.
Wow.
I really liked Jim. We used to write letters back and forth when he was in Denmark and I was on the ship, but you know, he stuck it out for, I don't know, whatever the hell happened to him. But it really liked him and shared a lot of experiences with him. Anyway, this guy, Jim Boyd, I guess he had a breathing apparatus with him, you know, oxygen in his room. I said, what's that for? He says, well, I need this because I'm obese. And I sometimes need help with my oxygen. So, you know, he was obese, I guess. I mean, I didn't know it was that bad. In any case, he took me to dinner and he talked, he started talking, and I think he wanted to know things from me, but I was more interested in what he had to say or what he wanted to share with me. And he shared several things, but then it got really weird. He mentioned John Dee, and he started to talk about John Dee, and it had to do with this psychiatrist that he knew. And this psychiatrist, I wish I had recorded the whole conversation, but he knew a psychiatrist who had a gift with languages. I probably told you this story before, Douglas, but this is for Jameson. The psychiatrist had a gift with weird languages. And the bottom line was, I don't know why or how, but he understood the Enochian language. He just had a gift. So this psychiatrist who was, I don't think he was anybody extra special in the world of psychiatry because he drove a Volkswagen. So in other words, psychiatrists not all psychiatrists are or were really well paid. Right. I knew of an OTO psychiatrist who was making like, you know, about $30,000 in the 1990s. You know, that wasn't a lot of money for a psychiatrist. You'd think, you know, so he was like basically scraping the bones.
Jameson is asking if it was a red Volkswagen.
I don't know. I never saw the Volkswagen. I never met the man. It's just a story. So anyway, he received a phone call one day, this psychiatrist, who wanted him. It was, I don't remember if they identified who it was, but it was basically, I think it was David Rockefeller. And they wanted to meet with him. And I don't know what the pretense was. They wanted to meet with him. And he said, you know, they basically wanted him to meet in a parking lot. And he thinks, are these guys crazy? And he said, I'm not going to meet you in a parking lot. No, we'll pay you money. And it was a big amount of money. I think it was 5 figures, not low 5 figures. I think it was about in the 20s. I kind of got the impression they're going to pay him $20,000 to come, and they wanted to consult with him. And so basically what happens is he agrees to it.
An idiot.
Well, no, I don't think he just was that. I think he qualified it. Basically drives his Volkswagen and in some parking lot, someplace, limo. It's a limo. He gets in the limo. Limo takes him probably a drive. It's probably a good hour or so. I don't know where it was. Takes him upstate somewhere. And he was going to meet David Rockefeller. And it's not the typical Pocantico Hills or whatever they live. It's a suburban neighborhood with, 2-story houses, nice suburban, really nice suburban neighborhood. Not where you'd expect a Rockefeller, but very nice. And he goes into the house, goes in, greeted in, and he meets Rockefeller, and Rockefeller says, is there anything you need, anything I can get for you? And he says, I need to go to the bathroom. He says, okay, well, you go upstairs and walk down the hall. And now, don't think there's a bathroom on the first floor? Of course there is. Tells him to go upstairs. He goes, walks down, and then he goes by, I guess they have a big room with all these computers. And as he's going down the hall, on the computer screens, they have all of this Enochian language. Everything's in Enochian on several computer terminals. Mm-hmm. And he sees it. He doesn't read it. He's going, what the hell is this? Goes to the bathroom, comes back down, minds his own business. And, says to Rockefeller, what can I do for you? And Rockefeller asks him some stupid, innocuous question, like, I don't know what he asked him, but it was just a stupid question, like, where's the best place to get blue jeans? I mean, I don't think it was that stupid, but it was very, he said, okay, good. Here's your check. Boom. They take him back. I said, now, keep in mind, we're dealing with the Fortean Society people. And one of the things this guy, Jim Boyd, kept talking about was phantom clowns. Now, he was talking about phantom clowns long before the press was reporting phantom clowns.
Right.
They really went into a whole thing on people would show up as clowns. These clowns would show up out of nowhere, usually around kids.
Yeah.
There was never any reporting. There might have been more recently of any manipulation or pedophilia, but it hinted at it.
Right.
But it was like clown phenomena. And so anyway, I said, what's the point of this experience? And, I guess the psychiatrist could only figure out that they wanted him to see what they were operating with. In other words, they were the Rockefeller, cabal was being dictated and run on the Enochian language. That was interesting and not insignificant and not unplausible at all. Mm-hmm. And so this was I just wanted to share with Jameson when he mentioned psychiatry and Sleepy Hollow. That's up in that neck of the woods, not exactly, but just wanted to share that with Jameson. I don't know if you have anything to say about it. It's just it's a very weird story.
So Jameson, you can say something. Go ahead and respond to that.
Oh yeah. I was going to say the relevance is to it is one of the reasons why I don't use the Enochian tongue at all, because I suspect that I suspect that the Enochian system is a sort of computer in and of itself, and that whatever you're doing in the Enochian language is going to be seen by other people using the system.
Well, that's a very interesting perspective. And, Joe Matheny, who was, super expert with computers and super expert with Enochian, he fits right into that category of knowing both. And, he has incredible scholarship of that, also of Coptic. And he's very, very fascinating individual. And I think one of the great frustrations of his life was that people didn't understand him. And he's in his own world. And I wouldn't say, I can't judge him. I can was very, I guess what you'd say, impressed, with his knowledge of different things. I don't know how much it has helped him or what it's helped him, what he's gained from it. I can't evaluate that. Let me put it this way. I don't envy him. I admire his knowledge. I admire it greatly. It's amazing. But I have no envy for him. Or envy for that knowledge. If I was meant to acquire it, I would acquire it. I've learned a lot from him. It's like you have to know what your path is and what somebody else's path is.
Well, Peter, that also comes with the territory of people who are extremely knowledgeable. They tend to have lives that aren't fun or aren't what you would call enjoyable for some reason. I don't know if it comes with the territory or if that's just the balance of the universe or what it is, but it just seems to always be the case.
Well, he can enjoy himself in a very hedonistic way when he wants to, and he has. But I mean, that's praise for the enjoyment. Nothing wrong with that. But I don't know. It's just, it's, I just very much, enjoyed his presence in my life. But I saw people, they get scorched around him. Mm-hmm. They get scorched around him with due cause because they'd want to possess his meta machine that he created, or they get, I guess what you'd say, out of sorts. It's just like when, with David Anderson, people want to, I want that time machine. I want it. And they get crazy. They can't deal with it. They can't, they get frenetic. They get excited. It's not,
it feels like that's the human need for power. Someone else possesses power. That's the easiest and most human nature will always envy power. It's just for some reason how we are.
It's a neophyte type reaction. Is they start getting the shakes. It's kind of like, like Lucille Ball meeting a celebrity. And they just she loses it and starts acting completely silly. And there's so many instances of Lucille Ball and I Love Lucy, meeting a celebrity, and she just goes absolutely psychotic in front of the celebrity. That's seems like half of the shows were about that. And that's kind of what it is. It's like this, and so when we get back to the Enochian thread, and it was a great story that this guy relayed to me. I never forgot the essence of the story, but this is what you get with, and I just mentioned that because of the synchronicity of the psychiatrist in Sleepy Hollow, which is in the general area of upstate New York. But
the same place I went to rehab in and almost got killed in. Oh man. Well, what I do want to say about the Enochian language in and of itself is that the language itself is like the computing system behind this reality itself. Meaning, if you are able to input the proper commands using that language, you can make anything happen here. At least that's what I've seemed to have uncovered.
Well, that's sort of the paradigm. Unless somebody can come up with a better explanation, that will suffice. Yes, and it's something. Jonathan Gee has a website. He has a very unique understanding of that whole John Dee paradigm and that whole Enochian language. He's just, he's, I guess what you say, he has a disability, but he also has a savant understanding of it and into the different dimensions. He's done some really interesting work. And I was studying Jonathan Gee's website before GEE, when I was figuring out the David Anderson stuff. I was listening to John Dee in the morning, and he had this, this little stupid melody that went with his YouTubes, and I remember, humming it to Paula every morning. When she was first here, it was like it was silly, and of course I would study his work, and then I go in the dark room and study. It was like studying John Dee, go in the dark room, study David Anderson's work, boom, 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 and have Paula listen to me. Mm-hmm. And it was like, because David would often come into my dreams or into my world on the back of phenomena associated with magic, which isn't really so strange. And of course, I wouldn't have even got into time travel if it were not for my study of magic. With studying the Crowley stuff, created a energetic field that would attract me to Preston Nichols. And the first thing he talks to me about the Wilson brothers, who were friends of Aleister Crowley, his father. So I said, we got Aleister Crowley's father involved. I'd been studying Aleister Crowley for the last, couple of years. I'd read a lot of his books. Mm-hmm. And so it was kind of like that was the thread that was taking me to Preston Nichols, whose basic, I guess what you'd say highlight was time travel. Mm-hmm. That's what Preston brought to the table.
Can I ask you guys a question? Anyone familiar with J.J. Hertog's The Book of Knowledge, The Keys of Enoch?
Of course I am. I was even talking to him. Did you know he was there? You saw him that night.
Yeah, I met him, and I have this book is huge. I started to open it. I can't even understand it. Okay,
well, Hoagland criticized it for that voraciously, and that's okay. It is okay. That was the first time I ever met J.J. Hertog, that night when I met you.
I loved his talk, and I would love to absorb the information in the book.
I will share a story, JoJo, and I'll share it publicly, how I got involved with that. It was right at the same time I got involved with psychotronics. But J.J. Hertog had said, I got to meet him because he's good friends with my friend Alan, who I was with that night. And Alan, came over and introduced me. And he was talking about, J.J. Hertog had an experience when he was, I think the early 70s. And I think, he didn't say this, but Alan had said it. I think he'd heard it from somebody else that his family began to wonder about him because he was like getting information, like he had a download. And it basically was connections to Enoch. Enoch, I believe, was the seventh son of Adam. And he was learned from Adam. He was gifted by the angels. And now the Enochian keys of Crowley, of that Aleister Crowley talks about, are of course the Enochian keys of Jonathan Dee. J.J. Hertog's keys of Enoch are different. They might be complementary. We're not going to compare the two. We can compare the two, but first you'd have to understand both before you can start doing an analytical comparison. He's talking about other dimensional stuff. So it's very challenging to understand to a linear mind. And it has to be approached in a nonlinear fashion. Now, I
That's
wouldn't
an
really.
interesting point, because when I picked it up, it was shortly after that event in November. I wonder now, having done the dark room and kind of just been through my own initiation the past 6 months, if see, so now tomorrow I'll pick it up and see if it's a little bit more gentle and understandable to me.
Well, you have to read it, as they say, in a nonlinear fashion. There is definitely wisdom encoded in that book, but it's like, it's, as they say, it's much of it's nonlinear, and good luck. However, I will tell you how I came upon the Keys of Enoch. So my first night at Psychotronics, I meet Ken. I call him Ken Arthur. I'll stick with that name. Ken Arthur in my books, not his real name. And I meet him. Now, I don't consider myself Mr. Psychic or Mr. Clairvoyant. I don't, like some people will just boom, pick up on stuff. But that night, I do pick up on stuff. I'm not minimizing myself, but I'm not like, some of my friends they can just pick up stuff immediately. That's who they are. I'm much more, I guess, what you call Earth-like. But when I met Preston that night, I said, this guy's out of his body, clear and simple, no doubt about it. Then, and when I saw Duncan, I said, this guy's got 3 time tracks. Like, whoa, Duncan, 3 time tracks. Wow. When I meet Ken, I think he gave me his business card. I just met him, and I said, you were in the Navy, weren't you? I could just tell he was in the Navy. And he says, yeah, I was. Yeah, it was. So, it turned out Ken, it took probably a year to get this out of him. He worked in the Navy for some admiral who was buying equipment from Camp Hero for this Navy vessel, or acquiring it. And it was like, he was so cat and mouse about Montauk. And he was very derisive of Preston. But that night that was his last night at Psychotronics when I met him. He was still there. And then the people who had told me to go there in the first place, my proofreader Margot and her friend Jeff, it said, I must go to the Keys of Enoch group, because Ken was leading the Keys of Enoch group at his home in East Meadow. And I said, which wasn't far from me at all. And I said, so I called up Ken, I had his business card, and I said, you're having a Keys of Enoch group. I was told, I should go to this. And he goes, well, it's full. It's full. And I said, well, I call her in my book, Jewel. I'll stick to that name. Jewel, who was the secretary of Psychotronics, said, she's not coming tonight. He says, oh, you know Jewel? I said, yeah. He said, oh, you can come. You can come. And it was, on his part, it was sort of a wink, wink, nudge, nudge, as if I'd had sex with her. Oh, you had sex with... No, I didn't have sex with Jewel. I didn't say I had sex with Jewel, and I never did have sex with Jewel. So, it was kind of, oh, you know Jewel? Oh, yeah, you can come. So she's not going to... I said, she's not going to be there. Well, I must know her pretty well if I know. I just called her, and I'd been talking to her anyway about going down to Space-Time Labs. That's why I called her. So, okay, you can go. You can come. And so I go. That's how I get in. It's like I had to pass the gatekeeper.
Right.
Somehow she was the gatekeeper for Psychotronics and Space-Time Labs. She turned out to be the gatekeeper for me to the Keys of Enoch. So then the next thing that happened with Jewel is I called, and she says, look, I'm having nothing to do with this anymore. Nothing to do with Psychotronics. Call him yourself. And maybe she gave me his phone number, maybe I had it. I called Preston, and then I had to hear all the drama about her, because she had a relationship with Duncan. She also had a relationship with Ken. She's getting around. So I guess Ken just assumed I must be having a relationship with her too, which, I was not. So anyway, her and Duncan had really weird energy going on together. Like they were kind of, she thought he was her and he thought she was him. It was a lot of strange things going on. It got too much for her. And she just had to shut it all down and scram, get out of this. So Preston, he kind of was looking to me as, somebody to talk to about this. Oh, she doesn't want to be with us anymore. And he went all the way down to her house. What's wrong? Blah, 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 blah. She gave him all the information. Nothing. He didn't want to have nothing to do with it anymore. And then she didn't even want to talk about it anymore. So she kind of ran dry. And then I went to the Keys of Enoch group, and it was a very interesting group of people. I think it was not exclusively, but majority women. And there was a group of them that were charismatic Catholics. They're charismatic Catholic. And what's a charismatic Catholic? They see stuff. They're psychically active, and they believe in Catholicism, kind of, sort of. They honor Catholicism, but they are the juice. They have juice. And I remember one of them was completely befuddled by how I could know certain things. How did you know that? How did you learn that? Because I had a knowledge base that had nothing to do with Catholicism, And, of course, there were different people. One of them was a Freemason who had an eloquent voice. I mean, oh, God, he had a beautiful voice. Stephen Santamarimita, I don't know whatever the hell happened to him. But he was into Freemason. He said, this is a time when the Freemasons are saying you can petition the universe to what you want to do. You can petition the universe and do it. And I'm sitting there. I said, I want to do this Montauk book. Now, I wouldn't sign a contract for three or 4 months from that time. I said, okay, I'm thinking, I want to do this. I want to do this book. I like your idea of the petition. I'm petitioning the universe. He says, you put out the petition to the universe, you'll get what you want. And he would do these chants. He would lead these chants with the group. And he would say, and it's right out of the Keys of Enoch, Yod He Vo He Adonai Sebayot. And so the men would do Yod He Vo He, the women would do Adonai Sebayot, and it would get louder and louder. And it was a chant out of the ether. It was very powerful. And only years later would Ken tell me that the whole neighborhood could hear it. The house was vibrating. And it was so loud. I had no idea we were creating an event in the whole neighborhood. I mean, it's a suburban house. And you said, whoa, God, it was powerful. It was driving the whole neighborhood. I don't know what was there. Nobody ever complained, apparently. And, Ken's wife and his kids would be upstairs. They had to put up with this. It didn't seem to bother them. But it was quite a group. And Ken would read from the keys, and he viscerally understood them. And I would see like etheric wisps coming out of him. He was on fire. He was just a very charismatic guy. But I'm not as interested in what he's saying, but is watch what's coming out of his mouth and his understanding of things. He was just a phenomenal. He could absorb things psychically and then reiterate them. And I just got a big kick out of him. I didn't necessarily, because I learned with Scientology, I could laser see through so much of different things that I didn't necessarily buy into. I could short circuit things and see, really have a lot of insight into these. But I said, Ken is far more interesting than these keys. And I'm not putting down the keys here, but he was far more interesting. Far more interesting.
Yeah.
And then,
yeah, go on. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, please continue.
Oh, yeah. So this was the, and so now what I liked about the keys was that they integrated Judaism and Christianity. I'd never heard of anybody doing that or trying to do it. So I could see a synthesis between the two religions. It was in integrating them on an esoteric level, and that was value. His view on Islam, I wasn't quite in concert with, because that was more of a, kind of based upon all the negative things you could interpret with Islam. I think there's also a very positive side to it. I didn't like how it approached that. But in any case, it was an interesting experience. Now, that group was peaking. I even had dreams of angels coming and realigning my DNA. I mentioned that, I think, in the book Encountering the Pleiades, in my section. It was like I felt like I had angelic hosts moving my DNA around. And what was it? One lady there said, "You've been not activated," but it was like, wow. And it was a neat feeling. It was an experience that I'm really glad I had. And it sort of peaked as we came into Christmas, with the solstice, and then it moved along. It wasn't as dynamic as the new year came along, but the group climaxed when Ken went to Arizona, to Sedona, where Hertak was, and he was going to meet Hertak. This was his big thing when he met Hertak. And we were getting instructions from, I think, Hertak or his wife, saying, "This is how you need to do it. This is," and I kind of knew that whatever Ken was doing with this group was his own thing, and it was great. I loved it, and because it was just neat to watch him. So my whole relationship with Ken is very, very interesting and very odd, and I really enjoyed it. I learned a lot from him, but he went and met Hertak on Easter, and I think Hertak told him some stuff. Tesla told me Hertak talked about Tesla to him. I don't know why. I don't remember. And I think when he met Hertak, it kind of took all the juice out of him. It reduces it to a human level, and I don't know why it would. It's kind of like you go and you meet L. Ron Hubbard and you see he's just a human being, and okay, he's this, he's that. Some people looked at Hubbard that way, and they go, he eats roast beef. He couldn't know anything. So, but rather than see what does the person have to offer, so whatever. When he met Hertak, it kind of took all the juice out of him, and he quit doing it. He just quit. He reached the peak, whatever he wanted. Took all the esprit de corps out of it for him. So the group continued to meet. It didn't meet for very long, because Joe Bonvilio was kind of the one making it meet, and Joe had a machine. It's like he could tell how long a group would last. He could put numbers into it, and it was a computer system, and he could tell things with it. But then Joe, from Psychotronics, was like, he'd start doing the group with the keys, and he'd start reducing it to materiality and saying, well, it was almost as if he was trying to create a counter argument to the keys. And he started talking about the 100th monkey effect, and he says, it turns out that monkeys can swim, meaning that, the 100th monkey effect is when 100 monkeys learn something, monkeys on different islands will know it, who have no possible connection. So he's trying to tell us that monkeys can swim, so the monkeys transfer the knowledge by swimming, 100 miles, from Okinawa to some other island.
Well, Peter, this actually works with human beings too. This is what Rupert Sheldrake was researching when he was...
genetic field.
Yeah.
So, I know, but my point is that this guy was trying to tell us it was from monkeys swimming. It was no morphogenetic field. In other words, he was denigrating the nonlinear side, because this is what he was doing. So at that point, I said, this group is screwed. I can't do this. It's like he's trying to do is denigrate the nonlinear side. And of course, I really wasn't that into the keys myself. I had the book. I tried to read it just like JoJo's trying to read, and it had my friend Chelsea. She met her talk. He liked her very much. She had a certain appreciation of the keys, but it wasn't her thing either. And of course, when I met her talk, I told him that Ken had passed away. He remembered Ken very clearly. It was like 30 years ago, practically. He remembered, I'm sorry to hear that. But he remembered him. And he invited me. He's going to go do something in Romania. He says, took my number. He says, I'll call you if I'm there. He might be at the same time. Who knows? But the keys are his experience. He had metaphysical experience. Now, he said that the astronauts, the American astronauts used to come and talk to him, find him. He said it was very strange. They came out of nowhere. At which point I told him, I think that's the first thing I said to him. I said, I don't know any astronauts. I only know a cosmonaut. I only know a cosmonaut. Romania's only cosmonaut who went into space.
Right.
So he's a friend of mine. And so we talked a little bit about Romania, because Hertog went to Romania after he read the Transylvania Sunrise book, and he went doing his own investigations and whatnot. And I think his investigations might have been a little too linear, looking into underground stuff. And I want to address that. It's very important that I address this. I've been getting some messages from somebody in Algeria who's questioning the veracity of Radu's work and saying, is there physical evidence? Is there physical evidence? Is there physical evidence? If you need physical evidence, this is not what it's about. You need physical evidence. And I said this in a previous transmission about Christianity. If you need physical evidence to prove that Jesus was this or Jesus was that, you struck out. You struck out with Christianity. You may have not struck out with atheism. You may have not struck out with some other religion or even general academia, but you've struck out with the Christian religion, because you don't need proof. You don't need proof because it's not physicality. You're transcending physicality. So this is the stuff with Radu's work, and what he represents is vibrational frequency. If you're looking for evidence in the physical plane that the non-physical plane exists, it's it's kind of like, if you want evidence that this baby has a father and a mother, and the father and the mother aren't around, but you want to, and there's no pictures or anything, how do you know he's had a father or mother? Well, it's right there in the baby. How can the baby be there? It's almost, I don't know if that's the best metaphor, but is there physical evidence? Is there physical evidence? You're so much into your linear brain that you can't see the nonlinear and how the two interact with each other. We all want to see evidence, and I'm trying to tell them the evidence is experiential. The evidence is experiential. And one of the things Crowley stresses in magic is phenomena is associated with magic. What is phenomena? And he explains some synchronicity of numbers or whatever it is in one of his books. And while it's certainly, he calls it amazing, to me it's a pretty low-grade synchronicity that he describes. It's not insignificant by any means, but it's low-grade compared to what I've experienced personally with synchronicity. And it's like, wow, this is the phenomena. This is what you're trying to create. So when somebody downgrades it in magic, and actually a lot of magicians have respected my synchronicity. Some of them have sought to downgrade it, not very successfully, but if this is what it's about. This is what it's about. So even when somebody offers me a rather mundane synchronicity, it's okay. You acknowledge it. It's tiny, but it's part of the pattern. It's okay. You don't have to get too excited about it, but you should note it. And so, anyway, linear proof is I'm actually pretty strong towards looking for proofs and stuff. I tend more towards that way, but at the same time, this inquiring mind that wants to see proof of the stuff of the underground with the Sphinx, and even one of my friends wanted to drive around and see if he could find the base. Well, it's from the first place, it's going to be restricted. In the second place, in the books they've said they've created such a smokescreen that you could never find it if you wanted to, unless you are vibrationally aligned, at which point you're allowed to come in. Just like I was allowed to go into the Enochian group by the gatekeeper. There's always a gatekeeper. So, to answer, I don't know if this guy listens to the broadcast, but to answer that question, in the town of Busteni, which is where you can take a cable car to the Sphinx, that town was, and I've heard this from multiple sources, was besieged by Americans around the time of the discovery of the Sphinx. And the people were told not to talk about it. What are all these Americans doing in this little mountain village of Busteni, where there are hotels where they could stay? The hotel was filled with Americans. No explanation. Were they building a fortress in the mountain? Who the hell? No. Well, they were trying to excavate in the mountain. So this is and of course, if this thing is what it's purported to be, this chamber, it's in an area where they can just keep everybody out of the way. And I saw on my first trip to Romania, I'm at this Palace Castle, standing outside of it, where I encountered the first beggar, and I just happened to be sitting there, and I see on the road this limousine driving like hell, like fast, and it's a limo. It's obviously a government limo of some sort, but it's not a limo like it was. So I guess what you'd say rinky-dink compared to a American limo. It was like a grade C limo. It was not impressive, let me put it this way, but it was nevertheless a limo going fast, and it had some like government flag on it or something. And only years later did I realize that was probably Radu or his ilk, because I didn't know where that road led. It leads right to the Sphinx about 45 minutes later. And there's no reason on earth a government limo would be going to that area at that fast. No, it wasn't necessarily Radu or Caesar, but it was somebody. It was either them or somebody connected to Department Zero. It had to be. But as I say, it took me years and years to put two and two together with that, because I didn't know where that road was, and it was directly where, because I later would drive up myself, and it goes to the Sphinx, and there's nobody on that road. And why in the hell would a government? The only reason a government car would want to go up there is they have an Olympic training center on there, but government is not Olympics, and they're not going to be going that fast. And the Olympic training center is not even used, I don't think, too much. So anyway, that's the way synchronicity works. I came, and Radu even wrote to me once and says, I came very close to your house once, but I didn't come because I didn't want to cause you any disturbance. There's things that follow me. In other words, like the darkies might be, the black helicopters, or the men in black, so to speak. I'm only using a metaphor there.
Yes.
To come too close. So Jojo, I hope I've given you a little bit of background with the
that's great. That's a foundation for sure. Thank you.
May I ask?
Maybe we can go over it together sometime too, Jojo. We can look at it together, and Alan is very friendly with her talk. He goes around place to place.
For sure. Yeah, for sure. I wisely use my time with Alan because he is so busy.
Right.
Yes.
I can imagine that.
And
That's
by the way, I did give J.J. Hertog the book. I gave him Douglas's book.
great.
And I think because he was talking about all these different places, and he mentioned, I think he mentioned, I don't know if he mentioned Fujiyama, Mount Fujiyama, but I think I wrote on the book, I said to him and his wife, to him and Desiree, I said, from the spirits over Mount Fuji or something, and signed the book. I put the Japanese, sacred mountain there because he had mentioned it. And of course, yeah, I'm sure he read the book, or I'm sure he did.
And
Right.
that's actually Mount Fuji is where my dad went when I was telling you yesterday that he spent a month in Japan.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
And of course, that's beautiful. Really, so touched that your father went to Japan. And was this the first time in his life going there?
It was when I was 3, and he brought back a beautiful samurai sword, kimonos from my mom, and the tradition of sushi, which took over our lives for a long time. Like holidays, birthdays, it was always this big sushi boat and feast, and very part. That's probably why. Now I think of it, Alana could have picked up a lot of the Japanese influence from his home, and I guess when you're a kid, it translates over to anime.
Absolutely. Yes, that must be where it came from. We'll talk a little bit more about that cartoon character that you've been forced to grow familiar with thanks to her. And that, of course,
we're going to go to MegaCon.
Okay.
I don't know if you're familiar with those, but it's like this big convention where everyone dresses up as like their fandom, and like a Comic-Con, and there's a whole anime wing. So I'll let you know who she assigns me as. Alana's going to go as Nizoko there.
Wonderful. And it will be wonderful to see what you're dressed up as.
Right.
So I was going to say, what is it that, if I might ask, why are you compelled to learn about the Keys of Enoch? Obviously, someone like Jameson would be trying to pursue something like that to better practice magic. Is that your intent, or is there something different?
No, I like to be knowledgeable in things that people are using as a baseline or a foundation, or how it implements into the psyche of people and the influence it has. And if there's anything beneficial for me to get out of it, I'll pull it out and apply it.
Douglas, let me clarify. The Keys of Enoch is really not about magic per se. No, the keys that Hertog writes, it's more of like his enlightenment that he shares. It's not in the context of John Dee at all. It's a different interpretation. Okay. And it's very laden with Christianity and Judaism. It's a different context. Okay. And there was this character, I think his name was Richard Bear, who got involved with Hertog, and he wrote a book called The Crystal Connection, which there's a lot of crystal allusions to crystals in the Keys of Enoch. But yeah, this guy, the crystallography book, or whatever, the Crystal Connection book, it's very hard to read. He's a very knowledgeable guy about crystals, but it messes with your head. It's hard to read. This guy was just enamored of the Keys of Enoch and Hertog, and then he completely polarized, and he totally went to the dark side, and then he had to become a Christian in the most worst sense of the word.
Yes.
I think he killed himself.
Oh, wow.
In other words, and then he started, decrying Hertog, I think. And it was just, it was irresponsible. The guy couldn't handle it. It reminds me of that Schnebling character. It's like, you get exposed to so much esoterica, and you become very crazy, for lack of a better word.
Yes. Yes.
And this is unfortunate. And people like that, I don't know, they shouldn't be studying that stuff. There are some people this stuff is not cut out for.
Right, right. And so one thing I want to bring to your attention, because I hear you yawning already, is that, yeah, I want you to understand that it's quite obvious that Donald John Trump was certainly listening to you and I, and has probably read our book. Certainly the book was probably given to him by his son. This is made evident, or rendered evident, by the fact that he stirred an enormous controversy by saying that America should bomb the shit out of Russia using planes that are bearing Chinese markings. So you can look that up. And
wait. He just said this? He just said this recently?
yes, he said that within the last 48 hours, 72 hours at the most at this point. So Donald John Trump, our former president, he started an enormous controversy with that.
That is the most intelligent thing I've heard anybody say as far as how to take Russia's nuts off.
Well, there you go. I mean,
but I'm saying it's like, this is, the stupidity of, it's like, see, what happens is we have the press handling the war. Yeah. Now, of course, the press is doing what the military wants it to do, but it seems like the press is controlling the narrative of this issue with Putin. It's like, okay, and the press is going to make a decision. You have all these like administrators and press people saying, well, what are we going to do about this? What are we going to do about it? What are we going to do? If you're conducting a war, you don't conduct it in a forum. You come out and you do what Hassan Saba did. You take them out, or like Trump did, he'd go in and surgically strike some area, and there wouldn't be a whole war. You don't create this big chaos in this big public forum of, should we have planes? Should we take planes to Poland? No, we can't give planes to Poland. It's not diplomatically right to do, and they're not going to get in there anyway. And meanwhile, we're giving them all these Stinger missiles.
Yeah, everything else. Like, yes.
And then you have the people and the newscaster saying, are we going to do this? Are we getting the Stinger missiles there? Are we doing it fast enough? And they talk to people about it and talk to generals. It's like you feel like they're in on the decision process, and that the administrators are listening to them and saying, oh, NBC's saying this and CNN saying we better do this. And
that's incredibly dangerous, by the way, but go on. Yes.
Well, it's just this, it's the epitome of stupidity. It's like you see it all being this, and then you see the White House sort of like being just very stupid. And for Trump to say that, it's like, well, why does Trump have to think of it? I mean, it seems like an idiot could have thought of it. I think there's a lot of things they could have done without resorting to that. If they even have Chinese planes, because you'd have to, you couldn't get away with just putting Chinese markings on them. You'd have to have actual Chinese planes. Right. Or maybe you could fake it, but and you're saying that you think he read the book because it's talking about because Americans dressing up as Chinese schoolies.
And there's almost, our book speaks of that in depth, and there's almost no other source for that. Honestly, it's one of those things that when people try to look up FDR's conspiracy to bomb Japan, resulting in, of course, Japan's preemptive strike. This is something that is, for all intents and purposes, completely unknown to the world. And whenever people try to look that up, it's so distorted and out of context, they can't make heads or tails of it. But what Trump said was basically exactly what Roosevelt had intended to do, which was to bomb Japan using planes that would be American planes, but simply have Chinese markings. So that's why Trump said what he did. He didn't even insinuate, and you can look it up. Trump says we should bomb the shit out of Russia using planes with Chinese markings. That's pretty much what he's saying, is that we just take our planes and put Chinese markings on them.
Yeah, I think he's really trolling the Biden administration more than anything, just to show how stupid they are.
There's that, but the nature of what he said is so identical to the history we expose. It seems.
Yeah. Oh, no. I'm sure I'd be very surprised if he didn't read the book, because it didn't. The book I sent to Tucker Carlson's home was returned. Yeah. The two books I sent to Tucker Carlson's home was returned. The book I sent to Donald J. Trump Jr. was not returned.
There. there we have it.
I said 2 books. I said I put 2 books in there. One was for him, and one was for whoever he wanted to give it to. And I was imagining it would be his father. And I think that
that seems to have turned out to be the case with what Trump has said. Either that, or he discussed it with his son.
I honestly don't think Don Jr. can read. So yeah, it had to
Yeah, he would have given it to his dad instead. Yeah, Don probably has people read for him. But in terms of Don Sr., yes, he certainly stated something that that doesn't just come out of the blue like that. So, that needs to be emphasized. The other thing that needs to be emphasized is, of course, just so people understand the special nature of today. Today is, of course, the 77th memorial of the American firebombing of Tōkyō. And that's something that bears some explanation. And I don't think that there's any better way to express it than actually kind of read from a horrible Christian blog spot from this idiot who was writing, as an American would write, about what he thought of the Tōkyō firebombing, and it's based on his ignorance and his prejudice. But I do want to read that while Peter Moon is here. It's fairly brief. And this way, with Jojo present as well, and Jojo has also read the book, then all of us who are present can kind of respond to this in a way that puts this into perspective. And this is what's so repellent, is you have a true inversion of history and reality here that is so insane that you don't understand how anyone can believe it. But this is what we're up against, and why the book is not selling. This would be an American perspective. So, and this has nothing to do with World War II veterans who, if they looked at this, would probably find it just as repellent and find it just as offensive. And I'm talking about American World War II veterans, because the people who received what I had to say with Roswell and the Rising Sun so positively, the DVD that I made, all the people who showed up at Denny's, the majority of them were Korean War era veterans, which was simply an extension of World War II. And they were as old as you could get without being a World War II veteran, which they would have been too old to drive there. The majority of World War II veterans were at that point in palliative care. But in terms of what he called this column the Eternal Night of the Black Snow, which is, by the way, the Night of Black Snow is what the Japanese named the Tōkyō firebombing, because of all the human ashes that were cremated, fell to the ground as black snow. And so basically he starts with, there's often debate over whether the U.S. should have nuked Hiroshima and Nagasaki in order to end the war with Imperial Japan. Again, there goes that axiom that the Americans operate by, that somehow ended the war. And then goes on to say, perhaps the most commonly voiced alternative is that the U.S. should have invaded Japan instead. Of course, it's fairly easy for subsequent generations who enjoy relative peace and prosperity like us to armchair quarterback what we would have done in the same circumstances as the World War II generation. However, what would most in the World War II generation have thought? Well, the vast majority believed an invasion of Japan would have been far worse than what they've already experienced in the war thus far. Take the horrific Battle of Okinawa, the greatest generation. Okay, he throws that out there, that hideous term. That I've so yes, believed an invasion of Japan would have been an Okinawa 1,000 times over. Obviously correct. Okinawa, where the U.S. suffered over 55,000 casualties, and then here's where he starts getting very offensive. This is like whatever warped, distorted fantasy world he's living in then becomes immediately apparent. He says, well, it's estimated that the Japanese suffered well over 100,000 casualties. That's not the offensive part. That's actually true. Where an estimated 150,000 Okinawans died or went missing in an approximate pre-battle population of 300,000. 1,000 Okinawans. In other words, half the population died. The population was literally cut in half by that invasion. None of that is offensive thus far, but it starts getting offensive now. Just to put this into perspective for people, far more Okinawans, and this is something we emphasized in the book, but if you haven't read the book, and of course you should, and that of course is available at skybooksusa.com, understand that far more Okinawans died killing themselves. Far more Okinawans died by suicide to avoid capture or rape or cannibalism by the Americans than Japanese died at Hiroshima and Nagasaki put together. That's an actual fact. You can verify that yourselves. And of course, this guy has the reason why in his own warped head. And of course, he's expressing what most Americans, if they ever thought about it this far, would actually believe because they're that stupid. He would say, that's all these Okinawans died because the Japanese used native Okinawans as human shields, forced Okinawans to fight for them, murdered Okinawans, confiscated Okinawan food supplies, thereby starving the local populace, raped local women to put fear into Okinawan hearts, employed child soldiers, persuaded groups of people to commit mass suicide, among many other nightmarish atrocities. Over 90% of all the buildings and properties on Okinawa were destroyed after the battle, and all this despite the Japanese being surrounded by American forces and cut off from any help. The Imperial Japanese were ruthless, to say the least, and fought to the last man. So he has the last man part right, but as for the 90% of all the buildings and properties on Okinawa destroyed happening after the battle, of course the Americans did that. What's he saying? That the Japanese lost? And somehow the buildings self-destructed? This is beyond that, of course. Why would the Japanese, who were dependent on the Okinawans as allies, do all this evil shit to alienate them when, of course, they need them as backup? That's like the craziest thing you've ever heard. It's kind of like, anyhow, the insanity speaks for itself. In other words, he's claiming everything the Americans did was done by the Japanese. This is the kind of shit that you hear on the History Channel. It's the kind of crap that is just, it's intolerable. But this is the kind of shit Americans would believe. By the way, I don't know if you knew this, Jojo. You probably didn't hear it, but there was this one time, this individual who was very suspect and supposedly trying to help me with production, named Derek Talley, was on this program. And he had told me he was going to do a book report on the cult of the Constitution, which was about basically militant gun cults, and they're taking advantage of the First Amendment, and how they're also taking advantage of the Second Amendment for hate speech, etc. And instead, when he got on here, he performed an ambush and did this entire book report on the massacre at Nanjing. And of course, I deconstructed everything he had to say. It was just preposterous bullshit. But it's along these lines that the Americans are constantly fed propaganda. And so this is why the book's not selling. It's simply Americans are so inundated with this that it becomes anathema to them to be confronted with something that is reality. But then he goes on to say, if Okinawa was a reliable indicator of the World War II generation, certainly believed it was, a direct invasion of Japan would have been nothing less than a bloodbath. Of course, that's common sense. But then, again, he starts on this tangent, which of course becomes even more offensive and very bizarre. But this is how Americans probably think. He goes on to say, and by the way, all of this is relevant. I just want our listeners to hear this because this is the anniversary, the 77th anniversary of the American firebombing of Tokyo, which was, as you can see in the summary for tonight's program, which is accessible right there on the screen. All you need to do is open the text and you'll see the summary of the reality of what happened on the firebombing of Tokyo. This was the largest massacre of civilians in human history, where 1 million people were rendered homeless overnight and 100,000 were murdered, incinerated alive by the American firebombing. But of course, the primary target of the American bombing campaign was left effectively unharmed. And it wasn't because the Americans had intended that at all, though they'll tell you something stupid like that. They'll say, oh, we had to leave the emperor alive and untouched because we needed someone to surrender. Well, of course, they weren't accepting. Yeah, they weren't accepting any communications from Japan. The Japanese were, of course, using every diplomatic method to try and end the war, to basically say we can end the war now. And of course, all of their advances were rejected. And of course, you have presidential records that confirm all that. So that's none of that is a secret. None of that is dark conspiracy. But the fact that the Americans were bombing Tokyo and the Imperial Palace was left untouched was something I've gone into detail with Peter Moon before. We don't need to go into that right now. If people ask questions about it, I'll go further into it later. But the fact remains the Americans completely failed in their bombing mission. The Imperial Palace was left effectively untouched, and they managed to destroy everything around it. By the way, imagine the insanity of that proposition, saying that you're going to launch a mass incendiary firebombing, you're annihilating a city, and you have the intent of leaving some sector of it untouched. Nature doesn't work like that. When it comes to wind and the firestorm that was generated, it generates its own weather system. So the firestorm feeds upon itself, and its destruction was far worse than that of an atomic bomb. The firestorm essentially does something an atomic bomb will not do. It continues. In other words, it's a self-generating explosion that just keeps exploding. So unlike an atomic bomb, which has a limited duration, a firestorm is in effect eternal until it's put out, which it takes enormous effort to put out, which of course the Japanese did ultimately put it out. But as for something like that being incepted, generated, with the thought that somehow you could spare a specific segment of a population base or a city within that devastation is obviously preposterous. It's not something that anyone would even conceive of, because it would be impractical. It would be like saying, let's launch an atomic bomb and hope that we can prevent one segment of the city that the atomic bomb has landed on from being destroyed intentionally. Saying something like that we can do this. You could actually better calculate that than you could with a firestorm, because an atomic bomb, you can actually calculate where blows will be deflected, where the energy will be channeled. That's what happened at Nagasaki, and why they didn't want that as a target. It was a target that was, of course, as explained in the book, The Roswell Deception, was an accidental target because it was dropped in a moment of panic because they thought it was going to blow up while it was in the plane that was named Boxcar, which was captained by Sweeney. And Captain Sweeney knew that the bomb was now flooded with high aviation octane fuel in the bomb bay, and because the Japanese interceptors had prevented him from dropping it over Kokura, the primary target, the major arsenal of Japan, so then he flew over Nagasaki and dropped it in a panic, and that deflected all of the energy of the bomb because that was a valley surrounded by high canyons, and the high canyon walls deflected all the energy, so it did less damage to Nagasaki than the much smaller uranium bomb had done to Hiroshima. And it's one of the reasons why it's like a mark of shame to the Americans that they never really mention Nagasaki. They talk about Hiroshima, and they'll usually mention that as if it happened alone without ever really bringing up Nagasaki. That's the way it went for generations. For anyone who grew up in school, they would remember that. They would hear about Hiroshima a lot, but not so much about Nagasaki. It would be always secondary, even though that was the American-made bomb and the much more powerful bomb. Yet people wouldn't hear much about it for all the reasons I've just articulated, among many others. But so then this gruesome idiot goes on to say, oh, to be fair, I suppose there may have been some merit to a direct invasion of Japan. It would have been real and in your face to Imperial Japanese civilians in a way Imperial Japanese civilians never really experienced throughout World War II. It would have brought war in all its gory, grisly, gruesome evil into their cities, streets, and homes, as if firebombing hadn't done that. Then he says, Nazi German civilians saw several months of ghastly battle on their home turf before the war's end, while fascist Italian civilians saw years of such fighting before Italians themselves deposed Mussolini. This arguably contributed to how cowed Nazi German civilians and fascist Italian civilians were in the aftermath of World War II. And of course, this completely discounts or doesn't take into account at all the werewolf resistance movement or any of the guerrilla insurgency that covered the escape of the Nazi high command and a good deal of the population, which left for Argentina and other points, and ultimately to Antarctica, penultimately to Antarctica, and ultimately to Unterland. Then he goes on to say, they experienced total defeat and subjugation firsthand. This in turn has become central to their national consciousness for subsequent generations. However, Imperial Japanese civilians on the main islands of Japan never quite understood this. They never knew what it was like to be invaded. Well, he's admitting, of course, Japan was never invaded. Of course, everyone has to admit that. They saw war from the air, no doubt, with firebombings and the like, all horrible in their own right, but the general Japanese populace wasn't subjected to the kind of prolonged and visceral door-to-door and hand-to-hand fighting, along with many other pains and deprivations that Europeans had to experience. So arguably, the Japanese knew defeat and submission, but not in as intimate a matter as Europeans understood it to be, in their very bones. So there's an obsession here, of course, that Americans have with total domination and total submission. It's grotesque in its expression, but this is what Americans thrive on and what they feel the Russians provided to Europe and Manchuria. This is what they believe the Russians did, and why they held the Russians as this unbeatable, invincible war machine, which is all being exposed now for the myth that it always was. Then he goes on to say, what's perhaps in the Japanese national consciousness, though, is nuclear weapons and nuclear fallout. Take, for example, popular cultural references in Japan like tokusatsu films, ergo Godzilla, who was born of nuclear use. That's a very strange way to phrase it. And by the way, just so people understand it, the term that he's using is probably referring to Japanese hentai porn, and he's getting that confused with kaiju films. That's like this is like somebody who doesn't understand greater cryptid films. And again, it's all completely asinine because, as can be attested to by anyone who seriously studies Japan, Japan is the most nuclear nation on earth. They have more nuclear power plants per square mile than oh, by the way, Jameson Reese says, who wrote that shit? Richard K. Cole? Yeah, by the way, I didn't want to give him credit, but yes, this is, yes. By the way, he recently took a bunch of words that John Warrington had wrote and claimed that John Warrington had contacted him and put them up on his. I didn't know about this until John Warrington told me about it. But at any rate, I'll talk to John Warrington about that later. He was basically saying it turned up on a search when people were searching about his parents being murdered. And instead they got Richard K. Cole saying that John Warrington had contacted him. That's what's coming up in computer searches when people are looking up the murder of John Warrington's parents. So this is the extent to which the intelligence agencies behind Richard K. Cole Jr. make certain he gets exposed in a way they think is beneficial to them. But of course, that brought it to the attention of John Warrington, who approached me about it. And, I'll just tell him that what I think should be done, of course. But I'll discuss that with him later. So anyhow, he goes on to say, by the way, I sometimes wonder if this isn't partly related to why it seems the modern Japanese sometimes don't admit, let alone apologize for the atrocities they've committed against others in World War II. Obviously, he doesn't understand anything of the diplomacy of Japan. It doesn't matter how much that they've apologized. Communist China and South Korea and all these other nations that are demanding money from them refuse to accept it because they want money and remuneration instead, is what they're asking for. In terms of all of this, yes, like Jameson says, God, his writing style is retarded. Who else could it be? But it actually, unfortunately, expresses much of the American mentality. For some reason, Americans forget Japan runs on nuclear power, that it's got nuclear plants all over the place, which is why it's so offended by what the Russians are doing in Ukraine, pointing their missiles at nuclear facilities constantly. So then he goes on to say something that does bear being said. If not a direct invasion nor nuclear bombs, then what? The next most plausible option would have been for the U.S. to have allowed Curtis LeMay to have his way. LeMay, along with Chester Nimitz, were the primary architects of the war in the Pacific Theater. LeMay wanted to have built enough airstrips on islands around mainland Japan in order to send up his B-29 bombers to firebomb the entire Japanese mainland. He wanted so many B-29 bombers and other planes up in the air that there would be B-29 bombers firebombing Japan on every hour of every day for as long as it took for Japan to surrender. By the way, as I said, all communications were being made to America and they would accept none of them. There was no surrender being taken. Any negotiations were rejected. So then he says, blanketing Japan with firebombs, leaving graves of the fireflies. Take the bombing of Tokyo in 1945. That is, in just one single night, over 16 square miles of Tokyo were obliterated, over 1 million Japanese displaced, and over 100,000 civilians annihilated in flames. The bombing of Tokyo was the single most destructive bombing campaign in world history. The Japanese later called it the Night of the Black Snow. Now, given how destructive the bombing of Tokyo was, LeMay's plan to firebomb the whole of Japan would have absolutely incinerated Japan as a nation and absolutely led to casualties, not only for the Japanese military personnel, but also for Japanese civilians on a scale human history has never seen. Obviously, firebombing the whole of Japan would have been exceedingly worse than the bombing of Tokyo. So, the important thing to take from this is all of this is true. That was exactly what was planned, along with, ultimately, the mass production of plutonium bombs once that was possible, which would have taken well into 1945, very late in 1945, more like early 1946, at which point Harry Truman said he wanted a bomb dropped on Japan ceaselessly every day. On every city. So the Americans fully planned a campaign of genocide. They had every intention of carrying out. The Americans, of course, present this as if the Japanese were hopeless and were simply going to let this happen. This is the insane lunatic part, is that the Americans think the Japanese were completely unable to strike back when the Japanese controlled mainland China and were easily able to strike out from mainland China. So the whole point of this, which the Japanese, by the way, occupied mainland China until 1949, and of course it took years to basically cycle the troops back to Japan only through the help of the nationalist Chinese, who helped that entire process take place over that half decade, while the Japanese helped them relocate to Taiwan. So you have this entire reality here, and the Americans think that somehow it all just stopped because the magic bombs, and then the magic bombs made the world a better place, which is, of course, this is why Putin is conducting his blackmail, is based on this nuclear fantasy, when, of course, bombs were deployed as well by the Axis, and bombs were also deployed in the atomic sense by Putin himself when he first invaded Ukraine. So, as Jameson Rees says, America's magic mushrooms, but the former Soviet Unions as well. They're why Putin is threatening with them now, and that's causing a kind of a limit of response to him. But to tell you the truth, people aren't really taking it seriously because they're hitting him with higher and higher levels of sanctions, and it's killing him. And he says that these sanctions are a declaration of war. But he's not responding yet with the nukes because he's probably already pressed the button and nothing worked. But just to put this into perspective for everyone, this is why today is important. So we had the Tokyo firebombing happen 77 years ago. The devastation was enormous, but obviously the target, Emperor Hirohito and his entire palace, was left completely unmarked. And that would be physically impossible without all of the factors that I brought up with Peter Moon in the past and will happily bring up again in the future. The response that we would all have to this is a welcome from everyone simply because they've all read the book. Hell, one of the guys who's sitting with us wrote the fucking book. But this is why Americans have a visceral response to it. They really are afraid of it. The book scares people, and it's a high learning curve. I asked my nurse case manager, who I gave a copy to, how she was doing with it, and she said that it's just overwhelming. Crystal River has finished it, And it's brought up a lot of questions with her, but she's obviously going to ask them when she's on with us next. And they're mostly about Monster Island because, of course, well, can't bring up the reason why until she's here without her permission. But all that being said, there we have that. And, I'm not quite sure, Jojo, if you have anything to say about this, or you just want to turn it over.
Yeah, just briefly, because Peter will add a richer context, but this is very my comparison is obviously a much smaller scale, but this is symbolic of what we're all dealing with, you, myself, Peter, in our own realms. So when I was leaving UMass Dartmouth, I had to write a senior thesis. It was just under 50 pages. It was still the largest thing I had to write at that time. Right. And it was exposing the chemicals and GMOs in food. And it was very well done. I emailed it to all my friends who had children. There was things on autism in it, food coloring in the chemicals like artificial sweeteners and things that fluids in a car, just this incredible stuff, and the marketing that is targeted to children, and is very thorough. And maybe 3 of them read past the 3rd page.
Oh.
Okay. One of them took all the information, applied it to her son, who was then her son was 8 at the time. Physically violent to her, had to be in special classes at school, medication for ADHD and whatever else. Applied everything that it said. He came off all his medications and completely changed.
Wow. So you were already changing lives. Oh, congratulations.
Well, and it was met with resistance. This is what I'm saying. Okay. The truth can be literally handed to you on your lap with a bow. And if people either don't care, they don't want to have the responsibility that truth brings. Because now what you know, you can't unknow. Right. So that's just, context of society as a whole, but I'm sure Peter can add.
Yes, honey. Thank you. And thank God you're here to help, shall we say, add a more immediate context to it. And Peter?
Do you want, well, with relation to what you just said about, truth can be right in front of you, and yes, you can ignore it. This is what I was saying about the person who wants the physical proof. Yes. I want the physical proof. And I have a certain degree of sympathy for that, but the more I hear it, it's an atheistic mindset. It's a materialist mindset. And materialism is overriding the other side, and that is Satanism. Yes. It's like when you have the upside down pentagram. Yes. The top part of the pentagram represents spirit. When it's upward, it represents, pentagrammaton, the full activation of the human consciousness.
Peter, I just want to say that represents the nihilistic Satanism, because there are those of us who are satanic, who are deeply spiritual.
Yes, or constructive.
So that does have to be qualified.
I won't qualify it at all. I'll say when it's going downwards, it's going into materiality, because it's sinking down into materiality. It's where you're going. You're putting matter. Spirit is under matter, because the Satanist is very much concerned with materialistic things. This is why and this is from a biblical context right here. What I'm saying is he's offering Jesus the kingdom. This is his kingdom, and Jesus refuses it. He refuses it because he doesn't want it. It's not what he is in this context. And the Satanist, like Anton LaVey, epitomized that very well. He wants the, materiality, the whatever it is. It's like, and
Well,
there's no.
Peter, I could grasp what you're saying, but the thing is, it could also represent pulling the spirit down into the body.
It definitely represents that. It definitely does represent that. It's all. Yes, it does represent that, pulling the spirit down into the body instead of.
And in that regard, I can say yes, that is satanic, and that is what we hope to achieve, to completely unite the spirit with the body.
Well, that's uniting it, but it's feeding it. It's like you go down or you go up. In actuality, what you want is a balance. The Star of David is similar in that it's more evocative of a balance with the pointing upward and pointing downwards. And in any case, this is the whole idea of having something right in front of you and not being able to appreciate it. That's what Jojo was alluding to.
Yes.
I was just giving the context of the materialist.
And the way I would put it, the way I would put it is the horror of people constantly demanding evidence that is essentially material in nature is ultimately these pathological skeptics are headed towards a form of nihilism. And the nihilism is where the nullity thrives in terms of the Edomite perspective, that kind of predation on people, because these are people who are pathological skeptics who attack everything. This is why the Edomite cultists, the solipsists, yes, the people who are, as Jameson brings up, solipsism is, of course, constructing your own reality. That's a danger that can happen when people, of course, are saying that there is no truth, that truth is relevant. This is what we've been getting with all of that Russian-inspired propaganda that was telling people that facts are alternative, that you can have your facts while someone else has their facts. And of course, that's not the way anything works that leads to a, shall we say, productive or constructive reality where you have something that functions. In other words, there is only one way to get an internal combustion engine to work, as one example. Of course, there's many ways to get an internal combustion engine to work, but basically, within a basic set of parameters, at some point you no longer have an internal combustion engine. So in other words, there's only a few things that are going to get a certain kind of mechanism to work a certain way. And when you say, no, it can be any way we want it, at that point you're no longer functioning. Something you can't work with the machine anymore. If you have someone who says, now we can use peanut butter instead of fuel or something like that. So my point is, this is what solipsism brings you to, and this is what ultimately leads to chaos and destruction. So definitely, that's what Peter was saying. He was saying that when it comes to this kind of, I want the proof before me, etc., and the just the pathological need to attack something that is presented, then it becomes just an ad hoc attack. There's no rhyme or reason to it.
I would also say there's, on the other side of the coin, there are people involved in spirituality who will not be accountable. They will say things and say, well, I don't have to prove that. They will use that as a cop-out, right, because they're not being accountable for what they're saying.
Yes, absolutely. No, and of course, that's probably what you ran into with a lot of the challengers you saw. The channelers, I meant to say. Channelers.
Yeah, there's a certain lack of accountability, and they do what they can, get away with. Yeah. And if you don't hold them accountable, and that is something that is okay to do.
Yes.
But as they say, sometimes, and I would see this in Qigong, I would see students who wouldn't take to heart what my teacher said. Mm-hmm. And so, he's showing you how to avoid a hip replacement, and they're thinking, I got to get a hip replacement. It's like they're not listening to him. Because their minds are so made up. And I have seen, I hate to think of certain directions my body would have taken if I didn't take heed of these things. And one can always improve. And as much as I've accomplished, there is so much more room to improve. And then one has to measure oneself. It's like you're learning what you're really learning about in Qigong or any martial arts. And this is one of the hardest things to get across to people, is you're trying to teach the person about themselves. And of course, this is the biggest challenge. And people get into, thinking they're tough or something, because you can get very tough. You can do amazing things. But of course, what are you going to do with the toughness? Because my teacher used to stress, he says, most people aren't even going to get in a fight. And if they do, it's probably with their family. And, that's where most serious fights accrue, in domestic situations. So your need to defend yourself is in a physical combat way is pretty nil. Of course, it's good to be strong, but when you do exercise certain strengths in your physical body, like even squeezing the towel, which I do every day, and the more you do it, the more you accumulate, you'll find that the healing energy generating out of your hands is much greater. If you're doing work in a tree where you're punching a tree, and you don't punch a tree unless you're ready for it, your hands will be much more, your whole energetic body will be much better. You say if you were going to do a healing or something just by therapeutic touch, it's much stronger, the electromagnetic energy coming out of the system. And then you also have to measure yourself, because I was doing tree work, not slugging the tree, because I'm not ready to do that, but working against the tree, pushing the tree, and I was doing it vigorously. I did it so good. One of my friends told me, "Oh, you look fantastic." I didn't realize, I sort of found out I was depleting my adrenals. My adrenals were shooting down the bottom, and I had to stop. And I had to I've been on a 2-year recovery program, maybe more than that, to replenish my adrenals, which I've done. I think they're pretty good shape. I might be able to go back to that. But you can't overextend yourself, or then you'll drain your energy. People who are shot physically, like they're exhausted, it's almost always an adrenal problem. Mm-hmm. And so you've got to, shoot up your adrenals. Supplements is a good way to do it. It's one of the best ways to do it. So yeah, it's all about, but I'm saying is not listening, not just to the teacher in front of you. The universe is your teacher. What is the universe telling you? What is it telling you? Is it telling you it's all a bunch of materiality? Is it telling you there's something else? So much. It's we're approaching the midnight hour.
Yes.
And,
I want to just jump in real quick.
Please, honey, take your time.
So I didn't want to interrupt you while you were reading the Insanity earlier, but as you were, I got a just unknown text into my phone. I took a screenshot of it as it came in. Just a lowercase hi, which I translate as like a feeler text.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's Richard K. Cole Jr. will send anyone affiliated with me.
Listen.
Yeah.
No. It gets even crazier. I put the phone number in reverse phone lookup software.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you the first 6 numbers out of privacy and whatever for whoever this is, but 530-918. Guess where it comes up?
Tell me.
Mount Shasta.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a California number, 530.
Yeah.
How crazy is this?
Yeah. Well,
so if you're listening, whoever, you're going to have to give me a lot more content if you ever want to get a response from me.
Yes.
Than the HI.
Thank you. Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll talk about this later.
Yes, yes. But be aware that of course it could be just a something coincidental in that case. But believe me, the individual that we're speaking of has the backing of an intelligence agency, so they are someone who has a lot more tricks up their sleeve with that kind of electronic garbling than many people might expect. It's not like what a normal stalker would have. In other words, there's a lot of resources being abused here in this case, because I am, after all, a genuine public informant, and I'm going up against the true deep state, and that's.
See, let me tell you how stupid these people are.
Yeah.
I mean, let me tell you how stupid they are. We've gone through this over with the Lilith stuff, and
Yeah.
but all of a sudden, it's like they just put me and JoJo on notice to beware of an aggravator.
Yeah.
So we'll be prepared.
Yes.
Whereas if they didn't, we wouldn't be prepared.
Yes.
You know, we'd be caught off guard.
Yes. Yes.
So this is the stupidity. This is the abject stupidity of these people. Like say, okay, here we are, come and get us. Whereas if they were a little more sneaky, a little more intelligent, they could have done a better ambush.
I mean, and what we haven't talked about before, and I don't know if you shared with Douglas, I mean, prior to having my child, I worked for a private detective agency for, I don't know, over a decade.
Wow. That's wonderful. That's I think that's so important, and thank God you did. That is invaluable experience. And
That's another reason she can't be fooled.
yes. And so I'll be happy to talk to you personally about that at some point soon. And certainly we'll speak privately at some point, or probably several points before you come to California.
Yeah.
But you'll be here in California before you even know it.
Yes.
Yeah. And but definitely it's those kinds of experiences that make you so exciting, and it's one reason why your child will have an interest in you and what you write, because your child realizes you're an adventurer and someone to truly be proud of. It's like somebody whose father is Crocodile Dundee. It'll be like
wow.
if you remember the film, the child was trying to tell his fellow students and the teacher was dismissing everything he was saying as a fantasy.
Right.
But yeah, in your case, if your child ever relates anything to others, they'll probably take it the same way, along with the teachers. They'll just not be buying into that, so to speak, at least not initially. But well, they should be. So wonderful, and I thank you for sharing what you did on live bandwidth. When these things come in, it's important not to hide them. And because that simply empowers these people. And another thing, should and God knows if this is done, I'd be much more open to it than I've been recently to a lot of approaches. If you ever talk to these young ladies who interviewed you, or Steinfeld, or anyone that you notice who you think might be willing to interview myself or would want to, I'd be happy to do that on your recommendation. But of course, I would appreciate it if you would let them know that I am not a normal interview, in the sense that they just can't take this as something that they can treat without security measures. That if I go on with them, there's going to be stalkers that are going to be hitting them, and that they have to be ready. That I simply won't conduct the interviews with them unless they're ready to take that into account. That in other words, they'll have to delete comments that will be made that are just ad hominem attacks. If they're not willing to do that, there's no point in my coming on. So that's. And if you don't think that they'd appreciate that, then don't even bother to bring me up.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and you know what? Alan is phenomenal with the aesthetics of his, the comments and everything like that. I watched him as we were live on the several interviews. So. Yeah.
And love you dearly, and
love
my
you.
love to Peter as well. A wonderful human being, both of you. Yes, Peter's bringing up something that I'm not going to read out loud. He says he's pretty sure one of the people who set up an ambush for me is listening, and that goes without saying. And these
is it not a coincidence that they send it while we're live? It's almost like they want to be
promoted. Yeah, promoted essentially. And
or they're testing me to see what my spine is about if I'm gonna say it live.
Excellent point. That's exactly the case. Before what was his name? That John, who was the guy who used to be on Coast to Coast AM that interviewed me a number of times, Peter? John B. Wells. Before John B. Wells went just totally chicken shit, back when he was more normal with myself, before he became all scared, back when I was bringing him ratings. And so people understand, John B. Wells got the highest ratings on Coast to Coast AM while he was on for that period of time, because George Norrie had interviewed me only a few times, but then George became leery of me and then foisted me onto John B. Wells. Every time I was interviewed by John B. Wells, the ratings would go way up, and that's how he ultimately established enough of an audience. That's what he told myself. That's how he ultimately established enough of a base where he decided to go off on his own show. Well, basically when he faced the inevitable and got fired from Coast to Coast because George Norrie said he couldn't tolerate somebody having higher ratings than himself. So, but at any rate, John B. Wells had pointed out that there was this one idiot who I said, look, when I'm talking about Roswell these days, they are doing everything they can to distract from it by sending out people to try and bring it back to the alien myth. And one of these was some guy who claimed he worked with the CIA and found quote unquote alien parts in a safe, all that crap. And so he was getting interviewed everywhere. He was all over television and Coast to Coast. And he kept up calling John B. Wells. And John B. Wells says, when he calls me, all of his, it comes up on his digital screen that the guy's calling from Langley, Virginia, which of course is the headquarters of the CIA. And he says, so this guy keeps calling me, and it says right there on my display, he's calling from Langley, Virginia. This is the level, of course, at which they operate. It's this, they have total impunity. They feel they have total impunity, so they act without any sense of finesse. This is what...
There's something else, Douglas, here, is that we're moving into a new generation to where if you start to see that the younger people who are taking over the narratives, whether it be, I've noticed it in sports, you have younger generation of people, and you see this in politics, the pundits are becoming younger because the old ones are retiring or dying off.
Yeah.
And so obviously the same thing is occurring in the intelligence agencies, and they don't have the memory, just like with the Russian army. They're not as smart as the veterans of yesteryear. They don't know the mistakes of yesteryear. And so basically, they're not very smart. And plus, there's a whole dumbing down that's been occurring. So, yeah, these guys aren't as sharp as, people in the past have been. And there's always a great clumsiness with intelligence operators. And they think they're of impunity and whatnot. And their best weapon is intimidation.
Yes.
When they get the person, like I had a person stalking me when I was writing the Montauk Project. He came out in front of my house. I was washing the car. And one of our colleagues that we were working with, she comes up, she was friends too. She comes to the house and she says to my wife, she said, that guy was watching Peter. And my wife commented, I said, yeah, I saw him. He was looking at me and I just didn't pay him any attention. I wasn't afraid. I kind of like felt him watching me, and it was like, my attitude was, if you want to do something, come out and confront me.
Right.
And it bothered him. He wasn't, he was an older guy. And it was just like he was trying to intimidate. It didn't get very far.
That's
I think I intimidated him, right, because I didn't have any fear in my energy field.
Right.
If they would have they want to intimidate me, they could have sent some, gangster.
Right.
With guns. I think gangsters would treat you much more politely.
Well, remember, these guys are like bureaucrats with firearms, and they are just used to sitting behind desks. And he probably was like, waiting on his retirement, and then they send him over to do some errand to basically intimidate you, and he's not really into it. Shows up, and normally people would be intimidated, and then he just kind of, it's just he wasn't up to it. So you did what you did, and it worked. So I'm certain that JoJo has had similar situations, or if she worked with a detective agency, I'm certain she's familiar with certain situations where that's happened, most certainly. And so with both of you, take your time. Certainly both of you probably need to get to bed by now. My love to both of you. Share that love with both your loved ones, Paula and the Bupa, and say goodnight to our audience, of course, before you go.
Okay, good night, everybody.
Good night. Thank you.
Yes, and we look forward to seeing you next Wednesday, honey. And,
thank you so much.
Wonderful.
Good night.
Hugs, Peter, and hugs, honey. So that is a wonderful couple of people. Don't forget SkyBooksUSA.com for the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. James and Reese is back, and you're welcome to bring back on our dear friend James Forsyth, and whoever else you can call. Try calling another round of calls. See if we can get a little roundtable going for a few more minutes before I take over. And
okay, let me get James. I never get used to this, but I'm at least a little better at it than I used to be. I mean, what I will say about the Enochian magic thing is I'm pretty sure, as I can say, is it could be used to, the calls can be modified and they could be used to charge any spell. I don't know why it works. I just know that it does. I am not a meta mechanic. I've reached a level of respect for the craft where I don't need to come up with theories as to why or pick things apart. It's just, I appreciate it for what it is. But it's always fascinating it's very fascinating, and it's not surprising that the elites would be using that kind of thing, or at least the Enochian language. And granted, one doesn't have to necessarily stick to, because people always tend to forget about, again, Johannes Trithemius. He's the one who taught Agrippa, and of course he's also one that John Dee studied. So when it comes down to it, this is about creating ciphers, and there's a reason why intelligence agencies also have an interest in the occult, because it's about because when you create ciphers of any message, you also have the capacity of influencing reality from behind the scenes.
Absolutely.
And it's magic is basically a method of coding, where you are sending an encrypted message through a computer to get an output. And it's basically, you can create forms that operate against the universe like Aquino did, or you can create something that works with the universe. Either way, it's this reality is malleable. And that's the reason why that's the reason why I think I have discovered that the sort of cosmological order from the Hebrew sense can use some sort of tweaking, so to speak. The idea of fire coming first, it's the seas of chaos, the probabilistic seas of fields. We know in quantum physics that we have a sort of field of that the fields are sort of like an ocean of fields exchanging information faster than the speed of light, pretty much, or literally at the speed of light. So that's where the sort of water coming first, being the most primal of the elements, in my opinion, comes in.
Great. That's very well explained. Is James back on with us? Just out of curiosity.
No, well, we do have Penny Bradley, which is
wonderful.
Great.
Oh, it's wonderful. So, honey, so were you hearing me earlier when I was asking if James resonated with yourself or any of that when we were speaking? I mean, were your ears burning, or did you actually hear it? Because you're coming on all of a sudden is a blessing for us.
I heard the sound of the call, and I got here just as he hung up.
Okay.
I was not sitting on the computer.
Oh, wow. That's incredible. Very psychic. But of course, we know that about you, honey. So go ahead and help us out here a little bit. Tell us about what's been going on with yourself. I just need to pull my head out of my ass a bit further tonight before I launch into monologue and suck all the oxygen out of the room. And how's Lou Reese doing?
Lou is adjusting to me trying to cook again.
Is that good or bad?
Normally, I'm a really good cook.
Okay.
If I do say so myself. But I've spent the last 3 months basically doing nothing but sitting at a computer and being helpless. And Monday, my physical therapist said, well, I think you need to start cooking again.
Wow.
And I'm like, okay. So I cooked 2 nights, and then today after a second physical therapy session, I'm just like, well, I'm glad there are leftovers. So, yeah. I raised 7 kids. I had to learn how to cook, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, I haven't cooked anything that was diabetes friendly, but Lou hasn't complained.
Okay. Is he diabetic?
I'm diabetic.
Okay. All right. And
so I was making comfort food. Remember, my family's from the South, so it was red beans and rice and biscuits and gravy is what I made. You know, comfort food.
Oh, that's cute.
So yeah.
And so, honey, aside from
what part of the South is your family from?
Mama was from Oklahoma and Daddy was from Arkansas.
Okay.
Yeah, that's deep South.
Their parents came to California Dust Bowl era. So when I talked about I used to talk about that my grandparents were from the Grapes of Wrath book. That they weren't quite that bad. Both sets of grandparents had a trailer. They were rich Okies. Yeah. So, but yeah. When Roosevelt closed the banks during the Depression, mm-hmm. my great-grandparents had $2 million in the bank in Searcy, Arkansas, whenever the bank closed. And when it reopened, however many days later, they didn't. The banker stole it, ran off with it. There were no deposits, insurance, so they lost. They ended up losing everything. They couldn't pay the taxes on the property. Ended up going through the tax lien sales. And what was left over afterwards, they came to California and started over with. So that's my dad's mother's parents. And my dad's father's parents had actually been sharecroppers on their property, so they came with them. My mom's parents had owned a family farm, and with, I believe it was 8 brothers, there just wasn't enough land for everybody. And then when the Dust Bowl hit, what land there was unfarmable. So half the brothers came to California with their wives, kids, and settled through the Central Valley. So, yeah, I grew up knowing those great-grandparents. I knew both sets of my father's grandparents. So they came to California. The other two stayed in Oklahoma, and I never knew them. I've heard stories about them. I believe I met the Forneys once. They came to California to see how their daughters were doing. And they did a 2-week trip through the Central Valley and basically saw everybody. And the one thing I remember about Grandpa Forney was that he dressed like he was Amish, but he cussed all the time. Huh. So, folks, I did come by the potty mouth natural. There we go. But yeah, it was, you know.
It's it's absurd how FDR. Oh, was that Teddy Roosevelt or
it FDR? Was FDR.
Yeah, and somehow they tout him as being one of the greatest presidents. I hate that shit with a passion.
Yes. Red guy was stealing from the people. Go on, honey. Yeah.
He was trying to keep the banks from failing entirely, because that was
don't rationalize what he was doing, honey. But yes, you can go on and say,
I don't think bankers are great. Okay, I don't. I understand why he did what he did, but it was wrong. It was the wrong approach to take.
Yes.
Overall, he installed some things that, at least in my lifetime, have appeared to be good for common folks. But he did a bunch of other things that weren't. And he's not in my top 10 presidents, but he's not in the bottom 10 either. So to me, he was trying to do what he thought was right. And he did actually have a mandate from the people. They did elect him 4 times.
Yeah, they were
God,
idiots.
Honey,
they were complete idiots.
Yes, that's why it's the lamest generation, and certainly not the greatest.
Wait a minute. So wait, he served 4 terms?
Yeah, he did.
He was elected to 4 terms. He died during the last one.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, they are the worst generation ever.
Yes.
To elect a monster like that.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, totally insane.
I mean, a guy who was roasting babies on spits. Yes. For goodness sake. It doesn't get any darker than that.
Yes. Of course. I mean, we're talking about what he did in Haiti. Yeah. And,
who knows what? And heaven knows what the hell else he did while he was there.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, there's every one of the Allied countries committed atrocities, horrible things. But you talk about those atrocities in public and people basically hiss and spit because they think these guys were heroes.
Well, see, that becomes an all-too American problem, which is their desire, their need to believe bullshit.
Well, it's not just American, because I recently, I think it was last month, talked about on a post where that Winston Churchill had created a famine in Bengal and starved. And I guesstimated it as 1 million, but when I looked up the paperwork, it was 3 million people starved in Bengal, which is now Bangladesh.
Yes.
And these assholes from England told me that was justified because the Bengalis were supporting the Japanese. Yes. And I sat there and thought to myself, if some asshole is creating a problem where there was none and my children are starving to death, hell yes, I'm going to support their enemies.
Yes. That's right. And by the way, for those of you who don't know, that Bangladesh is where Selina Khan was born. And one of the reasons she got to know about me was because of her country's history. All you have to do is look up the national flag of Bangladesh, and their national flag is the Japanese flag. It simply has a green field on which the Mon, or the red sun, is upon, because they're an Islamic nation. So the Japanese flag is a Mon, or a red sun, on a white field, whereas to the Bangladeshis it is a Mon, or a red sun, on a green field. So they were, of course, they got their independence through Japan and the Japanese invasion of India. So it was for that very reason that, Winston Churchill preemptively generated famine conditions in the same manner that the individuals in the Soviet Union under Stalin generated famine conditions in the Ukraine, which is why the Ukrainians sided with the Third Reich against the Soviet Union. And in Churchill's case, because they're British, they felt they did it more eloquently or elegantly than the Soviets did, because they did it by manipulating the currency. They simply took a lot of currency manipulation and rendered the Bangladeshi starving in that matter, in terms of West India's mass famine, so that there would be it was a scorched earth policy in effect, kind of like what we're doing with the sanctions against Russia, that they felt would prevent the Japanese from having a base of operations in India by which to overthrow the Raj. Because, of course, the champion of that was Subhas Chandra Bose. And Subhas Chandra Bose was the leader of the Asian Indian Free Army, who later escaped to Taiwan and continued to raid the Allied forces after 1945. Ultimately, one of the reasons why the Allies pulled out of the Raj and the British retreated was his acts of what they considered nautical piracy or terrorism. That was a factor. And, of course, their loss of the war in Malaysia, which they claimed they won. But, how would I say it? It begs the question of their winning when they retreated therefrom. So there you have that. But at any rate, they'll say that was a communist insurgency. But again, anyone can look at the Malaysian race's army. And obviously, communists don't usually use the term race when they are putting together an insurgency. They use the term People's Army as opposed to race. But the Malayan Races Army, you will look that up and find that was an actual term. That was all Japanese uniforms, Japanese weapons. They were fighting the Japanese in proxy. It was Japanese officers that were commanding that insurgency that defeated the British Empire. And the British, that was their Vietnam. And that's why they couldn't participate in America's Vietnam. And they had their own, and most Americans don't know about it. But if they look it up, then you'll run into all this British propaganda about how they won it, but then they'll tell you, oh, but it wasn't worth winning it because all the money that was expended, or something incredibly stupid like that. It makes absolutely no sense.
What I got from modern British people who were arguing with me, who told me this never happened, and I came up with half a dozen links, and so then they made fun of the links.
Good God, that's so pathetic.
It's like they so have it in their heads that Winston Churchill was a good guy that you can't say anything about the factual history.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, and so I brought that up to say Americans are not the only one with this problem.
Yes.
That's a good point. And this is the reason why both America, Britain, and even Russia are in the shit positions that they are in. Karma's a bitch.
Well, karma's a bitch, especially when you don't tell the kids what you did. Because then the kids grow up and they only know the story they were told as children, which was a completely whitewashed version of everything. And, they tell the sins of the Axis powers, but they never mention their own. And so their grandchildren have no idea what they actually did and don't know that their grandparents collectively killed as many people or more than the Axis did.
Yes.
Oh, more, way more than the Axis did. The Allied forces were horrible. There's no historical justification for what they did. And the problem is, because everything is so whitewashed, and because we're lied to say that the Allies won, what happens is we make the same militaristic blunders over and over again because we do not learn about how we really lost and why those strategies that we thought were so great didn't work.
Well, most of the world today is completely unaware that the entire war was over the American currency being used as the world reserve currency. That was what the war was about.
Yes, a large part of that was that, yes. I've explained that before in the past. It was one reason why, here, to put this into context for people, my biological father, Adolf Hitler, had no choice in declaring war on the United States. People always say, well, that he was a fool for doing that, but he would have been a fool not to have done that. To put this into some context for people, America started the war by bankrupting Japan. They used, or rather abused, their incredibly liquid currency. And this goes back to what we were talking about with the thievery of the coins, the gold, the numismatics. Franklin Delano Roosevelt, of course, stole all of America's gold. And he said we needed this as a strategic reserve. All patriotic Americans turn in all of your gold. And he did something that no one else in history ever did before or since. He attacked private coin collections, which are called numismatic collections. And so people, of course, maintained those as, like gold, a reserve currency, a reserve financial resource. And that's because many of the older coins have actual gold and silver in them. The older they are, the more gold or silver that they have, because they were merely extensions of the old medieval system of using real gold or silver. And so when he seized, as well as demanded people turn in private coin collections, there were many Americans, of course, who didn't obey the order, but all too many did. And that's why gold became incredibly rare, was the U.S. government stole it all under Franklin Delano Roosevelt. So while he was doing that...
They were doing that because the Federal Reserve System had to be paid every 20 years for all of the currency they had printed, plus interest, at the rate of $30 per ounce of gold, and they had to be paid in gold, not their own currency.
I mean, that's almost rash. How would I say it? It's almost offending them when you say that.
Yeah.
No, this is the underlying.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, but let's just
American slavery of all of us, because every 20 years we have to do that.
I understand what you're saying. It's a perspective that, how would I say it? It's simply too nuanced to go into, and it really confuses people. I'll put it this way. If that were the case, of course, which I understand that probably was the intent. Like in the early days, they probably were saying that something like that needs to be done, but they could never sustain that.
This is what the national debt is.
Wait.
We owe the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, honey, I get it. I mean, let's not overdwell on that.
I can't help but I can't help but wonder if all that gold went when America sued for peace.
Yeah, there we are.
To Japan. So Japan has all the gold, and that's why America has none of it.
This is the point. Once America conducted a gold heist like that, it's not something you can repeat again. So it was obviously what FDR did was never repeat it. They couldn't repeat that. It was just something that once he did it, there was nothing left to steal. Either people had numismatics that they were hiding, or they had given it up. It's one or the other. It's like you're pregnant or you're not. So the point was, once he committed that heist, Then he started printing the dollar, and he printed the dollar without any gold backing. He had stolen all the gold, so theoretically, everybody assumed that was what was backing the dollar. But he never released where all the gold went, so all of this leads to the fact that the dollar was floating on air. And because he could just print us out of the Depression, the logic was that everyone else had to pin their currency to the US dollar. So here's where we go back to what Penny Bradley was saying. And so when he did what he did, then he had total control over everyone's currency on Earth. And those that resisted that became the Axis powers. So when Japan was one of those nations and America was determined, thinking that Japan was an easy pushover third world nation of colored people, they were determined to bankrupt it. Then FDR, with the single stroke of a pen, rendered all of Japan's currency invalid outside of the Empire of Japan, or whatever was directly controlled by Japan, such as Manchuria or Korea, and places such as that, Taiwan. Outside of places like that, the Japanese currency was rendered void. It couldn't be exchanged, and they couldn't reclaim gold that they had in American safes overseas or anything like that. So in that sense, Japan was shut out of the world's economy. It's like what's happening with Russia now. So the next target would have been the Third Reich. So before that could happen, Adolf Hitler, my biological father, declared war. That's what prevented that. So he was able to wage war with a fully functioning economy that had not been severed from the world economy. That was something that Putin cannot do now. See, the point was Putin started a limited war that he thought no one would respond to, certainly not in the way that they did. When they responded to it with all force available in terms of sanctions, they eviscerated him and are rendering him incapable of waging even that war, let alone a world war. For Japan, the only solution was to launch a world war. In other words, since their currency only worked where they had total control, then they had to control as much as possible in order for the currency to work. So that's what brings one problem out of another. So Putin will either react by folding or by launching a world war. So we'll probably get a world war out of this, potentially, the sanctions. And that's not to say the sanctions are wrong. The sanctions have to be employed, but we'll see what happens next. And if Putin responds with a world war, then, well, that'll be entertaining, if nothing else. You know, I don't mean to belittle it at all, but the way he's been operating, I don't even know why people would be afraid of his nuclear forces. Looking at how his conventional forces are all fucked up, why would they think his nuclear?
He doesn't have nuclear forces.
Thank you.
This is why he's leveling. He's trying to use their own nuclear
plants
freaking
yes. Thank
plants
you.
Thank you. He doesn't have them.
Thank you. He's using their own nuclear plants.
All that shit he was saying was just propaganda and shit. And it was propaganda and shit to rally the right behind him. Oh, look, he's a strong man. Let's support Putin. You know, for all the fucking pathetic ass incels who just can't get laid, so all they can do is wank to pictures of Putin all day.
It's true.
On his horse.
God, it is so true. I mean, Penny, you must run into this a lot at some of the people you have to deal with.
I run into a lot of folks who follow what the media tells them. And step 2 of that is that others will go exactly the opposite of what the media tells them. And there are very, very few people out there, apparently in any country, who actually understand history enough to see what's happening in context. And this thing with Putin, I don't think we've been told the truth. And I'm not justifying what anybody's doing. I'm just going to point out that in November, Car and Driver magazine announced that all of the big manufacturers were going to go to totally electric vehicles as of the year 2030. and that the year 3040, the gas-operated ones would be obsolete, inoperable, because there would be no fuels.
Will humans even be alive that long? I don't think so.
You can say that, but I have grandchildren in their 20s, and we're not even talking 40 years from now.
Yeah,
so
but they're saying
you're
30,
cutting me
30,
off
30.
at the pass over your prejudices. Now, let me finish this, okay? Our governor here has been talking about switching from gas-powered to electric-powered for the past 2 years. And the last 2 governors have been building this behemoth of a high-speed rail system. And it looks to me like the population is going to be concentrated along the rail line, and you're only going to be able to drive 200 miles either side of it. And that worries me. And while they're kind of, well, we're talking about this, but this is what we're doing, and this is what we're doing, and this is what we're doing. Now we have a war in Europe that is apparently a limited war, and yet gasoline prices in my town are over $5 a gallon.
Oh yeah, but you know, honey, that's because
And I'm looking at, there's more to this than you guys are seeing or talking about.
Well, that's kind of unfair, isn't
And
it?
you guys are talking about more than everybody else is.
Oh, honey, no, I appreciate the pain of gas prices, but
what I can't see is with the rail line. I'm starting to wonder if they're not setting up for another civil war, because that's the only, I don't know, maybe they're trying to repeat the war historically like it was for the rail line. So I mean, that's the only thing that comes to mind with that.
Yeah, the original American Civil War was a railroad war, so this would be kind of like that. I mean, well, it reminds me of a novel that was, oh my God, was the title of the novel The Black Roads? But it was about something very similar, that electric cars prevented people from going off the roads. So, yeah, it's... why do you find that so alarming, honey? So that you just don't like the idea of not being free to take your SUV and roll out into the jungle, so to speak? What bothers
Well,
you?
yeah, I got mad at the world in 2016, and I went on a cross-country trip in a Chevy Blazer by myself.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And yeah, that was really one of those things that gave me confidence.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So it's something that I think more people should do. If you drove those wide open empty spaces,
Mm-hmm.
you wouldn't be feeling like we're so overcrowded. If you actually went from town to town to town and interacted with the locals at the gas station, at the cafe, at, the corner market, buying your supplies to drive, you would realize that they're not necessarily the enemy.
At any rate, in terms of honey,
well,
the way they vote, I'd have to, the way they vote, I'd have to assume they are. But in terms of these little places, these little gas station towns, since they're going to wither up and die without that kind of traffic, if we could call that traffic, without that kind of, I use that term quite loosely.
You're going to have huge states that are going to have no economic life at all.
Yeah, that's, that may be a good thing considering how they vote. Go on.
Those people are not going to dry up and disappear just because their town does. Those people are just going to move to somewhere that thinks the same way that they do.
Yeah,
so you're going to have basically 3 strips of population, 2 along the coast and 1 somewhere in the Mississippi area.
Okay.
So you're going to have 3 strips of population that are going to basically form 3 different cultures. And I think it's going to be a lot more at each other's throats because you don't have those little towns in between.
Okay.
That's a good point.
Yeah, well, I think that's
speaking.
an incredible vision, honey. How did you come up with that?
I've been paying attention.
Well, there we
And
are.
nobody listens to me. You know,
I'm
so-
listening. I even give you a platform on which to say it. I mean, oh my God. So,
But that's what I'm seeing is a complete revamping of our entire civilization.
But of course, yeah, of course, that would take years. I don't know if we.
I'm not expecting it to take more than 2 decades.
I mean,
because
that's a long
they've
time. That's a long time.
They've already made a lot of progress in the last 2 years.
Yeah, I hear you. That's a long time. So what I'm saying is, as kind of along the lines of what James said, are we going to last that? Yeah, I don't mean as a species. I'm talking about
2 decades is in my lifetime.
I get it. I get it.
Is a third of it. You know.
I get it. I get it. Oh, what I'm saying is that, like Jameson said, not in this. Well, not the way he said it. He's talking in the sense of a human species, but in terms of the American political state, the constitutional republic. Whether we last 2 decades is actually an open question in terms of before collapsing into civil war, before even that. In other words, our society would have to be holding pretty steady for it to get to that point, because that would mean that we'd have a technological revolution in effect, or at least an evolution taking place that, our society's functioning well enough where that transition actually materializes. So it's an open question as to whether our society can last that long because of the hostilities. There's your cat. Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
She wants to be on the broadcast.
There we are. And our lady has her own cats, right? How come they never talk, Penny? Your cats never talk.
My cats are the kind that if you sit and watch Netflix, they will be all over you, but they'll be quiet. Okay. If you're opening food cans, you'll hear them. The rest of the time, they will just come up and tap you.
That's funny.
Apparently, they think I'm deaf.
That's cute. That's very funny.
But we have 2 of them. They're 14 years old now. They are the tuxedo style, but they're gray and white, and they have green eyes, and they're sisters from the same litter. And one is very cat, and the other one thinks she's a person.
Okay.
Ah, the tuxedo cats. Yes, we have a male tuxedo cat who thinks he's a person. And the one that you just heard is our eldest, Christmas, and that was from halfway across the room. Just to let you know how many decibels your meow is.
Wow, incredible!
Yeah, a loud meow is
she got some
startling. But the cat that thinks she's a person, she will come up to me and very quietly make these little noises, and it's not a meow, and she's obviously thinking she's talking to me. And I get the general drift of I'm supposed to get up, pick her up, and go sit on the couch and watch TV. Mm-hmm. Well, we don't have TV here. I live in the mountains, and we don't have any reception unless you have cable. And what I have instead is a Netflix, and I have the plasma TV plugged into my computer. So it's over $100 for cable here. So
wow.
I already pay.
Fuck, that sucks.
I already pay $100 a month for internet and landline. So
when my
I
mom
just
was
pay.
Alive, I was paying about $200 a month because we were getting all the foreign channels. So at least you don't have to worry about that. Go on.
Well, I didn't want to watch basic cable. I was watching the History Channel, and I was watching National Geographic and those things. You know, it was second or third tier. It wasn't the foreign channels. But I don't have a problem with foreign channels if you understand the language. You at least get a different point of view about things.
Actually, you'd be amazed. You don't even need to speak the language to really appreciate foreign movies or news if you're intelligent. Just sometimes watching it for the sheer cinematic art, you know, the impact on the... You can relax Zen-like and think of it as bubble gum for the brain, and you'd be amazed at what you learn, yeah.
I use a lot of foreign news services. Yes, I'm aware they're just as controlled as the American ones, but they're controlled a different direction.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
So if I get basic news from everybody sending it to me in Messenger, both left and right, okay, I get basic news there. So some big disaster happens in the world, I will know about it within 2 hours. So then for my page Truth Beckons, I use Al Jazeera. I used to use Press TV, but you can no longer get that in the United States. I used to use RT, but you can no longer get that in the United States. I used Irrawaddy News and Telesur, which you can still get, and I can read half-ass well enough to read their Spanish language version. And I used to use Haaretz, except they decided that they were subscription only behind a paywall. I have been considering paying for foreign policy just to know what the government thinks it's going to do.
Right.
Foreign policy is the mouthpiece of the Council of Foreign Relations, which actually exists, guys.
Yeah, that I'm aware of, and the whole thing, that's why the entire thing of trying to push everything into the mega cities is frightening, because I like to believe they don't have the power to actually pull off that fucking Agenda 20 whatever memorandum thing.
No, of course not.
Which both the Oprah
2030.
and Michael Aquino and Oprah were parts of. They were
Agenda 2030,
2030, yes.
Yeah, the Agenda 2020, I believe it was started by those guys and got extended to the Agenda 2030, which does include having huge spaces free of humans. And basically, you're on the train or you're not there at all. And I looked at the map for that, and that I've been covering that particular thing because the original version of it just shocked me. And my location, my county, we have signs up, join the state of Jefferson.
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah, by the way, that's old. That movement is, you know, that movement was going on since World War II and shit. Do you know that?
Well,
I do know about that history. And if you actually find one of the individuals, they will talk your ear off for hours about it.
Yeah.
We also have a very strong Agenda 2030 group at our state, at our county government. So you've got the two things sitting here together. And you talk about potential for a civil war. It's sitting here right in my county. I live in between a Satanist militia and a Christian one.
Yeah.
And they're both armed to the teeth. And the sheriff's department will step off the sidewalk to let them pass.
Yes, I can imagine. Worried about their own safety, no doubt.
you got the worst of all worlds. Geesh.
You do. By the way, I'm going to go mute for several minutes, let you two talk. I'll be back shortly after the top of the hour and, join back into the conversation, then slide in towards, just mouthing off for the rest of the night as I do. And both of you are holding well. God bless you both. And thank you so much for coming on, Penny, and helping us. So let me go mute and leave you both to this for a little while longer, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
So, what is this Jefferson thing?
Oh, it's a secessionist. It is California, the coastal cities, the cities of the Central Valley are primarily Democrat. The rest of the state, the deserts, the hills, the forests, the places where they do mining and forestry, resources, they are all very conservative. Okay. My district, we have the most conservative member of Congress there is.
Good
He
God.
brags about being too conservative for the conservative caucus. That's what he talks about in his campaign. So this is, I'm surrounded by people who think that it's still 1950.
Jeez.
Okay. Example, I was driving a Chevy Scottsdale, old pickup, 4-wheel drive. We had a problem with the muffler, and it needed to be replaced. And so my husband at the time, and this was before Lou, called several of the muffler repair places, and he got a price, and he sent me in the truck, and he literally gave me the amount of money the man said on the phone. And I get there, and the guy gets my truck up on the rack, and he's looking at me and looking at me and looking at me, and he doubles the price.
Why does he do that?
Because I have a chest. He was looking back and forth between my rack and his rack. That is the 1950s approach to repairs. You have a helpless woman with a chest, you double the price. So since I grew up with that game, and it's called the game in capitals, since I grew up with that, I knew how to play it. And I said, well, honey, you're going to have to take my truck down because my husband talked to you and he only gave me the money that you guys said. And he goes, oh. So I get in my truck, I drive back home, I tell him we go to the other place. We go down there and they go, oh, you have this and this and this and this. Pop, pop, done. And it was half the price they quoted over the phone. So, but that time I had my husband with me.
I see what he was trying to do. That's really fucked up.
That is the way this county operates. When I moved here in 1990, they had just gotten it together to build the casinos. The one that's close to where I live was basically a bingo hall with slot machines. And the other one was being set up as a major casino. And it was every Friday night, payday, it would be cowboys and Indians at the Indian casino. To the point that the Indian casino was hiring Iraqi veterans to be their security force. That's what it's like here. Okay, now roll it 30 years later. The tribe comes into town. They're treated with respect. There's no more cowboy and Indian bullshit at the casino. There's one place in town where, I don't know if they did this in where you live, but where I grew up, rural California, on Friday nights, the young men, say 18 to 35, they would go into the local bar, they would get drunk, they would hope to pick up a woman, and if they didn't, they got into a fist fight. We still have one bar that does that. And it's in my little town.
Wow, that's actually quite pathetic.
That was how they dealt with excess testosterone.
Yeah, that's very sad. And this I would not last a day where you live. I could not do that. That's wow.
Oh yeah, you would. You'd come in and you'd spend the whole day walking around town, and you'd come and have a beer with Lou, and you guys would be laughing your asses off.
If that's if I survive getting to town. They'll probably lynch me before I get there.
Have we had a lynching here?
Well, except for the guy who was.
Come here.
They used to take in years ago when they had their Old West days in Jamestown. They would take a guy and put him in a harness and hang him like he really hung there and leave him there. And one year they quit doing it because one year the harness broke and they did almost hang him.
Damn.
Yeah, that's the last hanging I know of. Okay.
Well, what I mean, I might get shot or beaten. I'm actually, I would feel safer in the oh my gosh, what is that place, Douglas? The Tenderloins that Douglas still talks about. They're going there.
Well, here you'd be classified as a tourist, so they wouldn't have a problem with it because they figure they'd take your money.
Yeah, all right. I'll just pretend I'm like from a Spanish-speaking country or something.
All you would have to do is open your mouth, and they would know you were not from here.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be an issue.
Okay,
you'd be fine. During the 30 years I've lived here, it has shifted steadily towards being a tourist trap rather than being the rural backwoods area it used to be. And yeah, the primary economic product is cooking methamphetamine, and cannabis is right after that, and forestry is after that. Yeah.
Well,
it's backwoods California. What could I say?
Yeah, well, as the meth heads also scare me.
They should, because they're out of their minds.
Yeah, that's terrifying. Those guys are terrifying. And most of them are armed, right?
No. Most of them are not. There are a significant minority that are, but most of them open carry that are. So.
Oh, that's even better. At least we know.
At least you know who's armed.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's unfortunately here in New York.
It's the guy that hides it in his jacket, and you haven't got a clue. Those ones worry me.
That's a good point.
Although we've got. Do I dare talk about this? This is considered a neutral area for the surrounding mafia families. So several of them have vacation homes. And you can go into the fancier grocery stores, and you'll see these guys that look like they're from New York.
That makes sense. That I can see.
Every once in a while, one of them will take a liking to me, and Lou will put his arm around the guy's shoulder because they're his size. And he'll tell him, you know, this is not a place where you dress like that if you want to blend in. So, you know, he teaches them how to blend in because apparently they're never taught that. But yeah, it's very modern and very backward at the same time. And there are a lot of old school attitudes. Some of them are out front and some of them are not. And we have locals who are extremely conservative and don't like outsiders. And we have people who retired here from LA and San Francisco, and they're as modern as you are. So it's a mix. We generally live together in peace. I don't think we've had a murder here in 5 years.
Wow,
or
that's
Well,
like,
Autumn's son got killed 2 years ago.
Oh, that's right. One of our neighbors, her son got killed 2 years ago.
how did that happen?
Had the trial this week.
Kids at a park. We don't know if there were drug sales involved, but the police think there were.
Ah, okay. So this was, if it was probably drug related then.
Yeah.
Well, that's what the police are saying. But I knew the kid because he lived in our complex, and he was good as gold. Never had a problem one with him. So I'm thinking he just pissed off somebody that was involved in it.
Yeah, that could have been possible. It probably.
But that could have happened anywhere. And frankly, if he had been home, it wouldn't have happened. And it was 11 o'clock at night on a Friday. But he was 17. So how do you keep a 17-year-old boy home?
That's a good point. Well, the good thing about cities is you can be out late and not worry about, well, it used to be that way anyway, where you can be out late and not worry about being shot. I don't know about now that it's post-COVID, but.
You know, I used to live in cities. I've lived in San Diego. I've lived in Orange County in Southern California. I've lived in Los Angeles. I've lived in Fresno, which, while not as big as the others, is not something to sneeze at either. I feel safer here than I ever did in any of them. Here, I know my immediate neighbors, and usually nobody else will move into taking advantage of us. You know, you don't have the door-to-door salesmen that are unvetted. You know, the police have somebody in our village, you know, because the highway patrol center is what, 4 blocks, 5 blocks?
Yeah, less than half an hour.
It's less than a half a mile away. You could walk if you had to. And I grew up out in the boonies, and small town life feels safe to me. I mean, it may not be objectively, but it feels safe. Where when I lived in Fresno, the Crips and the Bloods were having warfare in the street in front of my house, and I had to haul my boys' butts back in to keep them out of it.
Oh my gosh.
So that was why I left Fresno, was because my eldest was being recruited into the Bloods, even though he was blonde and had blue eyes. So my middle son was being recruited into a Hmong gang, and he was speaking Hmong better than English at that point. And my youngest was starting school. And I'm like, dude, the high school my kid is supposed to go to, they had 4 kids killed on campus the year before. And they won't let us leave. So I left, and I moved up here into the boonies where they had 2 high schools. One was open campus and the other was closed campus. And I made sure he got into the one that was closed campus. So I wanted to undo that gang affiliation idea. And it worked. There was no more problem with that until he moved to San Jose.
Yeah, that's very scary.
Yeah, I had reasons to move here. I wasn't just freaking out.
Did I just hear something like a phone ring or something like that in one?
Not in my background.
Not in your background?
Not in mine either.
Strange. Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. Go back to what you're doing for a few more minutes. Thank you so much. You're both doing well.
The Hmong kids that my middle son hung out with taught both of my older sons their version of martial arts. So they were actually somewhat dangerous up here. And most of the kids at school gave them a wide berth. And in fact, my middle son, I think it was our first year here, because we moved here in the winter. And before school was out, he broke a kid's jaw. And it was found that the other kid started the fight and would not leave him alone. So I did not have to pay for the medical charges.
Wow. That's impressive.
So Kevin is 42 now. So he was 8, 9, something like that when we moved here.
That definitely, being a parent definitely sounds like it's a nerve-wracking ordeal.
Yeah, it is something that you're not fit for. Yes, don't do it.
I don't think I'll never be fit for it.
So
I would have to be forced.
You have this tiny person that is completely and totally dependent upon you.
Oh God, it's just frightening alone. Yes. Oh my God.
You learn as it gets bigger. You don't have to know everything that first day.
Yeah, well, there you go. And what she's telling you is that it just gets worse after that. So
the good thing.
What I'm saying is, if you have the instincts to be a parent, they kick in, and that makes it a lot easier. And usually you have parents willing to help, and that makes it a lot easier. I didn't, because my mother thought that I should let my kids die.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God!
Awful. Awful. We've discussed my kid's disease before, and my mother was a eugenicist.
Oh my God!
So I had to break contact with her for my kids' safety until they were big enough that her mother instincts kicked in. So now that they're grown, she thinks they're wonderful. Mm-hmm. But during that vulnerable stage, I had to keep them away from her.
Mm-hmm. Yes, but, you did the right thing.
Thank you, because to this day, she tells me I should have let them die. Mm. Yeah.
Wow,
that's just awful.
That is a horrible that's a horrible relationship.
Yeah, it is. Well, both her parents are apparently pretty awful. By the way, I want to say hello to everybody in the live stream. If George Knight can hear us, I want to say hello to George Knight. He's been a wonderful human being. Have no idea why Rick Brewer suddenly just decided to. I guess this is the male competition thing. Rick, go easy on the need to try and be competitive about this.
I've been seeing a lot of that male competition thing.
Yes.
Before my social media, and I know we're going into spring, but come on, guys, you really don't have to butt heads like rams.
Right. Thank you.
Well,
And
that's because these guys are not. I'm not trying to make offense to the person in the chat, but
two specific individuals in the chat, but you're talking about guys in general, right?
Guys in general is it's maybe those guys just need to get laid. I mean, granted,
That's generally the problem with the spring ram headbutting is they need to get laid. Yeah. And we have the same problem with a large portion of the human population.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right. So
maybe
that's exactly what goes on, and I've been seeing it for about 3 weeks that the hostility level is rising, and I'm like, dudes, I can't say a fucking thing without somebody down my throat.
This is why I am in favor for the government lifting the governments around the world lifting the sort of, keeping people out of the territory of the other primatoids, so that those guys can do their macho thing and take their macho thing to the primatoids, and the primatoids can put them back in their place.
There we are.
A lot of those folks are just lonely and desperate, and this is a hard time for them.
Yes.
That's why the humans have the option of occult technology. Wink, wink. I'm not advocating this to the listeners. I'm just saying you will at least not be lonely. I mean, you'll see spirits all the time.
Yeah,
I see them as blurs. Sometimes mostly white blurs, but they'll let their presences be felt, and sometimes.
Didn't you have a really intensive romantic experience with a kind of serpentine yaga?
Yes. So there you have it. Then those experiences are better than even having sex with physical women, although I wouldn't know what it's like if you having it in a romantic relationship, because I've never been in one. I've only messed around with women who are married, so I wouldn't know what maybe it would be better if I'm in love with someone. I don't know.
Imagine that. Yes. Imagine how that would change the equation of experience.
I get the feeling that I'll be raising Tiamat, and the ghouls will be infesting New York before that happens.
Oh, there we are. Always the cheerful sort, and just so optimistic.
Not touching topic with 10-foot Paul.
Yes, that's right.
Oh gosh. Oh man. Well. I'm just saying. There's a reason why I think a lot of people get into the occult, and it could have to do with loneliness. I shit you not. This you go to most of the forums, occult forums. The biggest two things people want to do is either hex someone who fucked them over or get someone to fall in love with them. You'll never have someone talking about trying to, increase their abilities to do this or that, or the meta mechanics.
Have you ever tried casting a love spell? I'm just curious. I mean, I never hear you speak of it, so I'm just asking out of morbid curiosity.
Love spells only work if there's an underlying attraction to work off of.
It's kind of makes it a moot point, right?
Exactly. If you have interpersonal skills, you can build on that without magic.
Well, that's the problem. I don't. So that's I tried love spells and they've failed horribly.
Oh my God.
Horrible.
Has to be an underlying attraction for them to work.
Well, it's not that the women weren't attracted to me. It's that there were more their boyfriends. Well, not as
there was
attractive.
Competition. Okay.
Yeah, while their boyfriends weren't as attractive as they had resources that I did not have access to, which made them more.
On a female scale, they rated higher because
Because of resources. Yes. And so because of that,
females invest more energy into reproduction, so they want a mate that can support the child.
Yes, and JMO doesn't want a child or doesn't have the resources, so prostitutes are the next best thing.
Yeah, but you can't afford that.
No, I can't, and I'm not saving money for it either. So I'll just continue to work with the Enochian keys and see what the hell I can conjure up.
There we are. We come back to those Enochian keys. Why is everybody so fascinated with these fucking Enochian keys?
Here's the thing.
I don't know.
It's not the keys. Listen, it's not the keys themselves.
Let Penny.
I have not gotten involved with the Enochians because anything that requires blood offerings kind of, I won't sacrifice another being's life force for something I want.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And the last time I used my own blood for a ritual, I ended up with a concussion and nearly died.
Oh my God! Tell us about
this.
That's
not
this
misadventure again either.
Yeah.
Oh yes, we want to know.
Please, we want to know about this misadventure, please.
What did I do?
Yeah. That's the whole story. What triggered this? Why you? Yeah.
I was in love with this son of a bitch.
Oh, God.
And I will admit that I don't have the best taste in men, Lou accepted. Okay. Actually, Lou chose me, not the other way around. Yes. So I do not have the best taste in men. Right. And I fell for this guy. And he had been put through a ritual by a Filipino shaman type, where there was a dog spirit bound to him through the sacrifice of the dog. Mm. And they had been sharing his body for 50 years. Mm. And I had fallen in love with this guy.
You really fell in love with the dog.
That's probably true, too. Anyway, I have been accused of that. But what I did was... he had a heart attack and was in the hospital and was in a medical coma, and he was dying. Okay. And I lifted him out of that. Uh-huh. And when he was recovered enough to do ritual, we did a ceremony together. Mm-hmm. And as soon as my blood hit a sage that was burning, I was literally knocked out on the floor, and he was in York, Pennsylvania, and I was in California, and Lou watched me hit my head on a stack of bricks, and he panicked and started curling me in on myself, trying to get me up, which was a mistake because I couldn't breathe that way. But I ended up seeing the doctor and ordered into a dark room for 6 weeks. And when the doctor heard what I had done, he says, "Well, I hope it knocked some sense into you."
Did you curse him?
God. Oh
for saying
God.
That? That's what I would have done.
I just looked at him and said, "Thanks, Doc." But yeah, it was one of those things that it was a life changer, because it did break the connection between that man and the dog spirit, and he was actually angry because he no longer had control of that being, and it completely destroyed the relationship. And I had been deeply in love with this man, not wanting to own him, but the connection was very strong, and we actually stayed connected until his eventual death from something else.
Okay.
So, and that's another interesting proposition, is when you're in love with someone and you have a telepathic connection and they're fucking someone else, you get to feel that. So,
interesting. I didn't even know such a thing was possible.
Yeah, there's lots of things possible. It's just people that experience them don't generally talk about them on air.
All right.
Oh, that's the good stuff to listen. That's the stuff all the listeners want to know.
All the listeners want to know, yes. Be careful with who you bond telepathically, because you can't filter out what you get through them. And if you're not in relationship physically, you're going to feel when they are with someone else.
Oh my God.
And if that's going to be a problem for you, you're going to have a problem.
Wow. Well, this is
very
articulate of you. Go on. Yeah, I'm sorry. What were you going to say, Jameson?
I don't think a telepathic bond with anyone is a good idea. I don't care how much in love with them. It just yeah.
Well, it's called intimacy, and you're afraid of intimacy.
Yes. Well, with intimacy, you don't have safety anymore. With intimacy, you don't have that wall anymore, and that's horrifying, because that wall is everything.
Once you ever experience it with someone who is not a threat,
but
you will come to crave that.
Well, without the wall, you can't determine who's a threat or not. So I mean,
you still have the wall with everyone else.
Okay.
But yeah, part of the intimacy thing is that you are vulnerable to each other.
Mm-hmm. So let me go mute, and you two can continue. I think you're on a good thread, and I'll be breaking in soon enough. It's towards the bottom of the hour. And by the time I get started, we should have about 5.5 to 6 hours remaining. And so our lovely Diane Buchberger is saying, I notice it with men when I am just having a regular conversation, they start verbally attacking. It is unnerving. This is in the past few weeks. Okay, so maybe both of you can address that. Yeah.
All right, I think it's time to do a mass hexing on the male species and just get rid of them.
You hear Lou back here saying, hey.
Okay. Well, without Lou, and I'll exclude Lou, and of course Douglas is, he's only part human, so it wouldn't affect him. And well, that, and he's
since when is he only part human?
Well, he's half vampiroid, so a quarter vampiroid. So technically, and of course, there's the nano blood, which, that's.
He started off as a human, so I would go with enhanced or altered, but he's still a human.
I guess.
Lack of being human has been a excuse for some of the worst atrocities in human history.
But so has being human. I mean, because one can argue that part of human nature is dehumanizing others. And using that to justify. In fact, that one can say that archetypally, that's one of the human evils, is that dehumanization, dehumanizing your opponent before you go to war.
And that's exactly what I'm thinking you're doing to Douglas, and I like Douglas, and I'm not going to let
No.
you dehumanize him.
I am definitely not trying to do that to Douglas.
Okay. I'm going to make that clear. I like Douglas, and I'm not going to let you dehumanize him.
No, I'm definitely not dehumanizing him. I am saying that there are things that are better than human, and there are things that are beyond human. And I'd rather be something beyond human than be human, because being human sucks. Well, I'm not going to say it sucks. I'm going to say it's a challenge. It's good to be human. Be human when you can be human from the outside, but when you're exposed, or when you're vulnerable, that's when being human sucks. Which is, and I'm sure we can, agree on that much. I mean, granted, relationships require vulnerability. That's why I'm not in a relationship. It's better to be invulnerable to certain things. It's better to know that it's better to have that security, because at least you can see everything from the outside rather than having to experience it in person. That doesn't make any sense, does it?
No. I'm glad you figured that out.
Yeah,
that is why humans are lonely, is because our natural state is to be vulnerable with one person.
I see. That makes perfect sense. Yeah, I can't argue with that. There's no way I can rationalize out of that. That's because it's right. Damn.
You hear Lou giggling, because I do that to him too.
Well done. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, when I came up, when we met, he was obviously attracted to me because he would suck in his gut every time I was around. And we had this little chat about how even the Bible said that it was not good for the man to be alone. That's the natural state, is for pairing up with a partner of whatever compatible gender you're looking for.
All right, she's yeah, that's Christmas. She wants to be fed. I'm going to wait till Douglas gets back. Of course,
unless the cat gets louder.
Well, she could do that. She actually speaks better than I do. She's a better speaker than I am. So that's a plus. She's teaching me how to project, because she's really good at that.
I took a class called public speaking when I was in college, and that has come in really useful over the years, better than you would think. I was a political activist in the 80s.
Wow.
And I met Daniel Berrigan, who most of your listeners are not going to have a clue who that is. And I was involved in some things that were still legal then, but may not be now. So they've changed a lot of the protest laws over the last decade.
That's actually quite scary, because it renders protests pretty much useless compared to.
You have to be able to protest. You have to be able to have petitions for redress. That's what it's called in legal terms. You have to be able to do the petitions to tell the government you want things changed. You have to be able to speak freely to object to things. You have, and when push comes to shove, the way you spend your money is also part of the free speech / protest.
Yes.
And
boycotts
work better than anything else. And that's the underlying theme of what these sanctions are, is those are boycotting the country that's doing what they don't like. And we have gone as far as putting people in prison for boycotting certain nations, certain products. And now it's like social media will shut you down if you even mention certain categories of things. And I have friends that are leaving the more moderate social media and going headfirst into conservative platforms where they're just going to become more polarized. And I think that this whole shut everybody down bullshit is going to blow up in their faces. That they are creating the civil war that they claim to not want.
Because they do want it. That's the reason why they're creating it. I assure you, it's very much deliberate at this point.
Of course it is, because they have to have a civil war as an excuse to shut us down and entrap us in cities rather than scattered all over Hell's Half Acre.
It's also how they purge people they don't like. They're using it for all sorts of reasons. That's not going to end well. That's going to be we'll just say that there's a good reason why I've made a lot of blood contracts with a lot of different things, because it'll be a good defense when shit hits the fan.
When the population becomes the victim of the weapons in the military, they will start finding out that the devices that I describe will be used against them. And at that point, they will be not even reasoning enough to realize I was right. And I'm hoping that I don't survive it, because I know the weapons that they have available. I know the destructive capability of them, and these are weapons that destroy people and not property.
Oh.
And it's just, if there is a civil war, it's going to be the equivalent of pitchforks against AK-47s. It's going to be modern energy weapons against people with pop guns. And even if they've had surface military training, they're not going to be expecting ships, because we do have an armada that is American. It's built in Utah, and they've been talking about it since the 1980s. And these are ships with hyperspace drives and energy weapons that can go through and just start fires, create all kinds of problems. I can show you YouTube videos where the manufacturers are advertising these products and show you demonstrations of a laser cannon attached to a Navy plane, like an F-14, and it's flying through and can destroy a drone in midair, can melt a pickup engine, can take out missiles in midair, and those are going to be used against the population if there's a civil war. And you think that people are panicking now. No gasoline to escape with, no electric power because the grid's been shut off, no way to communicate because the grid's been shut off, and you're having your own government's military shooting at you with things you didn't even know existed. And to me, that is more frightening than anything we have in any of our inner cities.
At any rate, so thank you for sharing that
well,
vision.
it's definitely one definitely would want to be on the right side, which who knows what side that is.
Well, the side is, of course, our side, which is the side of democracy, as opposed to the side of the Republican Party and the.
And I'm certainly hoping that the people with the energy weapons are on the side of democracy, so that I won't miss. I won't miss a few microwave Republicans. It wouldn't bother me. I wouldn't lose sleep over that.
Okay, well, we're having some technical problems on my side. I'm barely able to control my computer anymore. My computer has been completely hijacked, and the cursor's just moving around without my controlling it. So they've already we know which side they're on. So in terms of that, I'd best start talking soon before they jack the entire show. Such as it is, however, of course, I think that you're both doing grand. I should refresh myself a bit more before I go on to speak at all, so I can last the remaining 6 hours. And with that, I'll leave you two to talking. Do continue for a few more minutes.
I am going to hide Rick Brewer because he's just trolling.
Okay, then block him.
Being dick. We don't need to see him anymore. Chances are he's probably someone who, oh boy, he's probably the same asshole who wrote that idiocy that you just read about.
Which one?
Yeah. I mean, how is this guy? Okay, so he's acknowledging everything you're saying and then unacknowledging it at the same time. It's like, that dude, he there is no ability to rationalize with him.
Well, what I've been finding on my channel when I do a premiere of a recorded show is that I have an assortment of folks who think that this is all made up. And I do vet my folks on my show, and once in a while I make a mistake, but overall I've done a decent job of vetting them to where they believe what they're talking about was real. It makes sense relative to other experiencers and released documents, and as far as I can tell, they're not wanted on criminal charges. That's what I look for. Now, lately, I've been informed that I have to monitor their love life.
Really? Why is that?
Because someone got their panties in a bunch about one of the people I interviewed having affairs with more than one woman over the last couple of years.
Okay.
So, Okay, I'm dealing with people who have been through mind fracture
Yeah.
most of which was through sexual abuse. And that leaves these people in a zone where they really don't understand the rules.
Mm-hmm.
And they're adults, and they're interacting with other people who don't really understand the rules.
Okay.
And they have programming to be, the vernacular is sex kittens.
Mm-hmm.
And so you get two sex kittens of opposite genders together, and what are you going to expect to happen?
Something everyone will watch.
Yeah.
Go on.
And so they don't know how to make long-term relationships. They really don't know how to raise the kids that they produce. And you end up with this situation of they're together for a month or two, and then they're mad at each other because they broke up. And it's a very painful thing to watch.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you care about them at all, it's a very emotionally painful thing going on. And then you get people on the outside who are sitting there with puritanical rules and judging them. And suddenly I've been informed I'm not supposed to be interviewing those people because they're immoral.
There you go.
And I'm like, guys, if I'm not going to interview fucked up people,
who would you interview? Yeah.
Who am I going to interview? Because this whole community, everybody's fucked up by definition.
Oh my God. Yes, there we are. Awesome.
You know, so yes, I look at your chat that's going on and I'm like, God, that looks familiar. So yeah, you know.
Oh my God. So there we have that. And honey, I'm going to refresh myself. I'll be back in a few minutes. And when I come back, I'm going to suck all the oxygen out of the room very shortly after that. But take your time and wind up.
It's okay because my voice box is giving out.
I got it. Well, we were blessed by the grace of your presence, and we certainly appreciate you, and I'm sure that George and I will appreciate the fact that Jameson Reese hit Rick Brewer. And
that's an ass.
Yeah,
I met George through a post that he made on your wall.
That's right. And how did that go?
I shared it.
Yeah, wonderful.
And I've appreciated his work a lot.
Wonderful. You hear that, George? Yes. Hopefully he hears this on replaying. I mean, oh my God. Yes, he's a wonderful English gentleman. And so, darling, I'm glad that you were able to see his work.
I hope he didn't get too upset about me sharing Gina Hill's video on it as a comment. But as far as I was concerned, it was supporting evidence.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So. And well then, darling, I'm going to be back in a matter of 5 to 7 minutes or so, and then take over. In the meantime, kind of wrap up with Jameson here. You both work so well together, and so everybody listen to these people. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah. It seems odd that I people should tell you who to have on based on that. I mean, because
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's your platform, and if anything,
I had a temper tantrum rant today where I basically said, it's my show. I'm going to have who I'm going to have on. That I do make an effort to vet people, and I gave the criteria that I use, and I said, I'm doing the disclosure movement on my show because I was being shot at with energy weapons. And as long as I cover the disclosure movement, I don't get shot at anymore. So I have a vested interest in not getting shot at.
In other words, you're being forced. They're pretty much forcing you to tell your story.
I am being forced to tell my story. I have somehow been in between two or more government agencies who are at war with each other, and I'm the pawn in the middle, and I'm being forced to tell my story. As long as I'm talking, I don't get shot at. So that's where it stands. Once I got my radio show with Global Enlightenment Radio Network, once I got that, I stopped being shot at. I stopped being taken for missions and having body parts broken on the way back.
Geesh, that is horrific.
And yeah, I went on, it wasn't even a space-related mission. It was something the CIA wanted done. And I accomplished their mission. They're telling me, great job, but your cover alter's talking too much. So we're gonna remind you not to do that anymore. And they broke my shoulder, and it took a 4-hour surgery to recover it. And then I go to a conference, and it's, well, how do you know this isn't just in the etheric, that you aren't just in astral? And I'm like,
you don't break shoulders in the etheric.
Yeah, that's what I told them, is I had to have a 4-hour surgery. You know, check out my video compilations. There's video where I'm in a sling post-op. You know.
Yeah, you don't get physical evidence from, well, I mean, being astral.
Exactly. Astral is, by definition, you're out of the body. So what happens to you there doesn't affect the physicality. So the very fact that I had to have surgery, and I have the scars to prove them, you know, it's like, oh yeah, I went to physical therapy Monday and Wednesday this week. And Monday, my physical therapist tells me, well, you know, you have a much wider range of motion with your right arm than you do with your left. And I said, I've had 2 reconstructive surgeries on the left. And she goes, oh.
Geez,
she hadn't even read my file. So,
that sounds immensely painful.
This isn't something I do for the fun of it. I mean, yeah, I enjoy talking to you and Douglas, but this isn't something I do because this is what I wanted to do in my 60s. This is something I do because I have been seriously injured. I have been shot at. I've had friends murdered. And the day I had surgery, Daryl and Doris's house burnt to the ground. There are real physical things happening to people around me and to me because of this. Now, what this is to the folks doing it, I don't know, because it's too easy for people to write me off as a nut job.
Yeah, well, you stop being a nut job when you have scars to show people, and that is wow. That's freaking. We're paying taxes for them to do that shit to people. That's
the whole
beyond
point.
Angering.
We are paying taxes for them to kidnap children. I was 4 when they first took me, and they do whatever they do to you, and they take you over and over and over and over for your entire life. And I'm in my 60s, and they're breaking my fucking shoulder. That was 3 years ago. So this is what your taxes are paying for. And all I'm asking is they stop kidnapping children and start using consenting adults.
Yes.
That doesn't sound like that big of a change for them, but apparently it is.
Well, I get the feeling that many adults won't want to consent to what they want to do to people. It's just we'll put it that way.
Thank you.
I
That was
not
rather
sign.
odd,
I would not sign up for that shit.
Well, I'm contacted at least a couple of times a week by somebody who says, and how do I sign up for this? How do I contact the Germans in space? How do I sign up for Solar Warden? I want to go shoot ETs on Mars.
Yeah, they could have fun with that. Definitely don't want to have anything to do with that.
Yeah.
No.
I don't think anybody that's in their right mind would actually want to do this. But there's a lot of people that have the idea that it's fun, glamorous, and patriotic.
Well, you do have. I don't know how the patriotism comes in their minds when this is what they've been told is the enemy all these years.
At that point, if they want to do it because they want to be patriotic, at that point maybe they should be put into a program where they're forced to do shit like that, because maybe they're just so. Well, at that point, there's no person left to really be worth anything else.
Yes, they're rather hopeless in that sense. Okay, well, I'll take it from here, and thank you so much, honey. You have a blessed night, and share our love with Lou Reist, of course. He's welcome to come on and say goodnight to all our listeners as well.
You gonna say hello? He's waddling over, so don't give up.
Yes. That's delightful.
It's better standing up first to get out of the chair.
Yeah. Yes.
You guys have a good evening. Have a good show.
Thank you. Bless you. And you have a blessed night along with your lovely partner.
Thank you.
Yes.
Have a good night.
Yes.
Good night,
to
guys.
both of you.
Good night.
Okay, and that was Penny Bradley comes on and shares her perspective, and Jameson Reese helps to bring that out. Well, Jameson, thank you so much for all of that. Love you dearly like a son. Say goodnight to our listeners, and do let them know that you'll be with me throughout the night, holding my back.
Yes, I will. Good night, folks. I shall be in the background, and I will definitely keep an eye on those bots and trolls.
Yes, thank you. Deeply appreciate it. We're certainly going to need it, judging by what was going on in there. And so all of that is even mildly threatening, you might say. Rick Brewer claiming he was living in San Francisco and that he was pure Nordic Aryan, but loved what I was saying, all that stuff. So just very bizarre. So he's been hidden by Jameson Reese, and hopefully George Knight appreciates that. And that, of course, is bowing to seniority. George Knight has been with us from the beginning, and certainly, as Penny Bradley said, has provided many materials that, since he's researching territory that bleeds into what she does, the fact that she finds it helpful is speaks for itself. So that's wonderful. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Baron Estanius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com to access excerpts from his book of that very title, yet to be published, The Unfinished Man, and and also review scenes from his cinematic documentaries that are there for you to peruse. And you'll find all that at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Tucson is spelled like Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520-323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. Very appreciative of everyone who has been with us to this point. And of course, people are here to listen to both the esoteric and the immediate. We are going to go from the esoteric now to the immediate. And before we do that, we're going to conduct a shout out. And the latest shout out is to the lovely Hollycoditis Kiefer. If you're listening out there, honey, mwah, this is for you. God bless you. Love you dearly beyond expression. And so the Hollycoditis Kiefer contributed 100 United States dollars via a money order that was sent directly to my mailing address. My physical mailing address is available on the website, DouglasDietrich.com. So do remember that you can assets it there, or you can jot it down now. It is 1242 1242 Green Street, like the color green, 1242 Green Street, 1242 Green Street, San Francisco, California, 94109. That's area code 94109. So this will help amazingly if you want to send a check or money order, never cash, and understand that you are, it helps every bit that you do. Okay, now I am going to try and, shall we say, explain the world to you. And it is a world that, is hard for a lot of people to grasp. And one reason it's hard for people to grasp is there are people out there who put just too much out there that has nothing to do with anything. So we want you to grasp that much. There's a lot of stuff out there that is extraneous information to what you need to know or what would help you understand this world. So with what I do for you as an analyst, I simplify it for you. So understand that much, and hopefully it will work for you. It's something that you have to open your ears as well as your mind. And one of the things that I was asked, for instance, by well-meaning people was they were asking me about the stupid bullshit about biolabs that the United States was maintaining in Ukraine. Now, I've explained at length in the past that the Russians themselves were engineering or weaponizing the African swine fever, and that's what took out all of the pigs in communist China, which is their major source of protein. And this, of course, is what happened to China. It made them eat everything else that they could find. It led to the wet markets filling up with all kinds of wild animals. And that's what led to the production of COVID. Ultimately, it was nothing that even needed a lab. But what was produced in a lab was the African swine fever, which wiped out China's pig population, the largest pig population in the world. So when it comes to all of that, understand that we are in a path to destruction based on what the Russians have brought upon us all. They were deploying that African swine fever in the Ukraine, and this got loose and struck out at their own ally, Communist China, leading us to the situation where we are today. It is ultimately just disgusting. It's something that it just can't be described how awful it is. So because of that, the Russians, not necessarily as a people, but certainly under Vladimir Putin, are deserving everything that's happening to them right now. And a lot is happening to them right now. So understand that it was brought upon them by themselves. But at the same time, we try to maintain a humanitarian perspective for the Russian people as opposed to Vladimir Putin, but they are responsible in the sense that they are tolerating him in power. So they really need a regime change. And unless they enforce that regime change, then what we're going to have is a very long war. And it's a war that can very well go nuclear, as everyone's been warning about for quite some time. So let me do my best to try and explain everything for you, and you can better grasp as an information consumer where this war is going. So understand, first off, let's start with the most important factor here. China is now pushing the Russia conspiracy theory about U.S. labs in the Ukraine, while the billionaire investor Bill Ackman says Russia's attack on Ukraine means World War III has likely already started. His words. So Beijing refuses to call Russia's attack on Ukraine an invasion. Their foreign ministry claims that the United States is storing viruses in biolabs. Bill Ackman said that World War III may have started and the United States has simply been slow to realize it. He's compared the use of Russian rockets against Ukrainian citizens to Adolf Hitler's gas chambers. Now, that billionaire said the United States needs to impose harsher sanctions and stop buying Russian oil. We took a step towards that already, and that's for the best. Putin has really misread Ukraine, even as he is wreaking carnage in Ukraine, and no one can stop him. Russian soldiers having killed a Bay Area tech employee and her 2 children in Ukraine. To evict Russia from the Ukraine, start by evicting it from the United Nations. I won't have time to go into it tonight, but ultimately the World Trade Organization as well. Now, the former Yukos Oil CEO, Mikhail Khodorkovsky says Russia has moved from an authoritarian regime to a totalitarian one. That's an important point that he's made. And speaking to Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern in an exclusive interview, the exiled Russian businessman also said the level of resistance in Ukraine is likely to have come as a total shock to the president for life, Vladimir Putin. On February 24th, Russia started a massive invasion of Ukraine. Despite the Kremlin claiming the Russian army has entered the country as a liberatory force, a force that liberates. That's a term they used is very awkward. Liberatory force. It has mercilessly targeted Ukrainian civilians. It has bombed residential areas, schools, hospitals, commercial buildings across the country, and has violated all negotiated deals to open humanitarian corridors for evacuation. Ukraine's state emergency service has confirmed that at least 2,000 civilians have been killed so far. I'm surprised it's that few, to tell you the truth. It's got to be much more. Now, a Bay Area software company employee and her 2 children are dead after Russian soldiers fired on them while evacuating a Ukrainian city near Kiev. Now, SE Ranking confirmed on Monday morning that Tatiana Parabenis, the Palo Alto business and marketing software company's chief accountant, and her 2 children were killed Sunday when Russian mortar artillery fired on Irpin, Ukraine. Parabenis and her children were trying to evacuate the city. Now, this was all last weekend announced with the opening of last work week. And in a Facebook post that I've since verified the, shall we say, the reality of, the fact that it's genuine, the company, SE Ranking, so wrote, these are their words, and to quote as they, "There are no words to describe our grief or to mend our pain. But for us, it is crucial to not let Tanya and her kids, Alice and Nikita, remain just statistics. Her family became the victim of the unprovoked fire on civilians, which under any law is a crime against humanity." The company added that the Russian army are criminals who should be stopped. The New York Times reported from Irpin on Sunday that a woman, her teenage son, and her daughter, who appeared to be about 8 years old, died after Russian soldiers fired mortars at a bridge civilians were using to flee the fighting near Kiev. Soldiers tried helping an unconscious man traveling with the family, but the paper reported he died of his wounds. About a dozen Ukrainian soldiers were helping carry children and escaping civilians' luggage, not fighting, according to the New York Times. But their mere presence among the civilians led to all of the civilians being targeted. In addition to its Palo Alto offices, SE Ranking's website lists offices in London, Kiev, Moscow, and Minsk, Belarus. Russia staged a number of its forces in Belarus before invading Ukraine. The company announced on the 1st of March it had ceased operations in Russia, no longer allowing Russian customers to sign up or pay for its service. Of the company's 122 listed employees on LinkedIn as of Tuesday afternoon, 72 of them were based in Ukraine. In a blog post on the 1st of March, Svetlana Shahel, a content marketer and editoress with the company, wrote, "Some of us have spent days on the road striving to bring our families to a safer place. Some are still in Kiev and other cities of Ukraine, trying to do their daily routine to the sounds of air raid sirens. All of us feel scared and devastated, but also hopeful and strong. The Russian army has also gone so far as attacking Ukrainian nuclear power sites in Chernobyl and Enerhodar, dangling the threat of a nuclear disaster in Europe's face. All of this the Kremlin is trying to justify with cynical propaganda, dehumanizing and degrading Ukrainians. Its general narrative during the past years has been that the Ukrainians are not a nation, that Ukrainian identity was invented by Nazis, and therefore Russia needs to denazify the country. This is ultimately the source of all of your Nazi phobia that all of you are indoctrinated into as mindless vermin by the Russian master race that you so worship throughout all these generations, whom you were programmed to believe won the Second World War. During the first days of this war, Moscow may have been surprised to learn, however, that the majority of Ukrainians hate the idea of becoming Russians and hate Russian authoritarianism with Vladimir Putin at its helm. Contrary to what the Russian life-term president says and is constantly repeated by the Russian media, Ukrainians have a strong national identity and know who they are as a people. As Ukrainian sovereignty is in imminent danger, it is important to emphasize that Ukraine has had a distinct centuries-old history, and the idea of Ukrainian statehood did not emerge with the creation of the Soviet Union. On the territory of modern-day Ukraine, various ancient polities have left their mark, including Greek colonies, Scythian tribes, and the Khazar state. Its capital, Kiev, was the center of a powerful medieval state, Kievan Rus, which connected Eastern Slavic lands with the Varangian north and Byzantine south. In the 17th century, the Cossacks, a Slavic warrior community based on the territory of today's Ukraine, established an autonomous political identity, which was under the cultural influence of Western Europe, Eastern Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. Now, this distinct history has also produced a unique Ukrainian political culture that is anti-tyrannical in its nature. Exempli Greciae, Kievan Ruses exist as a pluralistic polity for several centuries. Early modern Cossack statehood was deeply influenced among other things by Catholic education, German law, and Polish contractual politics. In 19th century Ukraine, which existed within the borders of the Russian and Habsburg empires, Ukrainian intellectuals were defending decentralized and democratic politics, including poet Taras Shevchenko, historian Mykola Kostomarov, and philosopher Mikhailo Drahomanov. This pluralist political identity explains why today Ukraine is not governed by one person and why Ukrainians have been rebelling whenever there have been attempts to establish authoritarian rule. Domestic authoritarianism in Ukraine is difficult to achieve, and it has always been imported. This partly explains today's war between Ukraine and the Russian Empire. Kiev and Moscow differ substantially on political culture and civil rights. Ukrainians want to live in a democracy with guaranteed rights and freedoms that they perceive, for that very reason, they perceive Russia as a place where these values are neglected and a tyrant's power is respected. Russia, with its authoritarian traditions, sees the Ukrainian freedom-seeking political model as dangerous. That is why it is suspicious about any Ukrainian political revival, which Putin has called colored revolutions and turned into a domestic scarecrow. The narrative laid out by Putin's propagandists about internal divisions within the Ukrainian society also does not reflect any reality. One of these fault lines is allegedly along linguistic differences, with Putin suggesting that Ukrainian and Russian speakers are in conflict and the latter are necessarily pro-Russia. He has claimed that in 2014, people took arms in eastern Ukraine to fight for their language, trying to obfuscate what clearly was a Russian invasion of the country. He has pointed at language laws passed by the Ukrainian parliament as evidence of sharp divisions within Ukrainian society and part of the forced assimilation of Russians in that country. But Ukrainian linguistic identity is not linear. Language does not divide people into groups, and language identity is much more fluid than many outsiders assume. For example, a program on Ukrainian TV can host a Ukrainian speaker and a Russian speaker who would communicate in their respective languages and understand each other without a problem. One can also hear conversations in the streets in which people start a phrase in Ukrainian and finish it in Russian, or vice versa. Multiple slangs mix the two languages, and many people do not actually speak literary Ukrainian or literary Russian, but something in between. Furthermore, language does not reflect political identity. One can also easily find a Russian-speaking journalist or blogger who would stress the distinctiveness of the Ukrainian identity and discuss how to safeguard it from Russian propaganda. one can easily find a Russian-speaking Ukrainian who defended the country against the Russian invasion in 2014 and is doing so now in 2022. By the way, Diane Hillis-Buchberger says goodnight for the moment. So just going to say goodnight to her, love. Good. There we are. There we are. And mwah, love you dearly. With that, continuing into where we're at. Now, the fierce resistance against the Russian invaders in cities like Kharkiv and Kherson, which are majority Russian-speaking or have significant Russian-speaking population, is the final indisputable proof that the Kremlin's propaganda is simply absurd. However much the Kremlin may try to divide Ukrainians through false historical narratives, the distortion of facts and outright invasion and land grabs, all its aggressive behavior is bringing the Ukrainian nation together and strengthening Ukrainian identity. In the past, many Ukrainians may have perceived close relations with Moscow as something good, but today it is perceived as the greatest danger the nation faces. Even before the war started, some 72% of Ukrainians identified Russia as a hostile state. At the same time, more and more Ukrainians are turning their gaze westward and are becoming convinced that membership in the EU is the way forward for the country. In the lead up to the war, support for membership in the European Union grew to 68% and NATO to 54%, up from 14% in 2012, and it skyrocketed after the invasion to 86% for EU membership and 76% for NATO accession. According to another poll, 80% of Ukrainian citizens say they are ready to defend their country from a Russian invasion by taking up arms. This means that by attacking Ukraine in 2014 and by invading it again in 2022, Russia has achieved the opposite of what it wants. It is not only failing to bring Ukraine back into its sphere of influence, but it is also inspiring even more resistance to its aggression and consolidating further the Ukrainian national identity. With its actions, Moscow is creating an infernal image of itself in the eyes of all Ukrainians and strengthening their conviction that their future should not be tied to that horrible authoritarian state to the east. Millions of lives could be destroyed to slake Vladimir Putin's obsession with losing World War III, what Americans misnomer the Cold War. Less than 3 weeks, but a fortnight, 14 nights into Russia's invasion of Ukraine, a historic outrage 30 years in the making. The world is looking on in horror at the barbarity, human tragedy, appalling destruction, and worldwide reverberations sparked by one man's orders. Ukraine's fate starkly underlines that even 20 years into the 21st century, and despite the world's vows to learn from history, a lone autocrat who has ruthlessly fashioned a political system to eliminate dissent and reality itself has the power to cause unfathomable human loss and misery. Putin's apparent willingness to bombard Ukraine into submission and clearly gratuitous targeting of the innocent civilians he insisted are Russian kin mean the humanitarian disaster is likely only just beginning. More than 1 million refugees have already fled their homes, according to the United Nations. Millions more will follow, as family lives, jobs, and communities are shattered. That's without the thousands of civilians sure to die in a prolonged Russian blitzkrieg. While there is speculation about Putin's goals and state of mind and huge public interest in the courage of Ukrainians vowing to resist the invasion, it is critical for the world to properly understand the basic reality of the apparent war crimes that are now occurring in Ukraine. In a Kiev suburb on Sunday, 2 small children and 2 adults were obliterated by Russian shelling as they tried to flee. Alexander Markushin, the mayor of Irpin, said, "A family died in front of my eyes." Meanwhile, the dead lay unburied in the smoldering wreckage of Kharkiv, a city of 1.5 million people, which was under a prolonged bombardment that served as a warning of Kiev's likely fate to come. Other Ukrainians were trapped by shocking Russian shelling of humanitarian corridors. Photos and video of Ukrainian men putting their families on evacuation trains and heading out to fight are reviving the trauma of a continent's blood-soaked history. If harrowing video of Ukraine was in black and white, it would be easier to mistake it for historic newsreels of World War II, the last time such scenes of devastation and cruelty were inflicted by one sovereign nation upon another in Europe. And it all flows from the mind of a Russian dictator, evidently motivated by his own historic scars as a KGB officer in East Germany when the Berlin Wall fell. Putin, seeking to redraw the post-World War III or Cold War map of Europe, has now engineered the counterpoint to those joyous scenes 3 decades later in his relentless bombardments designed to revive Russia as a superpower. Ukraine's future looks increasingly bleak. The events of a bloody weekend underscore that despite the West's impressive ramping up of sanctions strangling the Russian economy and the courage of resisting Ukrainian civilians and the pleas of their president, Ukraine's future is bleak, with Putin having raised questions about it continuing to exist as a nation-state at all. Massive Western sanctions might eventually whip up sufficient opposition inside Russia, where citizens are struggling under a collapsing economy, to topple Putin. Arms shipments to Ukraine from the West will certainly increase the cost of Moscow's forces of the invasion and possible occupation. But the reality that the West will not intervene directly to avoid triggering an escalation with Russia that could spark a almost facetious, or should I say specious, rather, nuclear exchange. One that is not going to happen because there's no nukes to exchange, grants Putin an overwhelming advantage and deepens Ukraine's tragedy based on a farcical fantasy. Sooner or later, the outside world may find itself looking on at a massacre it deemed itself powerless to prevent, based on a fraud, the lie of nuclear power as weaponized by the Russians. This terrible possibility was raised in Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's latest heartbreaking appeal for help on Sunday. Zelensky told the world, "We are humans, and it's your humanitarian duty to protect us, protect civilians, and you can do it. If you don't do it, if you at least don't give us airplanes so that we could defend ourselves, that the only conclusion remains. You also want us to be very slowly killed." You see, Putin is still dictating all the events. While the United States is talking with Poland about a plan to send its Russian-made warplanes to Ukraine, and there is debate about a full embargo on Russian oil exports, the West is close to hitting the limit of what can be done without triggering a direct conflict with Putin. Thus, U.S. messaging is beginning to stress the magnitude of what has already been done to help. That includes Western sanctions that have thrown the Russian economy back into a Soviet-era dark age, and the arsenals of anti-tank and anti-aircraft rockets poured into Ukraine in the West's new proxy war with Russia. As Americans cursed Putin over the weekend with gasoline soaring well above $4 a gallon in some states because of an oil market rocked by this invasion, Secretary of State Antony Blinken, speaking from Moldova, a non-NATO U.S. ally that fears it might be next in Putin's firing line, seemed to be looking ahead to a post-invasion future in which a Western-supported Ukrainian resistance might make Putin's troops pay a heavy price, warning Jake Tapper on CNN's State of the Union that the Russian dictator's savagery was still dictating events. To quote his T, Vladimir Putin has, unfortunately, the capacity, with the sheer manpower that he has in Ukraine and the overmatch that he has, the ability to keep grinding things down against incredibly resilient and courageous Ukrainians. I think we have to be prepared for this to last for some time. But just winning a battle is not winning the war. Taking a city does not mean he's taking the hearts and minds of the Ukrainian people. On the contrary, he is destined to lose. The Ukrainian people have demonstrated that they will not allow themselves to be subjugated to Vladimir Putin or to Russia's rule. Now, Ursula von der Leyen, the presidentess of the European Commission, also stressed the severity of Western sanctions, but signaled that Zelensky's plea for immediate EU membership was unlikely to be fast-tracked, herself telling Tapper, "Nobody doubts that these brave Ukrainian people and the outstanding leadership of President Zelensky, all fighting for our common values, that they belong to our European family. And with the application, President Zelensky set a process in motion. This process will take some time." Then we have Putin's personal crusade. The way that Putin has single-handedly pushed his country into war, crushed internal dissent, and berated, apparently bemused, in national security aides on television has underscored how much of the Ukraine war is a personal crusade. His unhinged and ahistorical speeches about the war, including his false claims he is trying to denazify Ukraine, have sparked concerns about whether a leader once seen as a ruthless and cruel broker of Russia's national interests has slipped into a parallel mental reality that, along with his nuclear threats, have caused concern about how far a desperate Russian dictator, who has effectively made his own political survival contingent on a war that is turning into a quagmire, might go. On State of the Union, Republican Senator Marco Rubio of Florida said, "He is now engaged in a conflict where he's either going to have a costly military victory, followed by a costly occupation that he cannot afford, or he's going to get caught in a long-term military quagmire, at the same time as he's facing a second front, which is an economy in freefall in his own country." So the combination of these two things, I think, puts us all in a very dangerous place. And that is, he's going to have to do something, some escalation, some amplification of this crisis, in order to restore strategic balance, in his view, with the West. And I'm worried about what those things could be. So far, in the 2.5 weeks since the invasion, Putin has done nothing but escalate, despite a calm Western reaction to his nuclear provocations. It remains unclear how he would react to the possibility that Poland or Romania might provide fighter jets to Ukraine, a step that appears to drag two ex-Warsaw Pact nations closer to indirect conflict with Russia. The record of the invasion, however, proves that regardless of how much pain new Western steps might inflict, they are unlikely to stop Putin playing out his obsession that Ukraine must never be allowed to join the West, even if that means blowing it and its people to smithereens. As Zelensky put it in a new video message Sunday evening, the aggressor's audacity is a clear signal to the West that sanctions imposed against Russia are not enough. Faced with continuing atrocities perpetrated at the command of dictator Vladimir Putin, the United Nations ought to take Ukrainian ambassadors' advice. Expel Russia from the Security Council and suspend it from the organization as a whole. As the war began 3 weeks agone, those were the suggestions by Sergei Kislitsa. Kislitsa is Ukraine's ambassador to the United Nations. He argued that Security Council membership, which provides Russia a veto over UN collective action, was never transmitted to Russia from the old Soviet Union. He said Russia's warring aggression puts it in violation of the United Nations Charter, making it no longer a legitimate member of the whole body. Even those of us with no admiration for the United Nations and little appreciation for its legal intricacies should see the ambassador's claims are at least plausible and certainly well within the spirit of the United Nations mission. The very first line of its purposes and principles proclaims its devotion to maintaining international peace and security, and from the preamble, to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. The principles denounce all actions that violate the territorial integrity of any nation. Wise diplomats will take the opportunity, when it arises, to use to positive effect even an oft useless and sometimes counterproductive organization. The goal here is not to get bogged down in technicalities. The objective is to isolate the Russian Empire. Putin's Russia is already de facto an international pariah. Let's make it official. Every signal should be sent, every step taken to make it clear the Russian Empire is not just fighting Ukraine and not just at odds with the nations of NATO. Instead, its criminal and crime-filled invasion of Ukraine is opposed by virtually the entire world. Information matters. Messages matter. Truth matters. First, while the bloodthirsty Putin may not care, a number of his generals and oligarchs actually may be aghast to find Russia so outcast. And not just by European nations that control significant international financing, but also by the nations of the world acting as one. Second, the Russian population needs to hear this message. Right now, Putin's propaganda machine has convinced a broad swath of ordinary Russians that their nation has not invaded, much less indiscriminately bombarded Ukraine. The more the truth is proclaimed, the better chance it reaches more Russians and forces constructive action. One need only remember the stories of Nathan Sharansky and other human rights activists about how, even while languishing in Gulag, they were joyfully inspired by President Ronald Reagan speaking truth to the evil Soviet power. Truth turns hearts in good directions. Although symbolism is important, eviction from the Security Council and suspension from the General Assembly is more than just a symbolic gesture. If, for whatever reason, the world's nations do decide to take collective action against Russia, whether it's military, diplomatic, or economic, while speaking as one body under the auspices of the United Nations, they must be rid of the Russian veto to do it. And for some nations, it helps to justify such action to their own people if they act under the UN banner. Russian diplomats and generals also know the patina of collective action under an established international body helps enable otherwise skittish nations to join an anti-Russian effort. The more that people around Putin can be dissuaded from continuing their current terror, the better chance some coalition of such people can stop Putin from further harm or wrest the reins of power from him. To suspend Russia from the United Nations now would be appropriate and perhaps materially helpful. Let's do it! It is within this context that Bill Ackman said on Twitter that World War III may have already begun. The billionaire's latest tweet thread came out last Saturday, a week after he called for President Joe Biden to set a real red line and consider military intervention in Ukraine. Referring to Russian dictator Vladimir Putin on Twitter, Ackman, the billionaire CEO of hedge fund manager Pershing Square Capital, explained that he had been having nightmares about the possibility of another world war. Ackman compared the dreams to ones he had in 2020 before COVID-19 shut down the American empire. At the time, only a few thousand people had tested positive for the coronavirus in these United States, but Ackman had said, "Hell is coming," and called for a nationwide lockdown during an interview with CNBC. Now he is saying that there is more to be done before the United States will enter a hot war with Russia, his words, while adding that NATO and these United States were acting out of fear of provoking Putin, while Putin has said that the West's support for Ukraine in the form of sanctions and supplies is akin to declaring war. Advising that the United States should stop buying Russian oil and work to supply Ukraine with more weapons and intelligence, while concluding that if the sanctions fail, NATO should reconsider enforcing a no-fly zone over Ukraine. Ultimately, Ackman said Red China held the most power when it came to ending Russia's attack on Ukraine. To quote his T, In January 2020, I had nightmares about the potential for a pandemic, but everyone seemed to think I was crazy. I am having similar nightmares now. World War III has likely started, but we have been slow to recognize it. We are in the early innings of Putin's global aspirations. With each victory, he is emboldened to take more. He is testing us, and we are failing the test each time. When I was a child and learned about the Holocaust, I asked my grandparents why they didn't do more to save millions of people from genocide during World War II. They didn't have very good answers. What will we say to our grandchildren when they ask us why we allowed tens or hundreds of thousands or millions of Ukrainians to die? Putin respects and likely fears China. The Chinese empire can elevate itself on the world stage by helping to resolve this crisis. Time is running short before many more 18-month-old children die. Now, on Monday, after this thread was unleashed, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky called once again for an international boycott of Russian oil, as well as for the West to implement new and harsher sanctions. Biden has called on Congress to approve $10 billion in aid for Ukraine. The proposal includes assistance to help bolster Ukraine's defenses and protect its electrical grid from disruption. Biden has said American troops, will not be engaged in the conflict and denied Ukraine's request for a no-fly zone. But he has said that the United States will act if Russia moves against NATO territory using the full force of our collective power. Well, the Communist Chinese Empire has yet to impose any sanctions on Russia, though the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi said on Monday that the country was willing to act as a mediator between the two countries, obviously trying to force a Ukrainian surrender. Now, I notice nobody's active in the chat room since Rick Brewer was hidden. You can act up in the chat room in a positive and constructive manner of communications, of course. China will be a big factor. In early February, Putin and the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping signed a declaration of an alliance with no limits. However, since then, Beijing has been ambivalent about Putin's moves on Ukraine. The weekend before the invasion, Foreign Minister Wang Yi defended the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity, including for Ukraine. Since then, Chinese officials have mainly sided with Russia, blaming the United States for the escalation in violence. Still, Beijing seems to be in a wait-and-watch mode for how firmly to back Putin in this campaign. Putin may be counting on Beijing to rescue Russia from the sanctions, stepping in with trade and investments that Moscow can no longer conduct with the rest of the world. But if the war or its occupation go south, Xi might not want to straddle himself with the partnership's exorbitant costs. At his press conference Thursday, Biden was asked if he's talked with Red China about aligning against Russia on Ukraine. Biden replied that he didn't want to talk about that just yet. Well, that brings us to Putin and Xi's imperium of grievance that binds them together. With the Russian invasion of Ukraine, there is no longer any doubt that the halcyon days of Western-led globalization are over. Not just economically, but also politically and culturally. The narrative of victimization that fuels Russian and Chinese nationalism will continue to prevail over the niceties of the post-World War III, what Americans call the Cold War era. Having drunk the Leninist Kool-Aid of victimization, Putin and Xi simultaneously want to overthrow the Western order and simultaneously be esteemed by it. Now, soon after the news of Russia's invasion of Ukraine flashed across my computer screen, I received an email that seemed to mark another milestone in the dismantling of the old global order. It was about my son's husband and himself, both of them having tickets to attend a Vienna Philharmonic concert at New York's Carnegie Hall. They received a customer service announcement reporting that the Valery Gergiev, described as a friend and prominent supporter of President Vladimir V. Putin of Russia, would no longer be conducting the orchestra. Many other orchestras have since cut ties with Gurdjieff as well. During the halcyon days of globalization, when Davos man ruled the planet, Davos being Davos, Switzerland, where all the global elite do meet, when Davos man ruled the planet with cheery bromides about win-win-win outcomes, global supply chains seemed to promise boundless benefits for everyone. What was wrong with outsourcing to distant lands if they could make something cheaper and ship it faster? Until the Russian invasion, it was still possible to believe that a full Western decoupling from Red China and the Russian Empire was both unlikely and unwise. Yet Gurdjieff's removal is a metaphor for how the newly confected Sino-Slavic synaxis is catalyzing a rift that will now affect everything, from cultural exchanges to trade. How do I put this? Everybody was bitching about cancel culture on the radicalized right. Well, let's put it this way, boys and girls. Russia itself is getting canceled. Now, let me put this into some perspective for you, so that you can even begin to understand the enormity. We are witnessing the first geopolitical cancellation of the 21st century. Russians are facing unique, total cultural rejection. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has sparked a uniquely widespread global rejection of all things Russian, going far beyond the aggression shown to other groups whose radicals or leaders have taken innocent lives. Russia is getting deplatformed from the world. The war in Ukraine is in many ways a traditional military clash involving tanks, missiles, diplomats, and supply lines. But non-state actors have started taking sides, taking one side, in ways that the world hasn't seen before, with private sector businesses and international organizations responding to Russia's attack on its neighbor by cutting all ties with Moscow, and in some cases sacrificing enormous sums of money. Combined with the sanctions imposed by the United States and Europe, and perhaps motivated by them too, this mass exodus of foreign capital is demonstrating how the market can punish even powerful states for dangerous and unjustifiable behavior. Shell, General Motors, British Petroleum, and other major firms have announced plans to leave the Russian Empire. FedEx and United Germany-based shipping from DHL they're all suspending deliveries into Russia itself. And Denmark-based Maersk, the world's largest container shipping company, says it is considering suspending all shipments to Russia. Nick Safos, an energy expert on energy and geopolitics at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, has told the Washington Post that companies are basically saying, we don't want to be part of this. The Post notes that some of these maneuvers are being made despite astronomical costs. Shell is abandoning several joint projects with the Russian-based Gazprom, sacrificing more than $3 billion United States dollars. So you can't keep saying that the multinational corporations are evil, unless you're a fucking Russian terrorist and want to say that, it's the multinationalists. By the way, that's what the Russians call the enemy, the transnationalists. The transnationalists! You know, the great Jewish conspiracy that runs your world. Oh, they're using all their money to punish poor Mother Russia. Now, international competitions have blocked Russian athletes as well. Stores have tossed Russian-branded vodka. Museums are pulling their Russian art. and restaurants are being vandalized. The expulsion of Russian people and products reflects the unity with which the West has approached its reproach of Russia. But it is also a more forceful application of guilt by association than has ever been applied to other people loosely linked to an offending group since the Japanese internment by Americans. In many ways, this is far worse. In terms of what happened to the Japanese, this is, well, that's of course indescribably bad, but it did nothing to impact the Empire of Japan. This is much different. These people send their money home. But it is also a more forceful application of a guilt by association that, well, for example, Americans and leaders in other Western countries have worked to limit negative public perceptions of Muslims in the wake of radical Islamic terror attacks from 2001 and beyond. We didn't have an anti-Muslim wave of shutting down all that was Muslim because, well, there wasn't that much of it that was within our culture. The anti-Russian sentiment has hurt some small businesses with virtually no ties to the violence. A New York City restaurant called Russian Samovar, which serves Russian cuisine, has faced threats and vandalism since Vladimir Putin invaded Ukraine. Its owner said the restaurant lost more than half its business in the 24 hours after the invasion began. When the Cold War ended, Bloomberg has reported that businesses poured into Russia to take advantage of a freshly opened market with millions of new customers and the country's vast natural resources. The past few days have been a stunning reversal of that same rush, with energy companies, major international law firms, and exporters either announcing plans to scale down their operations in Russia or exit the country entirely. To quote us therefrom, "The list of those cutting ties or reviewing their operations is growing by the hour as foreign governments ratchet up sanctions against Russia, close airspace to its aerocraft, and lock some banks out of the SWIFT, SWIFT acronym, money messaging system. With the ruble plunging and the U.S. banning transactions with the Russian central bank, operating in Russia has become deeply problematic. Some companies have concluded that the risks, both reputational and financial, are too great to continue." That exodus is not limited to hard industries like energy and banking. Entertainment companies and the organizers of international sporting events have moved swiftly to exclude, cancel, and ban Russia. Disney is canceling all future film releases in Russia. Warner Brothers has announced that the upcoming Batman film will not be released in Russia. Maybe they can consider that a blessing. There's always a silver lining in every cloud. And Netflix said last Monday, opening the work week, that it will not comply with new Russian rules requiring that it carry state television propaganda programming, a decision that will likely result in the streaming service being banned from the Russian internet networks. Even some critics of Putin's actions have questioned whether the complete exclusion of Russians from Western society is the proper response to the war. Ukrainian director Sergei Loznitsa, for example, took aim at the European Film Academy for announcing a boycott of Russian movies, despite his own strong feelings about the violence in his home country. Reportedly, Loznitsa wrote in a letter to the Academy, "What is happening before our eyes, if horrible, but I'm asking you to not fall into craziness. We must not judge people based on their passports. We can judge them on their acts. A passport is tied to the place we happen to be born, whereas an act is that a human being does willingly." Now, some Russians have been punished despite denouncing the violence in Ukraine that sparked the complete crackdown on Russians. Famed Russian opera singer Anna Netrebko, for example, lost her ability to perform with the Metropolitan Opera the week before last after criticizing the war in Ukraine, but withholding direct criticism of the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, whom she has in the past supported. Like many other international sports governing bodies, tennis federations have banned Russian players from competing, despite a top women's Russian tennis player, Anastasia Pavlyuchenkova, breaking with many Russian athletes and speaking out against the war in Ukraine. The bans on Russian participating in international competitions have stretched across virtually all international forums. Russian and Belarusian athletes were sent home from the Winter Games in Beijing last week, the week before last, I mean to say, after the International Paralympic Committee decided to expel the teams amid pressure from other competing countries. The International Soccer Federation, FIFA, FIFA, banned Russian teams and clubs from competition indefinitely. Even Russian cats have been barred from international cat competitions. The bans have extended beyond what countries or global institutions have implemented in efforts to isolate Russia further as Putin continues his military incursion in Ukraine. A growing number of private companies are halting business in Russia in ways that have already begun to make life more difficult for the Russian citizens whose opposition to the war could eventually pressure Putin into changing his calculus. Visa, American Express, and MasterCard have all suspended operations in Russia in protest of its invasion. Electronics companies are refusing to ship new products to Russia as well. Samsung, Apple, and Microsoft all pledged to cut new sales of smartphones and other products to the Russian market. Netflix has said no new users can sign up for its services. Studios such as Walt Disney and Paramount have announced they will not release new movies in Russia while the war proceeds. Retailers across the country have even boycotted Russian vodka in what experts describe as a mostly symbolic effort to show opposition to the war. And even FIFA, that hideously corrupt international body that governs global soccer and organizes the World Cup, is taking action against Russia. After several European national teams said they would refuse to play Russia in upcoming World Cup qualifying matches, FIFA announced on Monday that it would give Russia the boot. That's Monday of the week before last, actually, now that I recall. Putin made Russian athletes his political tools. Banning them is the right thing to do. In his address to members of the International Olympic Committee before the Beijing Winter Games, the IOC, the International Olympics Committee President, Thomas Bach, asserted that the mission of the Olympics was to bring the world together in peaceful competition. Bach stated, "We can only accomplish this mission if the Olympic Games stand above and beyond all political differences." I'm sorry, I have to puke. I literally, the gorge in my throat is literally rising, just relaying this man's words to you. I'm going to break myself by checking out the live stream. And, okay, somebody respond to our man Jameson Reese in the chat room. And, yes, as Jameson says, this is the same Olympics that lets China starve athletes. Indeed. Oh, okay. Let me try and get it together. Because I just get... All right. Mere weeks later, Bach's statement already sounds like the last gasp of an outmoded ideal. For many years, the IOC, the International Olympian Committee, and other governing bodies of world sport have insisted their competitions remain separate from international politics. But in all too many cases, this supposed neutrality ended up serving the interests of Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, who has abused sports to solidify his position at home and present himself as a respectable world leader, even while attacking Russia's neighbors. Only now, in the aftermath of Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, are international sports organizations breaking ties with Putin's Russia. Athletes from Russia will pay the price, but the steps are necessary to take away one of Putin's most reliable political tools and further isolate him internationally. A number of world sports organizations have pulled events from the country or severed ties with Russian entities. The European Soccer Federation, the UEFA, moved this year's Champions League final from St. Petersburg to Paris, while Formula One canceled the Russian Grand Prix scheduled for late September. Other governing bodies, leagues, and clubs have followed suit. On Monday, UEFA and the FIFA, which is an acronym for the Fédération Internationale de Football Association took the extraordinary step of barring the Russian national soccer team from the qualifying tournament for the 2022 World Cup. Even the IOC, the International Olympics Committee itself, has changed course and joined the actions against the Russian Empire. On the day of the invasion, Bach condemned Russia's breach of the Olympic truce, a consensus resolution adopted by the United Nations General Assembly in December of 2021, which started 7 days before the Beijing Winter Olympics and lasts until 7 days after the Paralympics. On Monday, the IOC went further, recommending all sports federations ban Russian and Belarusian athletes because of their country's crucial enabling of Putin's aggression from competing in events. While the international governing bodies of various sports are now positioning themselves as taking the principled lead, many of the steps against the Russian Empire have come in response to outrage from within their sports. In the case of soccer, the Polish, Swedish, and Czech football federations refused to play Russia in the World Cup qualifying tournament. National team members were involved in each federation's decision not to play, and some players publicly stated their support. It is, well, let me see. Robert Lewandowski, the Polish team's top scorer, tweeted, "It is the right decision." Other European federations joined the Polaki peoples, the Swedes, and the Czechs in rejecting FIFA's initial attempt to strike compromise by allowing Russians to play as the Russian Football Union without association to the country's flag or anthem. Facing significant pushback, FIFA and UEFA then instituted a complete ban on Russia's participation. That's the FIFA and the UEFA that I pronounce as acronyms. Now, in hockey as well, Hall of Famers Wayne Gretzky and Dominik Hasek called for Russian players to be excluded from contests in North America. Gretzky said Russia should be banned from the World Junior Men's Championship, while Hasek, who grew up in Czechoslovakia when the country was occupied by former, Soviet troops, indeed when the country still existed, he demanded that the NHL, the National Hockey League, remove Russian players from its rosters. He tweeted, "The NHL must immediately suspend contracts for all Russian players." Think of that in regards to that poor black African-American lesbian who is being kept a prisoner in Russia for no other reason than as petty vengeance against the United States. The athletes who have spoken out insist a ban against Russian participation in world sports is a necessary step. Having competed on the world stage, they understand that athletes inevitably serve as ambassadors of their nations. Hasek tweeted, "Every athlete represents not only himself and his club, but also his country and its values and actions." Allowing Russian athletes to participate in sports can advance the image Putin wants to project around the world, to the world itself, that all that while Russian soldiers are striking Ukrainian civilians. It's simply not acceptable. From a political standpoint, removing Russia from international sports is part of the broader strategy of isolating Russia from international finance, trade, and travel, and it prevents Putin from abusing one of his most effective tools. Since he rose to power, Putin has abused international sports events to restore his empire's global standing in the wake of the Soviet Union's collapse. He played a direct role in lobbying members of the IOC and FIFA so Russia could host the Winter Olympics in 2014 and the Men's World Cup in 2018. These successful bids were heralded as proof of the Russian Empire's return to the top rank of advanced nations. In 2010, when FIFA announced his empire would host the World Cup, Putin said, "The decision shows that Russia is trusted." International events enabled Putin to sports wash his government's military aggression. in August of 2008, the year of the great collapse of world finance, when we entered global recession, Russia invaded neighboring Georgia on the same day Putin was in Beijing for the opening ceremonies of the Summer Olympics. In 2014, Russian troops began moving into the Crimea on the final day of the Winter Games. And in the crisis in that region escalated against the backdrop of the Winter Paralympics in Sochi, which was renamed for the Olympics as Putingrad. Putin City. The supposedly apolitical environment of the Olympics provided a shield against any criticism of these actions on the part of the imperialist aggressor. When asked before the 2014 Sochi Games about Putin's actions, Alexander Zhukov, former head of the Russian Olympic Committee, said, "The games are supposed to be outside politics. Those who try to pin some political tails on them are just being undignified." Leaders of world sports organizations turned a blind eye and deflected questions. When FIFA President Sepp Blatter met Putin in Sochi in April of 2015, Russian troops were occupying the Donbas region of eastern Ukraine. To quote us, the Blatter man, "Some people are wanting the World Cup to be taken away from Russia. But we will give one answer to this. We are involved in football, and we will not allow politics to get in the way," when that was all it was ever all about. By summer of 2018, when the World Cup opened in Russia, an international investigation had found that Malaysia Airlines Flight 17 was shot down over eastern Ukraine by a missile launcher from a unit of the Russian armed forces. With Vladimir Putin having given the order, he had personally directly mass murdered the deaths of 298 people. That was confirmed by forensics beyond the shadow of a doubt, and yet the World Cup opened on the day the forensics released its report. And people still traveled to Russia to spend their money. And 3 months before the tournament start, more than 20 countries expelled over 100 Russian diplomats after a former Russian spy living in Great Britain was poisoned with a nerve agent, Novichok, a weapon of mass destruction unleashed in Britain itself on NATO soil. An attack by a chemical weapon on NATO soil, if ever there was one, which means it's an attack by treaty on all member nations. And it killed several British citizens. At the time, FIFA President Gianni Infantino, I should say. By the way, I'm not making a joke of his name. The fucker's name is Infantino. He glossed over all these incidents, saying, "There are many injustices in the world." Or should I give it his accent? There are many, I can't do the Italian accent. There are many injustices in the world. And instead of calling Putin out, Infantino declared, "This country of Russia has changed. Everyone has discovered a beautiful country, a welcoming country, for the people who are keen to show to the world that what maybe is sometimes said is not what happens here." That's what he said. It was so slimy I can't do it justice, even with that. After having been played for years by the Russian dictator, the world's sportocrats now look like stooges. Their insistence on the separation of sports and politics rings completely hollow. By contrast, it's the athletes who have stepped forward to assert that political events do matter in sports. Many of them acknowledge that banning Russian athletes is unfortunate. Still, action is necessary. Lewandowski tweeted, "Russian footballers and fans are not responsible for this, but we cannot pretend that nothing is happening." These athletes also remind us all that sports have to be viewed in a proper perspective. It seems the heads of international sporting organizations often have a single-minded view of their mission. They deflect any challenge to the prestige and profits their tournaments generate, and they cooperate with any world tyrant willing to advance their sports, no matter how odious that tyrant's actions may be. In their calls to exclude the Russian Empire from international sports, athletes are rightfully pointing out that games cannot be sealed off and viewed in a vacuum, divorced from world events. It's not possible to watch Russian troops shelling Ukrainian cities and then allow Russian athletes to represent their country in a soccer or football match. Many fans likewise see sports as a self-contained space, separate from the concerns of life. To them, sports are an escape, a form of entertainment, and it serves no purpose to mix them with politics. We see this view among hockey fans, angry that Hasek would demand the suspension of Russian NHL players. But athletes like Hasek, who are calling for bans against the Russian Empire, prove that we have to view sports in a broader context, one that acknowledges the world's outrage over events in Ukraine. Ah, yes. Bell you just heard. That's breaking news. Colder nights ahead for Russian troops frozen in their tank convoy. Did I use the term blitzkrieg earlier? I meant to say blitzfreeze. It's frozen in place. That 40-mile-long convoy, that ain't going nowhere. No. After deciding not to play Russia, members of the Polish national team tweeted, "It's not an easy decision, but there are more important things in life than football." Now, thankfully, some companies that may help ordinary Russians survive what is likely to be a devastating economic collapse are refusing to join the parade. Binance and Coinbase, the world's two largest cryptocurrency exchanges, have promised not to unilaterally ban all Russian users. But of course they wouldn't. I mean, they're fucking criminal empires. That's all cryptocurrency exchanges are. At any rate, doubtless they need the Russian mafia to continue functioning at all. So, in a statement to Vice, Coinbase said it would work to block accounts and transactions linked to targets of sanctions, but would allow other Russians to use the service. Via a spokesperson, that company said, "Our mission is to increase economic freedom in the world. A unilateral and total ban would punish ordinary Russian citizens who are enduring historic currency destabilization as a result of their government's aggression against a democratic neighbor." That's a tricky balance to strike, but one that both governments and private actors must keep in mind as the war continues along both state-based and non-state fronts. You see, war is calling crypto's neutrality into question. War in Ukraine and Western sanctions against Russia have made cryptocurrency a hot potato for international politics. I mean, whose side is cryptocurrency on? Well, obviously its own. But if you had asked Satoshi Nakamoto, the pseudonymous person or persons who created the Bitcoin platform circa 2008 and who most definitively are not Japanese, he/they likely would have rejected the question on the face of it. The whole point of cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin was neutrality. The fact that no government, bank, or entity could prevent you from using it, whether you were paying for a pizza, a forbidden book, or a bag of cocaine. That, of course, started changing as soon as crypto's value made it the perfect medium for criminal transactions, from ransomware to darknet marketplaces. Regulators around the world demanded that exchanges and other off-ramps blacklist cryptocurrency from accounts linked to criminal activities or individuals, despite illicit trades accounting for just 0.15% of the global crypto movements in 2021. But Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a different matter. Crypto's nature as borderless money and the abundance of youngish, passionate people sitting on troves of crypto millions made it a go-to method for Ukraine to raise funds from people outraged by Moscow's actions. At the same time, there were fears that government officials and Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's moneyed inner circle might sidestep Western sanctions by moving their assets into crypto. Cryptocurrency exchanges are reportedly blocking all transactions from accounts known to be linked with, well, to sanctioned individuals. Crypto exchange Coinbase on Monday blocked over 25,000 Russia-linked addresses that it believes were linked to illicit activity to comply with sanctions against the Russian Empire. Now, from what I understand, Binance, the world's biggest crypto exchange, has already identified and blocked at least one wallet linked to a sanctioned person and has adopted a proactive approach, investigating and blocking accounts of people who are known to be close to individuals targeted by sanctions. Exchanges in most Western countries are required to carry out Know Your Customer and anti-money laundering checks, although some of them, including Binance, have been criticized for alleged laxity. Yet Tigran Gambaryan, Binance's vice president of global intelligence and investigations, thinks the concerns that crypto will help to prop up the Russian Empire are overblown. He says, crypto is not a very efficient way for a government and for a nation-state to elude sanctions. There are other ways to move billions of dollars using the financial system that already exists, rather than use cryptocurrency. Well, there's truth in what he's saying. That's because moving large sums of money in cryptocurrency would hardly be covert. As soon as the owners attempted to convert it to fiat currency outside the Russian Empire, they would alert exchanges and investigators. Obfuscation techniques such as tumblers, those are wallets that receive cryptocurrency from various accounts and scramble them to conceal provenance, are not designed for moving large sums and tend to be slow. In addition, all cryptocurrency transactions take place on a public ledger called the blockchain, creating a permanent record that would be undesirable for organizations eager to hide their tracks. It is still possible that some illicit trades are happening under the radar. After all, exchanges and cryptocurrency compliance firms do not necessarily know about all the wallets controlled by proxies of an individual on a sanctions list. In fact, Carolyn Malcolm, head of international public policy and research at cryptocurrency forensics firm, the firm that's called Chainalysis, I think. Chainalysis. I had to look that up. I remembered it, but didn't. Its name is so fucking stupid. At any rate, Carolyn Malcolm works there, and she's in charge of kind of criminal control aspects. And she says, historically, we have seen the U.S. Office of Foreign Assets Control, the OFAC, which is one of the divergent successor organizations to the OSAP, the Office of Alien Property. So the OFAC, Office of Foreign Assets Control, an American department, names, according to Carolyn Malcolm, specific crypto wallets relating to sanctioned entities. And she says, we haven't seen any of that yet. We are keeping an eye on whether OFAC or other sanctioned entities in the EU and the UK go on to name specific wallet addresses. It's obviously not something that can be done overnight. They might be missing a lot of them. Well, there you go. What crypto compliance firms do know is that right now, cryptocurrency trading is skyrocketing in popularity, both in sanction-stricken Russia and war-torn Ukraine. According to figures by cryptocurrency analytics firm Keiko, cited by Bloomberg, as of February 28th, the amounts of Bitcoin traded using the Russian ruble had surged to the highest point since May 2021, while trading volumes for the Ukrainian hryvnia had reached the highest point since October, the hryvnia being Ukrainian currency. Now, Kaiko reported a similar pattern of frantic trade between the two currencies of the ruble and the hryvnia, and Tether, a stablecoin, as it's called, whose value is said to be pegged to the US dollar. The Ukrainian government is pushing for a blanket ban on cryptocurrency transactions coming from all Russian individuals, regardless of sanction status, in order to sabotage ordinary users and put pressure thereby on Putin's regime. Exchanges have so far resisted that call, and the CEOs of Binance and the US-based Kraken have come out strongly against the idea, citing crypto's libertarian underpinnings. Binance's top executive, Changpeng Zhao. And there's a name that you can trust, right? Especially when he's known by his nickname, CZ. Yeah, gangsta. He published a blog post on Friday into the weekend, elaborating on that position and maintaining that crypto is an unlikely tool for Russia to circumvent sanctions. Nevertheless, if legally acquired or required to do so by U.S. or European authorities, exchanges would have to resort to geo-blocking techniques in order to prevent all Russians from using their services. By one index, Russia ranks 18th in the world in cryptocurrency adoption. No fucking surprise. That's according to Chainalysis. Chainalysis, yeah, fucking stupid name. And Bloomberg estimated that it is home, the Russian Empire, to at least $214 billion US dollars worth of crypto, or 12% of the industry's total value. Russia also ranks third among all countries at Bitcoin mining, the energy-intensive process of minting new cryptocurrency units, just behind these United States and Kazakhstan, a country firmly in Moscow's orbit, of course. As recently as January 2022, Russia's central bank was proposing a ban on cryptocurrency. But just days before the invasion of Ukraine, the Russian government announced new regulations intended to encourage the sector's growth. The effect of removing all Russia outbound or Russia mined cryptocurrency tokens from the global cryptocurrency industry, effectively closing them off behind a digital iron curtain, is hard to fathom, but such an event is guaranteed to be a defining moment, and one likely to create deep rifts in the crypto community between those in favor of ostracizing Russia and those sticking to crypto's neutral ethos. Of course, the opposite might also happen. Moscow might ask Russia-based exchanges to block all transactions from accounts that are linked to Western governments, or from those that have a history of donating to Ukraine. For now, this hasn't happened, and likely never will, because the Russians need to play it both ways. They need those circuits in and out to breathe. Meanwhile, the tech-savvy Ukrainian Minister for Digital Transformation, Mikhailo Fedorov, has been calling for cryptocurrency donations to the government's wallets hosted by crypto exchange Kuna, K-U-N-A, all uppercase. The crowdfunding campaign has raised over $51 million US dollars in various cryptocurrencies as of March 3rd. That's according to the Kuna founder, Michael Chobanian. In an interview with CoinDesk, Chobanian said that crypto bigwigs, including Ethereum co-founders Gavin Wood and Vitalik Buterin, and Tron, T-R-O-N, all uppercase creator, Justin Sun, had all donated substantial amounts to the Ukrainian cause. Sergey Vasilchuk, the CEO of blockchain company Everstake, also teamed up with Kiev to launch a decentralized autonomous organization, a DAO, based on the Solana blockchain to raise donations for the Ukrainian army from individuals who feel uncomfortable donating directly. Vasilchuk says, Many crypto owners are scared. Many of them just cannot donate directly because of compliance and bookkeeping rules. Well, you have to understand the majority of them are wanted criminals, after all. Now, so far, the DAO, the Decentralized Autonomous Organization, had to look that acronym up again, blanked out there for a minute. They've raised, or that particular one has raised, over $1 million in cryptocurrency and has transferred some to Ukrainian forces already. Donors also gifted the DAO, the Decentralized Autonomous Organization, 3 non-fungible tokens, or NFTs. Woofer, Chicky Town Chick, and a photo of sunflowers. Obviously inspired by that old maid who gave a Russian soldier sunflowers so when he got shot dead, sunflowers would grow up wherever he fell down. By the way, got some individual now active in the chat room, Zahida Kozlik. Thank you for participating. And at any rate, English is obviously not his first language. Oh my God. All right. And though I appreciate his giving it the old college try. Now, when they talk about these non-fungible tokens, I'm not even going to go there. Kiev's initial plan to reward all crypto donors with new tokens, a mechanism called airdrop in crypto circles, was eventually replaced with a promise to issue exclusive NFTs, or non-fungible tokens. That's Freudian slip right there. Now, in under 2 weeks, as Western internet and tech companies moved out or were shoved out of Russia, the global internet and the Russian internet have already transformed into 2 different realms. Crypto is one of the few threads that still stretches across that divide. But as time goes by without a solution, it will increasingly become a battleground, and its companies and actors will be asked to take a stance. In spite of Nakamoto's vision, neutrality might soon not be an option anymore. As Vitalik Buterin himself put it after a Twitter denunciation of Putin, reminder, Ethereum is neutral, but I am not. By the way, just going to give a response here to our man, Mr. Jameson Reese, with his calling the NFTs non-functional trash, emphasizing their worthlessness, certainly to your average bloke. Now, sanctions and economic warfare will devastate Russian civilians who have nothing to do with, and in many cases actively oppose, their government's horrific actions in Ukraine. War always comes with collateral damage, of course, but steps should be taken to limit the fallout. Companies cutting ties with the Russian Empire should follow Coinbase's example whenever possible, though that's not really feasible for non-tech firms like British Petroleum and Shell. To have maximum impact, the rapidly emerging separate and individual actions by NATO countries to add trade sanctions to the accumulation of other economic sanctions punishing the government of Russia for its invasion of Ukraine must, unfortunately, for the humanity, the inhumanity it will cause, must be broadened. They must include multilateral action to kick Russian President Vladimir Putin and his kleptocratic government out of the World Trade Organization, acronymous as the WTO. Canada has withdrawn equal and discriminatory treatment, most favored nation status, from Russian products and has slapped higher tariffs of 35% on Russian imports. The EU, the European Union, has said it is considering suspending the same action, which would enable it, too, to raise tariffs and apply import bans, export restraints, and other trade restrictions that are generally prohibited in trade relations among the 164 member countries of the WTO. Several bills have been introduced in Congress that would do the same. These proposals and growing bipartisan sentiment for further isolating Putin and his regime economically should push the Biden administration toward emulating our NATO allies in the EU. For now, the Office of the United States Trade Representative has said only that the administration is considering a range of options. These actions and potential actions are legal under the WTO treaty. An exception in the treaty permits any WTO member to take, reading therefrom, any action which it considers necessary for the protection of its essential security interests, taken in time of war or other emergency in international relations. Well, former President Donald Trump pushed way beyond the bounds of this exception when he claimed that imports of Mercedes-Benz automobiles from United Germany, a close American ally, were a threat to U.S. national security. But current events created by the Russian war on Ukraine certainly fit within the meaning of this exception. But these actions alone are not enough to cripple Russian trade. One way to magnify the impact of the proposed actions by the U.S. and EU would be for other like-minded WTO members to take similar domestic actions. Over time, the accumulation of such actions would add to the overall economic impact of these trade sanctions and would thus impose considerably more pressure on the Russian aggressors. A better way to magnify and maximize this impact would be for the United States and the European Union to work together to encourage Russia's many other trading partners worldwide to join them in taking multilateral action within the WTO to boot Putin and his corrupt and crony-ridden government out of the global trading system. There be no specific provision in the WTO agreement relating to expelling a WTO member. Looking more closely at the agreement, however, it is possible for 2/3 of the WTO's 164 members to alter the rights and obligations of members, and if a member refuses to agree, for 3/4 of the members to expel that member from the organization. This option is set out in Article 10 of the agreement. It's in Roman numerals, so it's Article X. Now, week before last, 141 of the 193 members of the United Nations voted in favor of a resolution condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Resolutions of the UN General Assembly are not legally binding in international law. They can have weight, but they are only symbolic and aspirational collective gestures. WTO actions, however, are legally binding. A vote by WTO members that ejects the Putin regime from the multilateral trading system would have real consequences. For all WTO members would then be within their rights in international law to ramp up tariffs on Russian imports beyond the agreed WTO limits and otherwise discriminate against Russian products in any way they wished. Trade accounts for about 1/4, a quarter of Russian GDP, gross domestic product. In 2020, the Russian Empire ranked 16th in merchandise exports and 21st in merchandise imports in the world. Denying Russia the considerable benefits of WTO membership could, along with numerous additional and unprecedented economic sanctions, help squeeze the Russian economy to the point where Putin will feel increasing domestic pressure to pull back from Ukraine. At the least, the exercise of such collective will by a sizable majority of WTO members would be a demonstration that not only these United States and our NATO allies are willing to stand with the courageous people of Ukraine in this global crisis, so too are many other countries that are equally appalled by the Russian invasion of a neighboring country that has done nothing whatsoever to justify such a brutal act. This will give them all an opportunity to prove it. One approach would be for the amendment to deny all WTO benefits to a WTO member that violates Article 2.4 of the United Nations Charter by engaging in military aggression through the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state, or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. This would address the current situation in Ukraine, while also sending a strong message to any other WTO member that may contemplate military aggression in the future. Although WTO law is a part of overall public international law, the WTO is not part of the United Nations. For this reason, some WTO members will no doubt balk on principle at importing a provision of the United Nations Charter into enforceable WTO law and action. Some may also be reluctant to take an action that would have implications extending beyond Russia and beyond the current international crisis. Thus, a second approach would be to frame the amendment simply and solely as an ejection of the Russian Federation from the WTO. Putin would then either instruct his emissaries at the WTO to accept the amendment or refuse to accept it. Either way, if the vote tallies are sufficient, the Russian Federation would be expelled from the global trading system, with all the trade consequences that would follow for the Russian economy. Without question, it will be a delicate diplomatic challenge to muster the sufficient votes for an amendment expelling Russia from the WTO. Although just telling Putin to leave would be best, to secure the required number of votes, it may be necessary to frame the amendment as a suspension instead of an outright expulsion. On the other hand, diplomatic challenges that seemed insurmountable a week ago are being met today all over the world in response to the plight of Ukraine. Whatever approach is taken, it would be a mistake to frame the amendment in such a way that a Russian government led by Vladimir Putin would be able to return to the fold of the WTO if it stopped the bloodshed and left Ukraine. The NATO countries may not be seeking regime change in Russia, but for as long as Putin leads the Russian Empire, the Russian Federation should never be welcomed back into the World Trade Organization. There must be no place for aggressors in an international commercial institution devoted to the peaceful resolution of disputes. The WTO's economic goals cannot be achieved in a world where powerful large empires feel free to impose their will without provocation on their peaceful smaller neighbors. In interim, Western nations imposing sanctions should also provide an open door to any Russian citizen who wants to escape the economic punishment being aimed at the Putin regime. Most especially, don't kick Russian students out of these United States. Politicians calling for their expulsion have it wrong. We should never deprive Russian students of the opportunity to engage with American ideals and culture. And these United States in particular should offer asylum to Russian soldiers who surrender, to boost the U.S. economy while sticking it to Putin. Let's give green cards to the Russians and deprive Vladimir Putin of the brain power that keeps Russia's industrial motors running. The United States may not be fighting against Russia in Ukraine with GIs bearing weapons, but there is a key tool the Biden administration should deploy to counter Russia. Our secret weapon. Green cards. Why, wasn't it just the day before yesterday that the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin launched a multi-pronged invasion of Ukraine, striking major cities and killing more than 100 people while displacing thousands? The campaign has been widely condemned by international leaders and met significant resistance from the Russian public. In an empire that routinely and brutally cracks down on dissent, thousands of Russian citizens risked their very lives participating in protests against Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Some 1,000 demonstrators in Moscow chanted "No to war," as more than 1,300 people were detained nationwide. Every day it's been like that. I don't know where they're finding room in the prisons. They must be shoving them into old warehouses or abandoned nuclear facilities. Putin does not have unanimous support for his invasion, and there may well be a mounting appetite among his people to flee the regime. This is a prime opportunity for the United States to open its doors, depriving Putin of the brainpower driving his economy and this conflict. What's more, the Biden administration could bolster America's innovative edge by offering refuge to Russian citizens who are disgusted by their government's actions. National Review's Robert Zubrin proposed as much, yesterday or the week before, in a piece entitled Drain Putin's Brains, in which he argued that the United States should make the smart move and take away the men and women Putin needs to win the fight in Ukraine. And Zubrin continued on to say, I'm reading it, calling it up on screen, the United States could, with the stroke of a pen, totally destroy the capacity of Russia to compete militarily or economically with us by offering a green card to any Russian with a technical degree who wishes to emigrate to the United States. Now, such a move may not stop the current invasion, but it would hobble Russia's ability to participate in the high-tech economy at all, fully in line with a central thrust of Biden's announced sanctions against the Kremlin. By the way, our man Jameson Reese says, can America do anything without attacking the entire demographic of peoples who probably have nothing to do with Putin shit? Racist as fuck, this nation. To its detriment. Aye so. Now, getting Russian brain power out of Putin's hands will undoubtedly benefit America. The United States has a history of accepting great minds fleeing rival nations. From the scientists who escaped the communist bloc, or even, shall we say, those scientists who were escaping occupied Axis nations, who staffed the Manhattan Project for the Americans, along with the many artists and athletes and authors who defected from the Soviet Union since its inception. Well, immigrants are more likely to start businesses than native-born Americans, and that's a trend that fully applies to Russian migrants. Now, accepting Russian immigrants, as with other groups, would help create jobs for native-born Americans, not take them away. Unfortunately, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has already led to a concerning level of skepticism toward Russian nationals on our soil. Representative Eric Swalwell, a Democrat of my own golden state nation of California, has floated the idea of kicking every Russian student out of these United States, insisting that option be on the table. Well, that proposal would target the nearly 5,000 Russian students studying in the United States as of 2021. It should go as sans saying that punishing uninvolved citizens for the sins of their government is a terrible idea and one that would do little to deter Putin's aggression. In fact, it would only facilitate it once they all got home. The United States should instead extend a welcome to the Russians who are interested in fleeing Putin's repressive regime and hope to live and prosper on American soil. War as a form of competition with the Russian Empire would only lead to economic destruction on America's part, regardless of the conflict's eventual outcome. Instead, these United States can bolster our economy as we deprive Putin of the mines that keep Russia's industrial motors running. Now, let me kick in with our live stream here. And, yes, even Jameson Reese is saying, oh my God, them getting rid of Russian students is a horrible fucking idea. Holy shit. Let's make America dumber again. Why don't we? Yes. That's what it would do. Now, as I was saying, After all, until the invasion, many were skeptical that the European Union, especially United Germany, would ever get the Russian natural gas needle out of its arm, especially with the Nord Stream 2 pipeline offering up a fresh vein. Equally, many have wondered how the United States, could ever kick its addiction to low-cost Chinese-made merchandise, now that so many of its own factories have foreclosed. The days of limitless outsourcing, that's what we were all missing. During the halcyon days of globalization, when, as I said, Davos Man ruled our planet with the cheery bromides about not just win-win, but win-win-win outcomes. The global supply chains promised boundless benefits for everyone. Yay, so what was wrong with outsourcing it to all those distant lands if they could make something cheaper and ship it faster? Open markets were touted for their ability to create more open societies. All we had to do was keep trading transnationally, paying no heed to the ideological or political caste of the other country. Thus did the West, and much of the rest of the world, becomest codependent with the Russian Empire for gas, and the Communist Chinese Empire for rare earths, polysilicon, pharmaceuticals, and old-fashioned consumer goods. Fuck's sake for everything else other than gas. But with Putin invading Ukraine and the Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping expressing revanchist attitudes towards my Taiwan, we are left to assess not only an upturned world order and a shattered global marketplace, but also the sundering of anodyne cultural exchanges. More than anything else, Putin and Xi want respect. Yet they know that most Western leaders do not, and probably never will, respect their authoritarianism, no matter how successful they be in building high-speed rail lines, constructing modern cities, or hosting Olympic Games. What is driving this unexpected and dangerous train wreck? Why would Putin throw Russia's real national interests to the wind by invading a once fraternal neighbor? What would lead Xi Jinping to countenance sacrificing his own people's historic economic miracle for the sake of seizing a flea-shaped island that China hasn't ruled in well over 100 fucking years? Why have these two latter-day authoritarians indulged such self-destructive urges and alienated so many other important countries just when the world was becoming so interdependent on them? All Leninist themes of victimization. First, it is important to remember that autocrats are far freer to act in unrestrained ways because they face few, if any, political checks and balances. Thus, as supreme leaders, they can shape policies according to their own characterological disorder. Ooh, sans challenges. And while Putin and Xi have very different backgrounds and personalities, they share some key traits. Both are deeply insecure, paranoid men who have been shaped by historical narratives of grievance, especially against the great powers of the West. These narratives center around Leninist themes of foreign exploitation, humiliation, and victimization. They demonize Western democracies as hypocrites and oppressors, as in Lenin's theory of imperialism, and they impute arrogant and disdainful attitudes to the West. More than anything else, Putin and Xi want respect. Yet they knowest that most Western leaders cannot, never can, respect them, their dictatorial totalitarianism. As I said, no matter how successful they might be in building Potemkin villages like Sochi, turned for the Olympics into Putingrad, of all places. That was, by the way, the site of an ancient genocide of the Circassian peoples. Yeah, Putin really knows how to pick 'em. Place your sporting event on their version of an Indian burial ground. Motherfucker. What a piece of shit. Now, in the 4 hours we have remaining, and that's not nearly enough time. 8 to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12. Let me try and gather my thoughts here. Now, it is this respect deficit syndrome that has created the Sino-Slavic imperium of resentment and grievance. Putin and Xi recognize that they will never overcome this, regardless of how successfully their foreign, technology, and space policies advance their empires' respective developments, or how much oil and gas they sell to the world. And it does no good to admonish them that gaining respect requires them to behave respectably. There's kind of an equation there. It's a social equation, but one that's as ironclad as 2 plus 2. Behave respectably, boys, rather than jailing opposition candidates and dissidents, including Nobel laureates, persecuting people for their religious beliefs, bullying other countries with punitive trade policies, and, of course, launching invasions. But having drunk the Leninist Kool-Aid of victimization, Putin and Xi simultaneously want to overthrow the Western order and be esteemed by it while they do so. Theirs is the magnetism of shared grievance. As such, they are animated by a contradiction that no amount of Western handholding can ever resolve. Not even the tonic effect of engagement sustained through 9 U.S. presidential administrations was enough to overcome Red China's sense of being the target of constant disapprobation and ideological threat in the form of peaceful evolution and color revolutions from all the world's democracies. Putin and Xi take great umbrage at having to live next door to successful democracies like Ukraine and my Taiwan, comprised of peoples with similar histories, cultures, and ethnicities, whose qualities of life are infinitely better than their own. The magnetic force of shared grievance has brought these two former rivals so close that they recently declared there were no limits to their partnership. They may as well be fucking each other. Both insist that it should be up to the people of the country to decide whether their state is a democratic one. And Putin and Xi claim they are leading a new kind of democracy. Never mind that Putin fancies himself a czar, and that Xi's version of governance is a democratic dictatorship of the proletariat, which he seems to represent in and of himself. He looks like he swallowed the entire proletariat, so maybe that is the case. The question now is whether Russia and China will be able to maintain their opportunistic pact following Putin's decision to go to war. Just before the invasion, Communist-Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi told the Munich Security Conference that the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all countries should be protected, and that Ukraine is no exception. And Xi subsequently called Putin to explain that, while he understands Russia's security concerns, Red China still respects the sovereignty of nation-states and intends to uphold the principles of the United Nations Charter. After all, the Communist Party of China does not want foreign powers interfering in its own internal affairs, never mind invading China. Which of these imperatives will win out? Most likely, China and Russia's shared aversion to liberal democracy and to the self-righteousness of democratic leaders will ultimately trump the quaint 19th century idea that national sovereignty is sacred. The narrative of victimization that is psychologically fueling both empires' nationalism with reservoirs of resentment is simply too powerful to be nullified by the niceties of international law. So Beijing has sided with Putin in the Ukrainian conflict. But at what cost? As Russia pushes into Ukraine and President Biden marshals the global response, the elephant standing in the shadows is the Communist Chinese Empire. On the surface, Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's attack may seem to hand Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping a golden opportunity, a chance to pursue the common goal of two U.S. rivals to damage Washington and its alliances. But the conflict also put Xi in an uncomfortable position that ultimately could prove consequential for his country and its relationship with the American empire and all of America's allies. If Putin continues to deploy military force to recreate his dream of restoring the boundaries of the former Soviet Union, Red China's dual goals of discomfiting the West and benefiting its economy may be hard to maintain. That is particularly true if China is seen as enabling Putin's destabilizing behavior and personal ambitions to restore Russia's glory, something Red China has little self-interest in supporting. While the Russian and Chinese empires are not formal allies, their strengthening relationship, indeed partnership, has raised concerns in Washington and other capitals about how well Western powers could combat challenges in a two-front world war. That would probably still be called a Cold War, however mistaken that nom does be. The Ukrainian conflict coincides with the 50th anniversary of President Nixon's trip to China. It was launched on the very day of that anniversary, meant to diplomatically draw the country away from the Soviet Union in Nixon's day. Some in the United States have advocated similar efforts to limit Beijing's backing of Moscow, although few see that as likely. Beijing has never been a supporter of economic sanctions as a means of upholding international order, let alone when imposed by individual countries. And just as it has done with North Korea, China is expected to quietly help Putin soften the blow of Western measures, whether by providing backdoor channels to facilitate Russian finance and trade or buying more oil and gas. Some experts argue that China's tacit support has emboldened Putin in his latest military action, which it has. With China's soft backing, Russia can direct its military power toward Ukraine without worrying about disputes along its China borders. To quoteist Bin Yu, professor of political science and director of East Asian studies at Wittenberg University, this is a very different world than half a hundred years ago. America was on the top, able to deal with both countries. Now America is faced with two large powers. The Chinese can provide almost everything the Russians need, and Russia in return provides China with more and more energy. But the most important thing is this diplomatic support. The risk is that China may find itself lumped together with Russia in the eyes of the West, alienating many of the nations it now relies on for trade. After Putin's meeting with Xi during the opening ceremony of the Olympics in Beijing, Russia issued a 5,300-word joint statement seeming to declare new unity with China. It denigrated American political activities, NATO, and other Western democratic coalitions, and promised a new partnership with no forbidden areas of cooperation. But there are strict limits on how far Beijing is likely to go in backing military adventuring by Russia or anyone. Red China's long-professed principle of non-interference in sovereign states is the centerpiece of its foreign policy. Putin's military aggression and recognition of separatists in Ukraine clashes with Red China's messages of stability and national sovereignty as sacrosanct. Many of the world's largest nations were quick to condemn Russia's attack on Ukraine, but the response from the Communist Chinese Empire reflected Beijing's increasingly close ties with Moscow. It was on the Wednesday before midweek last, hours before explosions were reported across major Ukrainian cities and airports, a spokeswoman for China's foreign ministry blasted the United States as the culprit in the current problems over Ukraine, accusing the United States of heightening tensions, creating panic, and even hyping up the possibility of warfare. Many American analysts were puzzled by Beijing's antagonistic statement, but it was a reminder that the Biden White House and Congress have not let up on their criticisms of Red China's human rights abuses in Hong Kong and the Western Chinese occupied region of Xinjiang. Nor has the United States pulled back from the tariffs and other hardline policies under former President Trump. And unlike Trump, Biden's negotiations and strengthening of U.S. alliances, including the security pact with Australia and Great Britain, have put more pressure on Chinese leaders. Most American analysts, as well as some Chinese scholars, say Beijing does not want to join with Russia in being isolated from the West. Indeed, Red China is in a very different situation from Russia. Unlike Russia's much smaller and anemic economy dependent on oil and gas, China is the world's second largest economy. The Chinese Communist Party's political stability and interests are tied directly to the development of its economy that is deeply intertwined with the United States, Europe, Japan, and other democracies. China does stand to gain some concrete things from its deepened ties with Moscow, notably a stable source of energy in Russia's vast oil and gas fields. Beijing also has purchased Russian military technology, including jet engines that China cannot produce by itself. But by and large, experts have concurred, Putin has given up most of the technology Moscow has to offer, because it doesn't have all that much. Russia's diplomatic support could prove valuable, especially over China's claim on Taiwan, a self-governed island that Beijing considers a part of its territory, as Xi has ratcheted up reunification rhetoric and warplane incursions over my island. Some in Taiwan worry that the invasion of Ukraine foreshadows a similar show of force from the Communist Chinese Empire. As for Xi's shared interest with Putin in a weakened America and the Western-led connections, so far, Russia's actions in Ukraine seem to have done the opposite. It's strengthened U.S.-led alliances and deepened our resolve. In fact, per Bonnie Glaser, directress of the Asia program at the German Marshall Fund of these United States, thinks that the Putin-Xi statement, attack in the West, may have been a wake-up call to some Europeans that have been reluctant to go along with the United States in pressuring Red China. To quote Xi at some length, and verbatim, one possible outcome of the events involving Ukraine is a sharper division of the world into autocracies and democracies. And I think that's a world that China does not benefit from. China continues to have hope that it can have a somewhat normal relationship with the West. It continues to rely on Western countries for all sorts of technology, and whether we're talking about collaborative research on or people-to-people exchanges, China does not want to have all that cut off and be seen as in the same camp as the Russian Empire. The best outcome for China would have been a diplomatic solution in which NATO says there will be no more expansion, an outcome in which these United States was not closely aligned with its European partners. Daniel Russell, a top Asian affairs official in the Obama administration and now a vice president at the Asia Society Policy Institute. He explained that in confronting the West, Putin has sought to raise doubts about America's credibility and deterrence in the eyes of the world, with Daniel Russell so saying, to the extent that other countries start to question whether the United States can or will actually protect them, the more likely they are to cave under pressure from Beijing to go along with them. That's the central axis of Chinese interests. I'm pretty convinced that the Red Chinese are not enthusiastic about a bifurcated world order and the emergence of two blocs. And if there were two blocs, I don't think Russia would be their choice of preferred partners, preferred parties. Certainly not on the economic side. Now, that's what they're stuck with. And, well, there you go. Like attracts like. They deserve each other. In Washington, one important question is whether the closer Moscow-Beijing ties are more than a short-term marriage of convenience. There's a history of suspicion between the twain. Also, Putin's unpredictability and the one-sided leverage that Beijing has over Moscow will test their relationship. Whether Red China is able to back Putin depends on how much the situation deteriorates. An extended conflict or war could increase economic and political pressures on Red China as more American allies get involved. Red China also has economic relations with the Ukraine, a trading partner and important hub for its Belt and Road Initiative. To quotist Jia Lanchong, Associate Professoress of Political Science at the National University of Singapore, now things get a lot riskier for China. How much would Beijing want to risk its own ties with the rest of the world? It's a question that China may not yet have an answer to. Some Red Chinese policy experts seemed taken aback by the strikes that Russia launched on Thursday. Afterward, the Communist Chinese embassy in Ukraine notified local citizens to stay home and avoid glass and windows. Those driving long distances should pay attention to refueling opportunities and display a Chinese flag conspicuously on their vehicle. The embassy gave out that advisement. Yun Sun, director of the China program at Washington-based think tank Stimson Center, concludes that the Chinese didn't think that it was going to happen, so there was an element of surprise. Then again, when this actually happened, they did not see it as a strategic loss. So far, there's no cost to China's actions. Now, Taiwan's chip-making giant, TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corp., began halting deliveries to Russia in response to U.S. sanctions. So is Taiwan next. Russia's invasion of Ukraine makes the frightening possibility of Red China seizing control of my island more real. As Russian tanks roll over Ukraine, Vladimir Putin's crisis will reverberate around the world, possibly most dangerously in the Taiwan Strait. An attempt by Beijing to claim Taiwan by force has just become more likely. That's not necessarily because there is a direct link between Putin's invasion of Ukraine and Beijing's menacing of Taiwan, but because the war for Ukraine is the most unfortunate indication yet of the frightening direction of global geopolitics. Autocrats are striking back. With the disintegration of the Soviet Union in 1991, the long American struggle against global authoritarian threats seemed to have been won. Just about everywhere, dictators were on the run. Indonesia, Myanmar, Brazil, South Korea, the Philippines, Chile, and even Russia itself. Globalization was working its supposed magic, spreading liberal political and economic ideals, prosperity, and, hopefully, an end to big power confrontation. Sure, the Chinese Communist Party was entrenched in Beijing, but its cadres appeared to be partners in the global order, content to get gloriously rich and immerse themselves in the trading networks and international institutions created by the democratic powers. Putin's Ukraine war exposes how wrong that line of thinking was. What the United States and its allies achieved in the 1990s was not a final victory over authoritarianism, but mere respite. For years, the American-led liberal democratic consensus has been eroding. Take Viktor Orban's illiberal democracy in Hungary, Recep Tayyip Erdogan's undercutting of freedoms in Turkey, or Narendra Modi's assault on India's secular traditions. In Myanmar, the generals have reclaimed control. Jair Bolsonaro espouses anti-democratic rhetoric in Brazil, and Rodrigo Duterte has proudly prosecuted a violent and lawless drug war in the Philippines. Still, Putin's invasion marks a new stage, heralds a new era, one of authoritarian aggression. No country, however, is as big a threat to the liberal world order as the Communist Chinese Empire. Russia, in many respects, is a declining power, lacking the economic dynamism to sustain its political punch. The assault on Ukraine may be Putin getting what he wants while he still can. The story is different with the Communist Chinese Empire, a power with increasing economic, diplomatic, and military might. Russia is in the headlines today, but Red China will be the spearhead of the authoritarian cause. Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping's nationalist fervor, commitment to the restoration of Chinese power, and more aggressive approach compared with his predecessors when it comes to territorial and maritime disputes, relations with the American empire and our allies, as well as the international system writ large, have already become a destabilizing force in Asia. My Taiwan is on this tenuous front line. And just as Putin cannot tolerate Ukrainian sovereignty, the Communist Chinese Party will never accept the separateness of my Taiwan, which Beijing considers a core part of Red China occupied by an illegitimate, and by the way, democratic, government. Gaining control over my Taiwan, or as the Red Party prefers to call it, reunification, is a primary goal of Chinese foreign policy. In a world order where authoritarian states are more assertive and democratic allies are on the back foot, the chances of war over Taiwan increase. Xi has already been intimidating my government in Taipei by sending squadrons of jets to harass my island, while Beijing's complete suppression of the pro-democracy movement in Hong Kong undermines any hope that Taiwan would retain a semblance of its current freedom were it to be incorporated into single-party static mainland China, as led by the Communist Party. That doesn't mean a Chinese attack on Taiwan is imminent. It is impossible to predict with certainty what Xi may be thinking about Taiwan in the aftermath of Putin's Ukrainian war. Unlike Putin when it comes to Ukraine, however, Xi isn't amassing an invasion force on the strait separating my Taiwan from the communized Chinese mainland. Also, Xi is many bad things, but foolhardy is not yet one of them. In his perception, Red China's ascent is inevitable. Time is on its side. He has no need to follow Putin on the path to war. Of course, time may not be on his side personally, and he may yet do that anyway. But Putin's military aggression is a sign of what may come. Authoritarian powers believe the moment has arrived to push back against the American empire and reshape all the world. And who's to say they're wrong? it is not at all clear if the Democratic allies have the will, resources, or unity to fight another battle with autocracy. The Ukraine crisis has shown both how the United States and its allies in Europe strive for common purpose, while nevertheless falling short in terms of garnering results. Europe's leaders want to chart their own course, but their much-touted strategic autonomy is looking more and more like strategic indecision, in which short-term economic and political gains take precedence over long-term strategic interests. In Washington, meanwhile, rabid political divisions raise serious doubts about continued American resolve. To put it as simply as possible, the U.S. public is wary of fighting the world's battles. If these trends continue to unfold, the day when Red China invades my Taiwan gets closer. Communist Chinese leaders are coming to see American decline as inevitable, as much as their own rise. The Ukraine crisis may appear to add even more evidence to their case. One day they may calculate, or worse still, miscalculate, a la Putin, that the United States and its partners won't fight for one another, their ideals, or their world order. Nothing, however, is inevitable. Washington's critics will complain that the failure to prevent Putin's invasion is already a sign of creeping American weakness. But the United States has never been, and never will be, omnipotent. The fact that the Ukraine game is... Well, the fact is that the Ukraine game is not over. Now the world, and especially Xi Jinping, will be watching to see how much pain and cost the United States and its allies can and will inflict on the Russian Empire. The United States has projected its power not merely with aerocraft carriers, but with its technology, its currency, and its talent for organizing collective action. Putin's assault on Ukraine is a test for all of these many tools, and many more beside. In an outpouring of support for Ukraine, key Asian nations, the Empire of Japan and across all Asia, have joined the global backlash against the Russian Empire with an eye towards the Communist Chinese. When the Empire of Japan in recent days announced an aggressive set of sanctions to punish Russia for its invasion of Ukraine, it wasn't just Moscow it wished to signal. It was also Red China. The Empire of Japan, not typically a sanctions hawk, wanted to ensure that Beijing drew the right lesson from Russia's invasion of a weaker neighbor. Moscow would pay a high price. Some key countries in East Asia are joining with the West to take what is for them the exceptional step of imposing significant financial sanctions, brought together by outrage at Russia's invasion of Ukraine and concern over Red China's growing aggression in the region. Not only did the Empire of Japan, the world's third largest economy, freeze Moscow's access to tens of billions of dollars worth of its currency reserves held in the central bank in Tōkyō, it joined with the other group of 7 nations and Australia to cut some Russian banks off from a global interbank messaging system known as SWIFT and freeze the assets of Russian officials and elites. It is also targeting individuals and organizations from Belarus. Other East Asian countries followed suit. South Korea on Monday announced it would tighten controls against Russia and also joined the SWIFT cutoff of some banks. Singapore, which studiously seeks to avoid crossing the world's major powers, also proclaimed it would impose export controls on items that can be used as weapons against Ukrainians and block certain Russian banks and financial transactions. Now my Taiwan, my true homeland and heartland, a self-governing island democracy that Beijing claims as its own, said its world-leading chip companies will stop exports to the Russian Empire and align with the West on the SWIFT sanction. It's an important moment for my Taiwan, which wants to prove it can join the democratic alliance of countries. And while the West has announced a barrage of tough new sanctions aimed at cutting off Russia's banks from the global financial system and depriving the empire of vital technology, a punishing financial weapon that was kept in reserve is now being fired in anger vis-a-vis the SWIFT. SWIFT. The West could still completely eject Russia out of the world economy as its last resort, has already done so to a great extent vis-a-vis the SWIFT. And understand, of course, when it comes to that acronym, so that I'll stop throwing it around without your comprehending what it means. The Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunications is what the acronym stands for, SWIFT. And the Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication is a Belgian cooperative society providing services related to the execution of financial transactions and payments between banks worldwide. You simply can't bank without it, effectively, or let's say easily. So, when it comes to what has sometimes been described as the financial nuclear option, kicking Russia out of the global SWIFT banking network has already been salvoed. That means launched. Though some analysts believe Russia might be able to route money through channels. Now, the United States and Europe so far have declined to cut Russia off from SWIFT until very recently. Well, fairly recently. And that's a payment system, of course. It really was Europe's decision to make, which is why it took some time, because that's where SWIFT is based. Then anger was exploding at United Germany, Italy, and Hungary for their treacherously central role in blocking the heaviest sanctions against Putin's Russia, at least till recently. The United States and the European Union initially held back from cutting Russia off from SWIFT. That, again, is a high-security messaging network that connects thousands of financial institutions around the world. Now, this was between both sides of the Atlantic. It all first fell apart after failing to agree on a step that some called the nuclear option that would damage Russia, but also big companies in Europe. The big economies, as a matter of fact, not just companies, entire nation states, ecosystems in the economic sense. Ukraine appealed for Russia to be removed from SWIFT after President Vladimir Putin ordered that invasion on Thursday of the week before last. The call from Kiev was backed by Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, and the United Kingdom, but other European countries resisted. It was all about blood and money. After Britain unveiled its toughest sanctions yet on Russia at the time, the British Defense Secretary, Ben Wallace, who basically is someone I should go into for at least a little bit so you can get an idea of this colorful character and exactly what he had to say. He was a man who pretty much concluded that Vladimir Putin had gone insane. And, of course, I wasn't about to disagree with him myself. But in terms of the way he said it and how he put it, that should take some going into. going to try and see if I can remember exactly what it was that he said, but aside from remembering the most memorable part of it, which was that Putin's gone full Toto, was as he said. Perhaps I can return to that another day. It's obviously not necessarily all that important, even though it's entertaining. But he did have a, how would I say it? He had quite the flair. And that alone means he should be quoted. Okay, all that being said, however, without going too deeply into that individual, checking into our chat room here. Hopefully more people will participate. We got certainly a good number of viewers, especially on a Sunday night when many people prepare to go to work the next day. I thank Kozlik for participating and encourage other people to do so as well, because, you know, Mr. Kozlik has not the easiest time in the world necessarily expressing himself. Oh, there goes Devon Bulldog acknowledging my my promotional banner for tonight. Okay, best to stop waddling around on my part and return to a kind of some kind of semblance of narrative here. See if I can get myself into the mood again for that. Let me breathe deeply, and we'll take it from here. Thinking about, of course, my my native Taiwan and its participation in this war. Now, again, the cabinet member Ben Wallace, when he was in London and pushing reluctant allies to cut off Russia from the SWIFT global interbank payment system, he attested that we would like to go further. We would like to do the SWIFT system. If not every country wants them to be thrown out of the SWIFT system, it becomes difficult. And U.S. President Joe Biden at the time told reporters that depriving Russia of access to SWIFT was always an option. But he added, right now, it's not the position that the rest of Europe wishes to take. This was in the early days of the invasion. At that time, the French finance minister Bruno Le Maire said the measure could still be adopted as the very last resort. It is one of the options that remains on the table. That's what he told journalists ahead of a meeting of EU finance ministers. I want you to appreciate the gravity of this, because it goes to show you just why, when Russia did get kicked out of SWIFT, it was a real kick in their ass. And because they had to try their best to control their free-fall economy at that point. And, well, as far as their being kicked out, I would say the other thing to know about this is that when I dwell upon SWIFT, because I'm trying to drag out of my memory everything about it, it's actually a cooperative. So because it's a cooperative set up in Belgium under Belgium's cooperative law, that might make it a bit more, how would I say it? It might make Russia being kicked out of SWIFT a little more complicated, even though they're kicked out. There's still be, ways around this, but not really. You see, United Germany, which relied on Russian gas to power the largest economy in Europe, was the most notable holdout for a reason. Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who had earlier in the week of 12 weeks gone by now, won praise for halting certification of the new Russian natural gas pipeline, came immediately thereafter under withering criticism at home. The Christian Democratic Union lawmaker Norbert Röttgen said on Twitter that SWIFT is our sharpest sword. The SWIFT exclusion of Russia must not fail now because of Germany. The German government said that such a move would require careful preparation. Stefan Hebestreet told reporters at the time, a suspension of SWIFT would have a massive impact on payments in Germany and for German companies doing business with Russia, but also to settle energy supply payments. That all would have to be well prepared. Now, of course, I'm getting emails in saying I still don't get it. What the fuck is SWIFT? Look, it's not easy. The Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunications was founded in 1973 to replace the telex and is now used by over 11,000 financial institutions to send secure messages and payment orders. With no globally accepted alternative, it is essential plumbing for global finance. Removing Russia from SWIFT makes it much harder for financial institutions to send money in or out of their empire, delivering a sudden shock to Russian companies and their foreign customers, especially buyers of oil and gas exports denominated in US dollars, which is pretty much everything, right? And Maria Shagina, a visiting fellow at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs, actually wrote in a paper last year for Carnegie Moscow Center that such a cutoff would terminate all international transactions, trigger currency volatility, and cause massive capital outflows. So excluding Russia from SWIFT causes its economy to shrink by 5%. Now, that was estimated by the former finance minister, Alexei Kudrin. That estimate was calculated circa 2014, the last time the sanction was considered in response to the Russian annexation of the Crimea. SWIFT is, as I said, based in Belgium, and they're governed by a board consisting of 250 people. 25, including Eddie Astanin, chairman of the management board at Russia's Central Counterparty Clearing Center. Now, SWIFT, which describes itself as a neutral utility, kind of like Bitcoin, right, is incorporated under Belgian law and must comply with European Union regulations. The United Kingdom Defense Secretary Ben Wallace said on Friday into the weekend before last that removing Russia required consensus. He told the BBC, the British broadcasting company at the time, that these are international organizations, and if not, every country wants them to be thrown out of the SWIFT system. It becomes difficult. So Russia got removed. And what was supposed to happen? Well, there is precedent for removing a country from SWIFT. SWIFT unplugged Iranian banks in 2012 after they were sanctioned by the European Union over that country's nuclear program. Iran lost almost half of its oil export revenue and 30% of foreign trade following that disconnection. According to the aforecited Shagina, the Maria Shagina in Finland, but working at the Carnegie Moscow Center. She said, SWIFT is a neutral global cooperative set up and operated by, for the collective benefit of its community. Actually, you know what? The organization themselves said that. She was just reading their statement. I can see now because I'm comparing the two issued statements. She was just reading what they had to say. And they say any decision to impose sanctions on countries or individual entities rests solely with the competent government bodies and applicable legislators. In other words, you've got to tell us what to do. See, nation states are still in charge, not non-governmental money networks. So the United States and the United Germany had the most to lose when Russia became disconnected, because their banks are the most frequent SWIFT users to communicate with Russian banks. But the pain will obviously be widespread, already is. Senior Russian lawmakers have said that shipments of oil, gas, and metals to Europe will stop. Probably already have. So, what Nikolai Zhuravlev, Vice Speaker of Russia's Upper House of Parliament, said the week before last, according to the Russian state media machine TASS, T-A-S-S, all uppercase, it's an acronym. He said, if Russia is disconnected from SWIFT, then we will not receive foreign currency. But buyers, European countries in the first place, will not receive our goods, oil, gas, metals, and other components. Well, Russia also has some countermeasures to fall back on. Russia has taken steps in recent years to blunt the trauma should it be removed from SWIFT. You see, they know they're a bunch of fucking assholes, and so they prepared for the backlash to all of the asshole shit they pull. So Moscow established its own payment system called the SPFS after it was hit by Western sanctions in 2014 following its annexation of the Crimea. SPFS now has around 400 users, according to Russia's central bank. 20% of domestic transfers are currently done through SPFS, but the size of the messages are limited and the operations are limited to weekday hours. China's fledgling cross-border interbank payment system, or CIPS, C-I-P-S, in acronym, cross-border interbank payment system there, may provide another alternative to SWIFT. Moscow could also be forced to resort to using cryptocurrencies, but these are not appealing options. As a matter of fact, the aforecited Nikolai Zhuravlev said, I'm not sure that other countries, especially those who share trade with Russia, is large in balance, will support the shutdown. But the steps the West has taken so far, especially banning foreign funding of Russian debt, barring large Russian banks from doing any transactions in US dollars, euros, pound sterling, or Japanese yen, and limiting exports of high-tech equipment, are all likely to make a major economic dent. Sanctioning the elites will also have a big impact over time as well. These elites own property in London and New York, after all, vacation on the Riviera, send their children to Western schools. If their assets are seized and they have no access to dollars, euros, pounds, or yen, their lives will be miserable. Will they finally take out their misery on Vlad Putin? That's the hope. But it's not clear how their discontent translates into political rebellion. Earlier on Thursday of the week before last, at the very start of the invasion, as the Russian Empire's stock market tanked for the second day in a row, Putin held a televised meeting with Russian big businessmen. Alexander Shokin, the group's leader, told Putin, everything should be done to demonstrate as much as possible that Russia remains part of the global economy and will not provoke global negative phenomena on world markets. Now, he seemed nervous while making that statement, a strong, if implicit, critique of Putin's policies. But the fact that he said this at all should raise eyebrows. In the long run, Putin's adventure in Ukraine will prove itself an astronomical blunder. Even now, it has thrown an enormous wrench in Putin's broad foreign policy strategy, which, for the past decade, has been to intensify fissures within the European Union and to drive wedges between Washington and our NATO allies. But the former Australian Prime Minister, Kevin Rudd, now president of the Asia Society, observed, at the core of the Indo-Pacific's response is the fact that they know very full well that Red China will be watching what happens in Europe very closely for signals on what might occur were it to make a similarly aggressive move on Taiwan or elsewhere. By the way, before I turn towards Taiwan, understand that on Saturday, the 26th day of February, was when the United States, the European Union, the United Kingdom, and other allies banned the Russian Central Bank and the key banks in Russia from participating in the largest worldwide banking transaction message network, the SWIFT. This began a major hit to the Russian economy, affecting millions of domestic and foreign transactions. Immediately on Sunday of that weekend this last weekend, the Russians quayed in massive lines to withdraw as much foreign currency as they could. By the end of the day, most Russian banks had put a stop to foreign currency withdrawals, and only rubles were left. By late Sunday, a number of ATMs, automatic teller machines, had run out of cash. By Monday, the 28th of February, SWIFT's ban had already had its intended effect. The ruble fell 40% immediately. But by the end of the day, there had been actions by the Russian Central Bank to prop up the ruble. But even with their actions, at the end of the day, the ruble lost 28% of its value. The Russian stock market was closed on Monday, and Russian interest rates were increased from 9 to 5% to 20% in an effort to stem withdrawals. However, ordinary Russians are already in a panic about access to cash and the immediate increase of prices for everyday items. SWIFT stands for the Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication. Just reminding myself that. And is a second level. Institutions rather than individuals. Cooperative set up in Belgium under Belgium's cooperative law. SWIFT was originally formed in 1973. I know I said that, but it reminds me that it was formed by, at the time, 239 financial institutions in 15 countries. And it grew dramatically. By this year, SWIFT linked over 11,000 financial institutions in more than 200 countries. It isn't the only system, but as it carries 41% of all transactions, it has major impact. Planning to avoid political sanctions of the Ukrainian nature, the Communist Chinese government is building its own system. At this time, it does not have the reach of SWIFT, but it is where Russian banks may transfer their activity. In 2021, SWIFT recorded an average of 42 million payment messages per day. Imagine that. Our global economy is certainly active. Now, traffic grew by 11.4% versus the same period of the previous year. SWIFT is governed by a board of 25 elected members who all serve sans compensation, although their travel expenses are covered by SWIFT. Now, according to the bylaws of the cooperative itself, which doesn't pay the quarter of 100 people who run it because they're already rich, for each of the first 6 nations ranked by number of shares, the shareholders of each nation may collectively propose 2 directors for election. The number of directors proposed in this way must not exceed 12. For each of the 10 following nations ranked by number of shares, the shareholders of each nation may collectively propose 1 director for election. The number of directors proposed in this way must not exceed 10. The shareholders of these nations which do not qualify under 1 or 2 above, as I'm reading, may join the shareholders of one or more other nations to propose a director for election. The number of directors proposed in this way must not exceed 3. There can, however, no matter what, be no more than 1/400. It has 25 members of the board. Now, Swift's head office is in La Hulpe, or La Hulpe, Belgium, just outside of Brussels, the erstwhile capital of Europa. And it employs 3,000 people to run the extensive and busy worldwide message network. Now, a week or so ago, Swift was being mentioned as a standby tool to impact Russian economic activity. Some countries were concerned about the impact of excluding Russia might have on their own economies. Now, on the 14th day, the 15th at this point, of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the world is watching a 24-hour televised war. The vivid images of daily Russian military aggression on a peaceful people have convinced the recalcitrant countries to approve banning Russia from SWIFT. Kicking Russia out of the SWIFT co-op might just help bring an end to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. That's how powerful this financial nuclear weapon is. This is the lifeblood of the postmodern state. Now, when it comes to my Taiwan, the Empire of Japan and other nations such as Singapore, the city-state, concur it is important to defend the principle of state sovereignty and prohibitions against larger powers changing the borders of smaller states. This last week, Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, he said the recent invasion of Ukraine by Russia undermines the very foundation of the international order as an attempt to unilaterally change the status quo by force. It is critical for Japan to unite with the G7 and the wider international community and take resolute actions in response. And in a statement, the Singaporean embassy in Washington said that respect for the territorial integrity of nations is existential for small states like Singapore. Not all the countries of the Indo-Pacific have joined in. Perfidious India, which has a deep interest in deterring Chinese aggression itself, at the same time relies heavily on Russia for defense purchases and has refrained from imposing any sanctions. With the exception of Singapore, all the Southeast Asian states, which have relationships with both Russia and, well, both the Russian and Chinese empires, stayed away from sanctions. This is the realignment of the world order we're beginning to see. India and Pakistan and Southeast Asia allied with the Sino-Slavic Synaxis. Sans Singapore, my Taiwan, and the Empire of Japan, and likely Indonesia and the Philippines, actually, also joining the side of light, and the good guys. Now, Richard McGregor, Senior Fellow for East Asia at Australia's Lowy Institute, concludes that Red China will have noticed the really strong and unified action by the developed countries in response to the Russian invasion, but they will have been also greatly encouraged by the fact that most countries in Asia are basically sitting on their hands. That's what they would hope for in a Taiwan conflict. Now, the Empire of Japan's evolution on sanctions is most noteworthy in that context. It had a tepid response to Moscow's annexation of the Crimea from Ukraine in 2014, and 4 years later was alone among G7 countries in declining to expel Russian intelligence officers after Moscow's attempted assassination of a former Russian spy on British soil. One Japanese official, who, like others, spracketh on the condition of anonymity because of the matter's sensitivity, confirmed that the Empire of Japan's new boldness reflects its wariness of the Communist Chinese Empire's growing assertiveness, as well as of worsening cross-strait relations between Red China and my Taiwan. To quote us, we want to demonstrate what happens when a country invades another country. China has a bigger presence, and the situation in Taiwan is more complicated and tense. Atsuko Higashino, European politics expert at the University of Tsukuba in Ibaraki for the Empire of Japan, notes that's an existential challenge. Moreover, she said, the Empire of Japan sees the Western alliance as essential to its defense. To quote as she, if something happens in Taiwan, it is a big security challenge for the Empire of Japan as well. We have to have the United States, Europe, etc., like-minded countries to help the Empire of Japan build a strategy. Now, Danny Russell, Vice President for International Security at the Asia Society Policy Institute and Assistant Secretary of State for East Asia in the Obama administration, has emphasized that it also follows a change in leadership. Japan's Prime Minister, Kishida, is, in his words, is very much a realist and has been willing to stand up to the Russian Empire and, more broadly, to the Communist Chinese Empire. So these punitive actions against the Russian Empire, including imposing sanctions on its president, Vladimir Putin, are viewed as an important signal to the Communist Chinese Empire and its dictatorial life-term president, Xi Jinping. Beijing has, in recent months, made repeated incursions into my Taiwan's aerospace, which Taipei, the capital of my nation, says is designed to stress Taiwan's air forces, but which Red China defends as protecting its sovereignty. So, Red China will put Taiwan on the back burner after all these scary Russia sanctions. As the Russian invasion of Ukraine upends global politics and whipsaws all the markets, eyes have turned to my Taiwan as the next possible site for similar conflict. My island of nearly 24 million residents, which sits about 100 miles east of mainland China and hosts the world's leading semiconductor manufacturer, has for years faced threats of an incursion from our powerful neighbor. The crisis in Ukraine has elevated concern, given rise to an ominous catchphrase, today Ukraine, tomorrow Taiwan, which, by the way, is the same as saying tomorrow the world, because Taiwan is your fucking world, based on all the microchips we make that run your fucking world. However, instead of increasing the likelihood of a Red Chinese attack on my Taiwan, the invasion of Ukraine and the global sanctions regime that followed have put such an operation on the back burner. A U.S. delegation to Taiwan, led by former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mike Mullen, has reaffirmed its support for Taiwan and its opposition toward any unilateral changes to the status quo. Now, my Taiwanese government officials have downplayed parallels between Ukraine and Taiwan. Soon after Russia initiated its invasion, Taiwan's presidentress, Tsai Ing-wen, characterized the circumstances faced by my Taiwan as very different. A cabinet spokesperson said it's inappropriate to describe Taiwan as the next site of conflict. Months before last, January, was when Russia's red ally China stated that my Taiwan is not Ukraine. noting Beijing's long-standing claim of sovereignty over my island. In 1949, Chinese nationalists fled the mainland and took refuge on the island of Taiwan, leaving Red China under communist rule and establishing a separate government on my island. Nearly half a hundred years later, circa 1996, Taiwan held its first direct presidential election, capping a years-long shift toward democracy. Mainland China is Taiwan's top trade partner. Since 1979, the United States has recognized my Taiwan as part of the People's Republic of China, but remains a key ally and arms supplier for my island. Now, a conflict in Taiwan would cascade across the global economy, as supply chain disruptions continue to snarl global trade and a global sanctions regime on the Russian Empire casts uncertainty over the world's long-term economic outlook. In the late 90s and early aughts, the 2000s, the firm of Bill Browder, the CEO of Hermitage Capital Management, and a long-standing critic of the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, delivered strong returns by exposing corruption at major Russian companies, bringing about company shakeups and boosting share prices. In 2005, Browder was denied re-entry to Russia and later became the victim of a Russian government scheme to undermine his firm. Sergei Magnitsky, an attorney hired by Browder to investigate Russian corruption, was arrested and died in Russian custody. Now, speaking to Yahoo Finance as an asset manager who for years specialized as an investor in major Russian firms, Browder predicted that Russia will seek financial support from the Communist Chinese Empire as it tries to mitigate sanctions. To quote his T, "The Chinese are equally malicious actors in the world. The coordinated financial attack that the West has executed against Russia, I think it's so scary that the Chinese probably won't. If they were eyeing up Taiwan to do something similar, I think they put that on the back burner. Now that the West has completely cut off Russia from the financial markets, Putin is going to have to go begging for money. I think the Chinese will provide money on highly usurious terms. It'll be like borrowing money on a credit card." Now, all of this is true. By the time that this is done, Russia is going to be naught but a satrap, a satellite state of the Communist Chinese Empire, which the Communist Chinese themselves will take full advantage of by demanding a tithe of Russian women. Because their men have no woman, you're going to see a lot of Communist Chinese men grabbing themselves a Russian bride. Guaranteed on that score. This is something that is rendered inevitable by the kind of dependency that Russia is being forced into by these sanctions. And that, of course, will prove that Putin has simply condemned the future of his own towards a horrible fate. It will take a while to recover from that. Now, let me see if I can get my act together enough to explain a little bit about some of these economic impacts for the future and what kind of future we're talking about that renders this so frightening if you have any concept of history at all. What's awaiting Russia may be much worse than the chaos of the 1990s. So I'm going to try and put this into some perspective for you as a historian, and you'll get a feel for just how serious this is. This is something that every morning you get up, whenever you're feeling bad about yourself, just thank God you weren't born a Russian. Today, Russia appears to be on the verge of an economic collapse without parallel in its post-World War II history. The United States and European Union's decision to sanction Russia's central bank on February 28th has essentially severed the spinal cord of the empire's economy. Russia is set to default on its debts, see its oil export relationships rejuggled to its detriment, its currency collapse even further, and it is now possible that most of its residents' quality of life may fall to Iranian or potentially even Venezuelan standards in the near future. President Vladimir Putin has all too long justified his strongman rule through warnings that without his guiding hand, Russia would be destined to fall back into the chaos of the 1990s, when Russians experienced a drastic decline in living standards and a major contraction in the economy on the back of the Soviet Union's collapse. Yet the reality is that his invasion of Ukraine has made possible a collapse worse than anything that Russia experienced in the 1990s. The 1991 collapse of the Soviet economy and the birth of the new Russian economy saw enormous amounts of wealth smuggled abroad, the collapse of the political economic structure on which the Soviet Union depended, and its replacement with a class of mostly violent criminals, well-connected former apparatchiks, and the occasional idealistic capitalists who would come to be known as oligarchs. Russian life expectancies collapsed. Yet together with Western credits, something coveted by both the last Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev and the first Russian Federation President Boris Yeltsin, Russia was able to begin building a capitalist market structure. The shock therapy applied to achieve this, however, has been widely discredited for further empowering the oligarchic class and leaving average citizens to carry the cost. It was also responsible, at least in part, for the next economic disaster that devastated Russia just 7 years later in 1998. While Russia's 1998 default was partially driven by the new government's inability to effectively collect taxes from the oligarchic class, the country's integration into global markets also played a significant role in its emergence. Indeed, Russia's integration into global markets enabled the impact of the 1997 Asian financial and currency crisis to bleed into Russian markets. But the West eventually helped Russia negotiate its way out of the crisis, offering more credits. This crisis was demonstrative of how quickly Russia has been integrated into the global financial system. One of the first ever Western mega hedge funds, LTCM, long-term capital management, had to be bailed out by a consortia of banks arranged by the U.S. Federal Reserve as a result of its bets on Russia. In its default, the Central Bank of Russia also became the first national bank to default on its domestic debts rather than its external debts, even though it could print rubles. Making Russians bear the cost was seen as preferable to turning Russia into a debtor pariah. But the 1998 crisis was not the first or the worst default Russians experienced in the past century. Moscow had already been in this position in 1918 when the Soviet Union defaulted on the Russian Empire's debts. After the Bolshevik Revolution, Moscow's stock market shuttered, never to reopen, and the communist government repudiated all debts issued by the Tsar. Western market players initially failed to judge the seriousness of the Bolshevik repudiation of capitalism. Russian paper initially continued to trade in London, and New York's First National Bank days, well, that was a predecessor then of today's Citibank, actually opened its first Moscow branch 7 days after Lenin's coup d'etat. But as the Bolshevik repudiation came to be understood, the Soviet Union would be cut off from US and UK borrowing and financial markets for years to come. Generations, actually. The Soviet Union's economy would be rebuilt only years later, after the economic collapse induced a civil war, and then only under Stalin's autarky that saw millions conscripted into forced labor camps, where they were worked unto death. Although Stalin's 5-year plans were able to industrialize Russia, the human cost was mass murderous. Regrettably, it looks as if Vlad Putin, who claims to have a PhD in economics, mind you, is ready and willing to plunge the Russian Empire not only back into the chaos of the 1990s, but into an even graver situation more akin to 1918. In response to crushing sanctions, Russia has weaponized its own debts and threatened economic war over gas and potentially other commodities. Putin has the ability to cause significant global economic havoc, but he lacks an arsenal anywhere near comparable to the sovereign debt sanctions. Putin is likely to fight back via an embrace of gold, cryptocurrencies, and sanctions busting. He was proactive in helping Caracas, the capital of Venezuela, with such efforts, but they have largely been laughable. The Russo-Venezuelan El Petro cryptocurrency never went anywhere, and Venezuela's oil exports remain far below historic levels. Russia is also running out of options to facilitate such actions. Switzerland, whose neutrality-induced sanctions loopholes helped facilitate such trade for other countries in the past, for example, has joined the EU sanctions regime against the Russian Empire. For investors with direct exposure to Russia, losses will be deep and not recoverable for the foreseeable future. There remain creditor groups in France, Russia's largest creditor at the time of its 1918 default, that today still argue they are owed money as a result. Investors and creditors need to be preparing for such a situation again. Although the fact that countries such as Switzerland and Singapore have joined the latest actions demonstrate how broad outrage at Putin's unilateral war of aggression is, there remains the potential that some third parties can mitigate the extent of the economic disaster Russia is facing now. The Communist Chinese Empire is the only partner with the ability to truly bail out Moscow, but so far all indications are that it sees Russia's actions as more of a threat to its attempts to undermine the United States dollar hegemony than any opportunity. Asian India, which has refused to condemn Russia's invasion at the United Nations General Assembly, is also reportedly working on a rupee workaround for sanctions. It has facilitated the evasion of Russian sanctions before, with Rosneft's purchase of Azar oil, since renamed Nayara. But any such action in the present environment would be a far higher risk. Washington may well threaten secondary sanctions. Yet even if India's Mad Modi does engage in a full sanctions-busting regime, it will not be anywhere near a sufficient panacea to save the Russian economy. Red China is likely to take record gains through agreements to purchase Russian gas at even cheaper prices than before, but major aid will likely be limited. Such aid would make Russia subservient to Beijing anyway. Hardly the kind of new multipolar order Putin hoped the war would usher in. Putin knew this was the risk he faced in going for an all-out war in Ukraine. President Joe Biden had signaled from the first days of his presidency that restricting Russia's access to global financial markets and restricting its economy would form the core of the American empire's deterrent strategy. Putin may still have held out hope that he could divide the U.S. and Europe on their sanctions agenda, and likely did not expect that Brussels and Berlin would be so willing to go for the jugular. Few did. However, when Putin acted with wanton disregard both for the civilian population of Ukraine and began to shell its largest cities, such a sanctions response was warranted. Vladimir Putin bears sole responsibility for destroying the Russian people's economic livelihood. Russia now faces a choice between another 1918, 1991, or 1998 style economic crisis. Unless Putin withdraws from Ukraine, or the Russian people can otherwise force change in the Kremlin strategy, a 1918 style collapse is the base scenario, and the 1990s options are optimistic. Now, how do I try and provide you a kind of guide to the future of all of this? Like, where we're heading, where this will take us. Is there any coming back from this? It's definitely, it's not going to happen. Our world has changed forever. It's one of those things that is going to result in, how will I express this? This game changer, where it's Russia is going to be like North Korea on a vastly larger scale, completely dependent on communist China for everything that it needs. It will be slave circuited to the Communist Chinese economy. And therefore, it will have to depend on the Communist Chinese internet, the Communist Chinese provision of all technologies, while the Chinese drain all of its resources. It will become to Communist China what Africa was to Europe, with the added difference that the Communist Chinese will take as their tithe Russian woman by the millions, further depleting the population of Russia itself. In a sense, the Russian men will find themselves in a somewhat similar position to what the Chinese were in, with a 75% male population in China. So you're left with a world that will be unrecognizable to the historic Russian. This will lead to a revolution in their society, a complete change in how they're going to rebuild their society, and where it will go from there. Now, I don't feel that their slave circuiting to China is going to be permanent. At some point, they will. At that point, Putin will be dead. The Russian people will be demanding freedom. They'll appeal to other countries for acceptance into a new world. And only at that point, through war and potentially regime change in China, or at least containment, you're going to get a Russia that becomes the new West, like Japan was perceived after World War II. But understand the difference. This will be a result of defeat, whereas with Japan, even those who are ignorant enough to believe that Japan lost the war, there's one thing they can never deny. All these people who say Japan committed all these atrocities, which I've never denied, but I always present them in context. All those who believe that Japan was the villain and that it lost the war, none of these people can ever deny one thing when it's thrown in their face. If Japan had not fought the entire Western world, other than its allies in the Reich, no one would have respected Japan. Japan would have been looked on the way the West looks at the Filipinos. Just some island nation full of color monkeys to take advantage of as economic serfs in a world of plunder. But because the Japanese went all out and put fear in the hearts of every white man, the world looks at Japan with respect. If not with respect, then at least with fear. That alone puts Japan on top of the world order, and that wouldn't have been possible without war. Whether you believe they lost or not, none of that can be denied. It's the fact that they defied the world and fought it to a standstill that brings that respect into play, even if you think they lost. With Russia, it's going to be different. This is going to be a true defeat. This is going to be a nation bled to death, bled white, to use the pun. They are going to be facing the world and asking to be accepted as the new West, in the sense that Japan is considered a new Western nation. They will be brought into that category by defeat. That will be the difference. And just as the West fantasizes that it essentially defeated Japan through air power, through bombardment into submission, sans invasion, then you'll have to believe the fact that Russia will be bombarded into submission by economics. This is where you see the true madness of Vladimir Putin, a man who claims to have a PhD in economics. Really? Really? Again, try and put this into some perspective. Putin has tried and failed to protect the ruble from these sanctions. Let's look a bit about his strategy here as an economist. Bear in mind the ruble plunged last week and the week before, losing almost 30% of its value on Monday opening the work week before last. And Russia's central bank raised its key interest rate from 9.5% to 20%. As the Washington Post's Robin Dixon reported from Moscow, that move led Russians to crowd ATMs, their automatic teller machines, in a desperate bid to withdraw their cash. Inflation is expected to rise significantly in Russia, with unpredictable effects. Andrei Shizov, the head of the Russia-based consultancy Sovecon, or Soviet Economy, like a leftover department from the old days, said he expected the inflation of food prices to go from 1% increases month over month to as much as 6%, given the combination of economic pressure and the war itself, which is disrupting some of Europe's most important agricultural trade. I mean, forget the oil prices. Look at the price of bread. Oh, by the way, we have Survival and Empathy in the chat who says, should Americans volunteer and fight for Ukraine? He did ask that last transmission. And I'm going to refrain from answering that right now. Maybe later tonight. Not at this moment. That's a decision you have to make yourself, of course. If you're asking if it's morally principled in a grander scale, I'll get back to that. As for how to do that, there's ways. I would never say, go do it. Understand that. That's up to you. But understand that Gary Hufbauer of the Peterson Institute for International Economics has observed that 99% of the Russian people have no influence on Kremlin policy. So in his words, he said, I'm not keen on making life more miserable for ordinary Russians, which these sanctions will do. Now, these sanctions could drive the elite closer to Putin. Western governments have taken aim at Russian oligarchs and the broader elite in a way that's never been done before, effectively cutting them out of the United States and Europe. But how will the elite react? And how much power do they have anyway? I mean, the oligarchs never chose Vladimir Putin. He chose them. He selected who was to become rich and who would not. As Max Seddon of the Financial Times wrote yesterday, or last week, or the week before that power dynamic is important. Because, again, to put this into perspective for you, the information consumer, it's Putin who has the power over the oligarchs, not the other way around. And with our access to the West, limited by sanctions, many will have no choice but to edge closer to their leader. Being on the U.S. sanctions list used to be a status symbol of patriotism. But now it's a requirement. If you're not on it, it's suspicious. That's actually what one anonymous state banker in Russia told the Financial Times. The former Obama administration official went on record to say that there was little sign that sanctions drove members of the Russian elite away from Putin in the past. Significant sanctions were placed on Russian oligarchs after Russia's 2014 annexation of Crimea, but none distanced themselves from Putin at the time. It is much different now, by the way. In some cases back then, such as that of the billionaire businessman Arkady Rotenberg, they appeared to draw closer to Putin. Now you've got Russian billionaires offering $1 million to assassinate Putin. They've put $1 million bounty on his head because that's all they can afford. Regardless, sanctions can escalate rather than de-escalate conflicts. The threat of sanctions is meant to deter a conflict before it happens. But clearly, Russia was not deterred in this case. So what's the plan now? Sanctions could be lifted if Russia pulls back or some form of peace agreement is reached, but that may be easier said than done. Sanctions are sticky, and when in place, they can be harder than expected to remove. The number of American sanctions designations has grown substantially year on year since 2000 Anno Domini. The domestic political pressure to keep sanctions on Russia will be strong in the West because of widespread anger at the Russian Empire. Already, sanctions have gone far beyond the scope of the Russian invasion, hitting oligarchs with no direct link to the aggression against Ukraine. That former Obama administration official observed that my concern is that we've entered the policy space where we move away from its active policies and more towards cathartic policy. Now, historians have said that the impact of sanctions has often escalated tensions rather than relieve them, even playing a role in the two devastating world wars. So far, Putin's response to the severe economic pain, the agony, has been to double down on the conflict in Ukraine and make overt nuclear threats to the West. Henry Farrell, a professor of international affairs at Johns Hopkins, has said that the more powerful sanctions are, the more likely that countries will seek to respond in whatever way they can to defend themselves against what it believes, quite plausibly, to be an existential threat. And these sanctions could end up hurting the West as well. As Rick Nowak wrote from Paris for one of the magazines that I sourced, I can't even remember the name of now. Many in Europe are steeling themselves for the knock-on impact of European Union sanctions against Russia, including higher prices for gas, electricity, and food. In fact, it was the week before last that the French President Emmanuel Macron said, this major crisis, he said, will have consequences on our lives, our economy. Europe, which gets so much of its energy in the form of natural gas from the Russian Empire, is more exposed than these United States. But in a global economy, everyone is affected. Margarita Balmaceda, a professores of diplomacy and international relations at Seton Hall University, noted that President Biden had promised in his State of the Union address on Tuesday of last week to bring inflation under control. Balmaceda said, that's going to be hard to get inflation under control with this situation in the oil market. I mean, crude oil prices surged nearly 8% after Russia invaded Ukraine, and they are well over $100 a barrel. Balmaceda noted that Thursday of last week's announcement on sanctions against Belarus, which has long been reliant on oil refining to fund its economy, will have further repercussions. In the longer term, these impacts are hard to predict. One reason that Western sanctions are so effective is that much of the global financial system is based around United States dollars, including the petrodollars that prop up the Russian state, as well as networks such as the Belgium-based SWIFT messaging system used in international banking transactions. For years, people have worried that countries including the Russian and Chinese empires would try to break away from this system. Certainly, the sanctions on Russia itself will only further incentivize Russia to try a breakaway. In fact, it won't have a choice, will it? It's broken away by us. Artyom Lukin, a professor at the Far Eastern Federal University in Vladivostok, Russia, the pearl of Russia's Orient, said it was far too early to say what the impact of sanctions would be on Russia. It was already clear they would be extremely painful in the short term, he said, but he wasn't sure they would be disastrous or prove fatal to the economy. But he wrote in an email in the Russian that I will translate for you. Perhaps the only thing that is certain to me is that in the wake of the sanctions, Russia's geoeconomic dependence on China will grow substantially. Adding that if Russia remains heavily sanctioned for a long time to come, it will become like Iran or maybe even like North Korea, totally reliant on Beijing. So there is a new Iron Curtain descending on Europe. Again, that Defense Secretary, Ben Wallace, who I'll probably be going back to a lot in the future for sourcing. He said that Russian dictator Vladimir Putin has been playing with fire by attacking the Zaporizhzhia nuclear site in Ukraine, a move Western officials deemed unprecedented. Officials said that site was now likely to be under Russian control, but with Ukrainian staff still on the ground to maintain safety. Now, speaking at a press conference in Copenhagen at the time, Mr. Wallace said the move was incredibly dangerous. To quote his T, "It's not just dangerous for Ukraine and Russia, it's dangerous for Europe, and it is playing with fire that really is beyond anything that has to do with logic or necessity." Now, that attack was being discussed on Friday at an emergency meeting of the United Nations Security Council, which Prime Minister Boris Johnson had called for in the early hours of the morning, following a conversation with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. The UK's preeminent representative to the United Nations said Russia must keep fighting away from and protect the safety and security of nuclear sites. Dame Barbara Woodward said, "This is the first time that a state has attacked a fueled and functioning nuclear power plant. International law requires special protection for nuclear facilities, and it is difficult to see how Russia's actions were compatible with its commitments under Article 56 of the Additional Protocol of the Geneva Conventions. It must not happen again." Now, it comes as the isolation of Russia and its people from the rest of the world continued, with the BBC, the British Broadcasting Company, announcing it would temporarily suspend the work of all its journalists and support staff in the country after authorities passed legislation which Director General Tim Davies said appeared to criminalize the process of independent journalism. You see, Russia's Duma passed laws that meant anyone spreading fake, in the Kremlin's view, information about the military would be jailed for up to 15 years. Reports have suggested Russia's media regulator has blocked independent news sources such as the BBC, and the broadcaster has distributed information on how to access its services on the dark web. He added, "Our BBC news service in Russian will continue to operate from outside Russia." And the Ukrainian Foreign Minister, Dmytro Kuleba, called on the media to spread the truth about Russia's crimes against Ukraine. Meanwhile, the Metropolitan Police's war crimes team is gathering evidence in relation to alleged war crimes in Ukraine to support the ICC, the International Criminal Court investigation. And in a video clip posted on his Twitter account on Friday evening, the Prime Minister addressed Ukrainians directly and said he was heartsick at the destruction and loss of life. And the man I used to call Bojo the Clown added, "Putin has made a grave miscalculation. The free world is united in its resolve to stand up to his barbarism, and the fortitude and defiance of the Ukrainian people in the face of this unjust and unwarranted aggression is moving hearts around the world." And he went on to say, "I've spoken almost every day to President Volodymyr Zelensky, and I marveled at his bravery, his calm, his sense of purpose, just as I marvel at the heroism and resolve of the Ukrainian people. And I know that however long it takes, however arduous, Putin must fail. Our thoughts and our sympathies are with the whole of Ukraine in its battle for freedom." And earlier, Mr. Wallace warned that the shared values of the West were under threat from Mr. Putin and his invasion of Ukraine. All of this is simply the diplomatic manifestation of the economic front, which is throwing down that Iron Curtain. Now, how do I discuss this? Just so you have a better appreciation of the crisis. Speaking in Denmark, where he was visiting allies in the UK Joint Expeditionary Force, the Defense Secretary, Ben Wallace, said the Russian leader was bombarding, ordering the killing, invasion of a sovereign country for simply having the nerve to choose a different future for itself. Now is the time for us to stand together in common values and determination, both in soft and hard power. That was when the Ukraine continued to hold the majority of the country's main cities, though within 24 hours there had been a high level of air and artillery attacks, including those hitting civilian sites. Even back then, the resistance of the Ukrainians was having a psychological impact on the Russian troops, to be sure, and the lack of progress made by the Kremlin's forces had forced senior commanders into the front of the battle, resulting in some of them being killed. All of this came as the Home Secretary of the Greater British Empire met Ukrainian refugees who were applying to join family members in the United Kingdom under an expanded scheme. That individual, that Home Secretary of the British Empire, is Priti Patel, an Asian Indian ethnic, who met with families, women, children on the Polish border in Medyka, as she confirmed the immediate and extended family members of British nationals and people settled in the UK could stay in the country for 3 years. Now that scheme applies to immediate family as well as parents, grandparents, adult children, and foster children, and application centers have been bolstered to be able to handle 6,000 appointments a week. She said it was heartbreaking to have met families, women and children forced from their homeland because of the monstrous Russian invasion. Our expanded Ukraine family scheme is now fully open, and to see the first people who will apply was wonderful. While we want people to be able to return to their homes at the end of this diabolical invasion, giving thousands of people a route to the United Kingdom is the right thing to do. And by the way, it also provides the British some cheap European labor, which they lost when they exited the European Union through Brexit. They lost all the cheap euros, meaning the European Romanians, basically, who were working their land, or Czechs, or various other Eastern Europeans who were doing all the scut work. Now they got a bunch coming back. So I guess the Greater British Empire has found its silver lining, and there's good to come from every evil. I'm rolling my eyes. But that Iron Curtain that is fallen down, understand that in the end, this will very likely lead to war, because it's already been said that, Russia's interpreting these sweeping economic sanctions imposed by the West as a declaration of war. In fact, Nathaniel Tilahoon, an assistant professor and economic sanctions expert at Coventry University, has said that the measures amount to a blitzkrieg that will basically bring Russia's economy to its knees, with the effects to be felt by every single individual Russian. The United States, the United Kingdom, the European Union, Canada, and Switzerland are among all of those to have imposed sanctions on Russia after it invaded Ukraine. And these measures include banning transactions with Russia's central bank, cutting off some Russian banks' access to SWIFT, the international payment system, imposing sanctions on individual oligarchs, and targeting President Vladimir Putin himself. These sanctions have helped send the ruble to a record low and contributed to soaring inflation. So Tilahoon has said, my fear is the steep economic strangulation of Russia might be reinterpreted as another form of declaration of war. Then Russia might want to escalate through military treatments against the West, not just Ukraine. Of course, these sanctions have had knock-on effects on the rest of the world. But Tilahoon has said, but the impact in the West is incomparable compared to the impact within Russian society itself. Still, he said the West had room to escalate sanctions further. For example, by ending exemptions that allow Russia to trade oil and gas overseas and barring more Russian banks' access to SWIFT. Last week, Dmitry Medvedev, the deputy chairman of Russia's Security Council, warned that Economic wars have often turned into real wars. And Russian President Vladimir Putin himself said, was it last Saturday, that the Western sanctions were akin to a declaration of war. But then he added, thank God it has not come to that. Now, financial sanctions are, well, to cite Adam Hugh, the director of the UK think tank, the Foreign Policy Center, ultimately the only tools that the West has available to directly pressure Russia, other than providing military aid to Ukraine. Given the scale of the crisis and the clear needs to avoid using direct military action in Ukraine, that leaves you with financial measures. You're seeing a massive decoupling of the Russian economy from the global economy. And so Hugh said that on balance, he doesn't feel existing sanctions have gone too far. The United Nations said that as of last Sunday, at least 406 Ukrainian civilians had been killed since Russia invaded Ukraine on February 24th. More than 2 million people have fled the Ukraine since then, a nation of nomads. Western companies have been scrambling to cut ties with Russia, shutting their Russian offices, closing stores, or ending online services or sales. People with cards at sanctioned banks have been unable to make international payments, and people are rushing to withdraw cash as the value of the ruble plummets. Well, all of this brings us back to the main narrative at hand. To bring it back to this side of the Atlantic. Okay, so Survival and Empathy says they're asking more about the moral aspect of foreigners' volunteers. All right, let's get into what's going on this side of the Atlantic. And that will bring it to you. That would take us to Tucker Carlson's Hungarian Rhapsody. You see, Tucker Carlson says America is literally at war with Russia, and that Trump was impeached to make it happen. You see, Tucker Carlson is pathologically obsessed with Hungary's Viktor Orbán because authoritarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán is everything American authoritarians wish Trump was. The European Union's decision to open its collective borders to American tourists allowed Americans of means to begin thinking about summer holidays in Europe once COVID began to recede. And while some may dream of the south of France or Italy's Cinque Terre, for his summer sojourn, Fox News host Tucker Carlson chose the Hungarian capital, Budapest. With his camera in tow, his was really more of a working trip. For a full week, Carlson was broadcasting his primetime show from the heart of European illiberalism, snagging an interview with the Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orbán and a plum speaking engagement at a conservative conference backed by an organization funded by Orbán's government. The subject, well, it was one of Carlson's favorites, himself. In a country where what is left of the free and independent press is a shrunken, struggling residuum, Carlson was given the kind of access of which Hungarian journalists could only dream. You know, kind of like Roger Stone. That was his name? Oliver Stone, with Vladimir Putin. Both of them taking showers together, if you remember that. Yeah. The Orbán regime has previously courted Tuck Carlson. And in 2019, the Hungarian government paid the DC-based firm policy Impact Strategic Communications Incorporated $265,000 for work done on its behalf, which, among other things, included facilitating an interview with the Hungarian Foreign Minister, Péter Szijjártó, on Carlson's show. 2 years later, Carlson was in Budapest. And midweek that summer, this summer preceding this year, just yesteryear, a few months ago, the conservative commentator and unwavering reactionary Rod Dreher, who was also in Budapest, so it happened, captured Tucker Carlson in full flow at a dinner at the Magyar, that's the Hungarian, the Hunnish Prime Minister's office. And the lesson of Hungary, so Dreher paraphrased Carlson as saying in a series of tweets, is that people genuinely love their country and traditions and are willing to fight for them. The other good thing about this landlocked, illiberal democracy, or so Carlson told his audience, is that you're truly hated by all the right people. And so Carlson concluded, "Congratulations on infuriating the worst people in the world. Prepare to receive their wrath." Were it not for the failed auto coup of January 6th, or indeed any number of events over the past 4 or 5, by this point 6 years, Carlson's arrival in Budapest and chumminess with the Orbán regime would have been considered a mask-off moment for American conservatives. That Hungarians love their country and traditions is a banal observation that could apply to just about any nation on earth. Were he interested in a people protective of their language, literature, or culinary heritage, Carlson could have whiled away his summer in a villa overlooking the Mediterranean in France, Italy, or Spain. His fascination with butt-fuck Hungary, then, is likely indicative of something much darker. At the beginning of his stay that week, Carlson teased his audience, "If you care about Western civilization and democracy and families, and the ferocious assault on all three of those things by the leaders of our global institutions, you should know what is happening here right now." Budapest, of course, does represent the front line in the struggle over democracy and civilization in Europe, though not one has every reason to fear for the reasons Carlson's viewers came as to believe. Orbán, after all, has been nothing if not transparent about his political ambitions. When the Hungarian Prime Minister announced in a July 2014 address to an audience in Balványos that the new state that we are building is an illiberal state, a non-liberal state, his political project had already been in motion for 4 years. Following Orbán's return to power in a landslide victory in 2010, Hungary has morphed into what the Hungarian political scientist András Kóroszény has appropriately termed a totaler democracy, a strongman democracy of totalitarianism, the autocratic exercise of power within the confines of a democratic system that simply serves as its facade. Now, bolstered by an electoral system that allowed him to turn, as was the case in 2018, 48.59% of the vote into 66.83% of the seats in the Hungarian parliament, their version of our electoral college, Orbán has been able to manipulate the levers of parliamentary democracy to consolidate total control over the institutions, all the institutions of the Hungarian state. The country's opposition complains of gerrymandered electoral districts and blurred lines between state and party campaigning. In 2011, the year my late and sainted mother was murdered, Fidesz whisked a new constitution through parliament in 9 days. Its principal victim, as noted by the Austro-Hungarian journalist Paul Lendvay, was judicial independence. Now, newspapers and other media outlets formerly critical of the government either closed, like the left-leaning Nemzeti, or were taken over by investors close to the Orbán regime. State-run television channels whitewashed all the news in a way that favored the government. A study then taken into Judeophobia in Hungary, commissioned by the MEMqədRIAL, the nation's oldest and largest Jewish community, found that viewers of state television were more likely to believe George Soros was mainly a power-hungry, selfish businessman who strives to promote his own interests on a global scale than those who watched privately run channels like RTL and ATV. The state's successful propaganda campaign against George Soros, who was a Hungarian Jew who had to flee to the United States because of these assholes, is indicative of the increasingly precarious place of minorities in Orbán's illiberal state. Asylum seekers have been made subject to increasingly harsh conditions since the 2015 refugee crisis, and now they're headed for another with the fall of Ukraine. Factions of the Jewish community have been pitted against each other, and Holocaust memory has been politicized. Roma, the so-called gypsies, which is a racial slur, don't ever use it, continue to be subject to discrimination, exclusion, and educational segregation. Since the start of 2020, the Hungarian government has banned legal gender recognition, restricted adoption by same-sex couples, and banned the portrayal and the promotion of gender identity different from sex at birth, the change of sex and homosexuality to those under 18. That's considered pornography. The Hungarian sociologist Balint Magyar has said that Orbán's Totaler Demokrati functions like a post-communist mafia state governed by Orbán's political economic clan. The correct word in the English would be eco-political clan. Now, the Hungarian and European taxpayer money has reportedly found its way into the pockets of those closest to the regime. The state has lavished funds on soccer stadiums as the country's healthcare infrastructure goes to hell in a handbasket, left to go to seed. On an episode of her BBC mock talk show, The MEMqədRIAL Show, the comedienne Caroline Ahern once famously asked the magician's wife, Debbie McGee, "But what first attracted you to the millionaire Paul Daniels?" To Carlson, one could ask what it was that first attracted him to the illiberal strongman Viktor Orbán. Mercifully, there be no need to speculate. In an American conservative post, Dreher wrote, "I had dinner with Tucker last night in Budapest. We talked about why American conservatives should be interested in Hungary. We agreed that it is an example of a country where, unlike our own, conservatives have successfully fought against wokeness and other aspects of the liberal globalist agenda." And in a separate interview published in the Hungarian Conservative, Dreher, who claimed academics were freer in Orbán's Hungary than Biden's America, pontificated, "If Donald Trump had even half the intelligence and the focus of Viktor Orbán, America would be a very different place. Maybe in the future we will be able to put forward a presidential candidate who is more like Orbán than Donald Trump." Well, with Trump out of office, Orbán, who among other things has raised subsidies for families and banned the teaching of gender studies in Hungarian universities, has become a lodestar for conservatives like Dreher and now, all too self-evidently, Tucker Carlson. Vox's Zach Beauchamp has rightly observed, to quote his T, "For Western conservatives of a religious and or nationalist bent, Orbán is the leader they wish Donald Trump could be, smart, politically savvy, and genuinely devoted to their ideals. Hungary is, for them, proof of concept that their ideas could make the United States a better place." For its part, the Hungarian government has invested in sympathetic foundations and institutes in a bid to foster conservative thought and allies. The Hungarian Conservative which is a bi-monthly English language journal, is published by the Bathiani Legios Foundation, which in 2019 received about 12 million US dollars from the state. Named as an editor-at-large of the Hungarian Conservative is John O'Sullivan, president of the Danube Institute, which, as O'Sullivan himself confessed in the National Review, has received funding from the Bethyányi Foundation, which itself gets money from the Hungarian government. Orbán's latest project was Matthias Corvinus Collegium, named after the Hungarian hero, a private foundation granted 1.7 billion US dollars in government funds and tasked with training a future reactionary elite. The MCC, Matthias Corvinus Collegium, is running the festival at which Carlson spracketh when he was in Hungary, broadcasting live to America therefrom. Treasonous son of a bitch. He ought to give up his U.S. citizenship and move there. Now, the ties that bind the radicalized reactionary right in these United States with the Orbán regime in Hungary are becoming ever more apparent. They are two political tendencies with shared political goals, similar approaches to certain social and cultural questions, and a mutual disregard for liberal democracy. As soon as a year agone, one could have argued that American and Hungarian conservatism were reinforcing each other from a position of strength. Of course, today that picture is not so clear. In fact, Carlson's visit to Budapest came as not a moment too soon for Orbán, whose regime, paradoxically, is both incredibly strong, increasingly vulnerable, and ever more in need of allies beyond the usual suspects in Warsaw, Ljubljana, the capital of Slovenia, and Moscow. Slovenia, of course, is where, Trump's wife, Melania, comes from. Now, having been divided among themselves for many years, substantially weakened by the Orbán system, the Hungarian opposition, encompassing social democratic, liberal, green, and conservative nationalist parties, is finally coalescing ahead of this year's scheduled parliamentary elections. The united opposition, likely to be led by the Budapest mayor, György Karaszony, represents the first serious challenge to Orbán since 2010. The eight-party coalition, housing Jewish religious nationalists and Arab Islamists, that recently ended Benjamin Netanyahu's rule in Israel, offers something of a model for the Hungarian opposition. If not now, never. Orbán's plan to invest 1.8 billion US dollars in an outpost for Shanghai's Fudan University in Budapest, bringing the communist Chinese into the heart of Europe, shortly after having forced the venerable but intolerably for Orbán Soros-backed Central European University to decamp for Vienna, was met with substantial demonstrations in the Hungarian capital, placing the future of the project in doubt. His recent anti-LGBTQIA+ laws equating homosexuality with pedophilia and banning the propagation of LGBTQIA+ propaganda have met resistance at the European level, with the Dutch Prime Minister speculating that the time may have come for Hungary to be booted out of the European club. The EU is currently holding up delivery of funds from the bloc's post-COVID recovery fund over concerns about how that money will be spent and the state's observance of the rule of law. Pro-Trump reactionaries like Carlson, meanwhile, once more find themselves on the outside looking in. Trump's political project having failed, unable to successfully manipulate the system in order to overturn last November's electoral result, well, the November before last, I mean to say, American conservatism is a hollowed, clapped-out venture in search of an idea, a movement completely consumed, and its ideas subsumed by the all-encompassing culture war. To be hated by all the right people, as Carlson said of Orbán's Hungary yesteryear, is not an ideology, but rather a siege mentality. Pull back the curtain and there be nothing there save white rage and an unabashed admiration of those willing to channel it. It may be the case that for American conservatism, the route back to power runs through Budapest, or indeed that support from American conservatives will constitute a kind of phalanx protecting the Orbán regime from its enemies, domestic and foreign. Yet it may also be the case that Carlson's trip to Budapest represents a desperate, provocative flourish prior to Trumpism's final redoubt. Its last bastion at the moment of inevitable defeat. American and Hungarian conservatives are embracing one another, a clinch that will either represent the kiss of life or the kiss of death for both parties involved. Because now Russia's invasion of Ukraine has shocked the former satellite states of Central and Eastern Europe, drawing strong condemnation even from the region's most pro-Kremlin politicians. For some of the countries that fled the Soviet bloc following a series of anti-communist revolutions more than 30 years agone, footage of tanks and troops rolling in to punish a nation trying to pursue its own independent course looks painfully familiar. Putin's aggression is isolating the neo-nationalists. Hungary's Viktor Orbán now becomest the latest Kremlin crony to break ranks as Belarusian dictator Alexander Lukashenko, one of Russia's few European allies, puppets really, inadvertently divulged Vladimir Putin's next step, an invasion of Moldova. Now, in a decree announced quietly via government gazette on, was it Monday of last work week? Yes, it was. The Hungarian Prime Minister, Viktor Orbán, reversed his recent position by authorizing NATO troops to be deployed to Western Hungary and weapons shipments to cross Hungarian soil, though not directly across the country's 85-mile border into Ukraine. Meaning he's joined the side of right and light and the good guys against the aggressor states. The move marks the latest tap dance, not just for Hungary's most dominant politician, but for all multilateral European nationalists who have spent the past several years cozying up to Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. Orbán, who as recently as 5 weeks ago visited Moscow and described Putin's demands on Ukraine as normal, has, since the invasion, expressed support for the same European Union economic sanctions he had previously predicted were doomed to failure. The flip-flop is not hard to understand. Orbán faces an uncomfortably close election on April 3rd, and Hungarians have some of the sharpest memories on the continent when it comes to the horrors of an invading army from Moscow using overwhelming force to put down a ragtag rebellion in an allegedly sovereign country. As the Hungarian daily newspaper Pesti Örlap put it on the cover of its February 24th edition, Russians go home. That phrase, since chanted at demonstrations in front of the Russian embassy in Budapest, has special resonance in Hungarian politics. Not only was it a rallying cry during the 1956 revolution, but it was also repopularized during 1989 protests by a rising young political star named Viktor Orbán. While adopting multiple personae throughout his 34-year political career, Orbán has never wavered from being Venerator-in-Chief of 1956. Choosing the Russian side of this latest invasion would mean political suicide. Similar come-to-Jesus moments have recently visited such longtime Putin pals as the Czech President Miloš Zeman and the French nationalist Marine Le Pen. Shared complaints about the EU, NATO, and the liberal international order now share priority with a refreshed anti-Russian alliance, even among politicians who have benefited directly from Putin's oligarchical state. The recent cheeky headline in Politico Europe reads, "How Putin Made the EU Great Again." Two, until now, major pro-Russian voices in the European Union, Czech President Miloš Zeman and Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orbán, didn't mince their words in criticizing Moscow's most aggressive action since the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan circa 1979. Their countries experienced comparable brutality, the Czech Republic as part of Czechoslovakia in 1968 and Hungary in 1956. Zeman had previously made news by calling Russia's 2014 annexation of the Ukrainian Crimean Peninsula a fait accompli. But Zeman called Thursday's invasion, from the week before last, an unprovoked act of aggression. In addition, in his address to the nation, he said, "Russia has committed a crime against peace." Many in the Czech Republic reviled Zeman as a servant of the Kremlin after he sided with Russia and cast doubts on the findings of his own security and intelligence services on the alleged participation of Russian spies in a huge 2014 ammunition explosion. Until just days ago, Zeman was insisting that the Russians wouldn't attack Ukraine because they aren't lunatics to launch an operation that would be more damaging for them than beneficial. Well, on Thursday of Yester Septimonia, he said, "I admit that I was wrong." Zeman has called for harsh sanctions against the Russian Empire, including cutting it out of the SWIFT financial system, which shuffles money from bank to bank around the globe, by saying it's necessary to isolate a lunatic, and not just to defend ourselves by words, but also by deeds. The Czech Prime Minister, Petr Fiala, also voiced full support for the strongest possible sanctions for what he called an absolutely unjustified act of aggression against a sovereign state. Praha, the capital of the Czech Republic, ordered the closure of 2 Russian consulates in the Czech Republic and stopped accepting visa requests from Russian citizens. Pavel Raketsky, the chief judge at the Constitutional Court, the country's highest legal authority, suggested that a European arrest warrant should be issued against the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin. He said Putin should be tried at the International Criminal Court for an unprecedented unleashing of war on the European continent for the first time since World War II. And we live in a strange fucking world. Maybe that'll happen. In Hungary, high-ranking officials had for weeks avoided condemning Russia's actions directly. Under Orbán, the country has pursued close ties with Putin, a point of concern for many of Hungary's Western partners. Hungary has historically deeply distrusted Moscow, which ordered the brutal repression of an anti-Soviet uprising circa 1956. But Orbán, in recent years, has pursued a diplomatic and economic strategy he calls Eastern Opening, which favors closer ties with countries to the east, and in his frequent battles with the European Union has called the 27-nation bloc an oppressive imperial power, similar to Hungary's former Soviet occupiers. But, on Thursday of Yester Septimonia, Orbán was clear in his condemnation of the Kremlin. In a video on Facebook, Orbán said, "Russia attacked Ukraine this morning with military force. Oh, this was actually from Thursday of the week before last. I failed to look at the date. I looked at the day, but not the date. He said, together with our European Union and NATO allies, we condemn Russia's military action. And his foreign minister, Peter Zijijarto, said, Hungary's position is clear. We stand by Ukraine. We stand by Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty. And Bulgaria, Moscow's closest ally during World War III, the so-called Cold War, followed suit. President Rumen Radev said, having strategic bombers and missiles flying in Europe in the 21st century, assaults by air and sea against a sovereign state is absolutely inadmissible. And Romania also stood staunchly with its Western partners, the ruling coalition leaders, saying, through today's cynical invasion, the Russian Federation is the architect of the worst security crisis since World War II. And neighboring Moldova, a former Soviet republic and one of the few former communist Eastern European countries not to have joined NATO so far, echoed these views. Moldovan President Maia Sandu stressed that Russia's attacks were launched in violation of international norms, adding that the international community unanimously condemns these military actions. You see, Putin ordered an all-out invasion of Ukraine last Thursday before last, I mean to say, which resulted in innumerable casualties. And this sudden attack followed a months-long buildup of troops as the world wondered what Putin's plans even were. And according to a map that was, oh God, how do I say this? This was, just shows you how stupid these guys are. According to a map shared on Belarusian TV by Lukashenko, that country's dictator, Putin will next attempt to conquer Ukraine's landlocked neighbor to the south and west. Moldova achieved independence following the breakup of the Soviet Union. If what Lukashenko showed is accurate, Putin has eyes to take the capital city of Chisinau, assuming if he succeeds in taking Kiev. So Chris Pleasance, writing for the Daily Mail, reported, the map details Russian lines of attack heading into Ukraine, some of which have materialized in the first few days of the invasion, such as forces storming towards Kiev from the north and towards Kherson from Crimea. But they also showed off several attacks that have yet to come to pass, with one even appearing to point from the port city of Odessa into Moldova, suggesting Russia plans to march troops into Ukraine's neighbor. Now, markings on that map indicated attack plans against a number of Ukrainian population centers. As Pleasance noted, the map seems to suggest that a force will be sent from the Ukrainian city of Odessa to attack neighboring Moldova, where Russia already has troops. What he's talking about is the Transnistria, which is the Soviet Union in exile. He's confusing that in his ignorance with that being Russian troops per se. Russia has troops there, but they have their own army. Now, presumably, other lines could divulge plans for future strikes, including this incursion into Moldova to conquer it entirely. In the short to medium run, this Eastern European unity, or the Central European intermarium between the seas, may crumble if Ukraine's defenses collapse, if a potent resistance force doesn't take hold right away, and if the Allies, or the American people, grow frustrated with how long it's taking for the sanctions to hurt Putin and how quickly the sanctions are hurting their own economies. The Russian incursion laid bare one of the fundamental dissonances within the industrialized world's populist right-wing nationalist movements. Having long made the argument, with some cause, that multilateral institutions are elite, anti-democratic bodies corrosive to national sovereignty, the populists have never gotten around to proposing a replacement, but have instead cheered on whichever local strongman shares their critique. Well, it turns out that nationalists, untethered from mediating institutions, tend not to be the nicest of neighbors, and their commitment to sovereignty is but skin deep. Former Vice President and putative 2024 presidential contender Mike Pence raised some eyebrows in September when he traveled to Hungary to kiss Orbán's ring and participate in a gruesome gathering of Euro-nationalists titled the Budapest Demographic Summit. But even there, Pence got a whiff of how American conservatives' purported ideological brethren actually have very different attitudes about Moscow and Beijing when his attempted applause line about standing with the United States against the Communist Chinese Empire was met with stony silence. Small country nationalism is client state corruption waiting to happen. Putin and his oligarchical state have spent 2 decades cultivating politicians, buying media outlets, and signing long-term gas contracts all over Europa, preferably with partners who share his self-interested hostility towards the post-World War II multilateral institutions that were largely designed to contain Russian-dominated communism. But to the extent that Putin's foreign allies care about their own domestic popularity in 2022, they're dropping the Kremlin like a hot rock. There are lessons to be learned here for the massive American coterie of Putin-curious pundits and would-be politicians. But will the neo-nationalists take that hint? This side of the Atlantic, the trial is beginning over the plot to kidnap Governoress Gretchen Whitmer, and we already know the scariest part. The Southern Poverty Law Center report proving hate groups are in decline as their views have hit the mainstream renders their very existence redundant. Members of the Wolverine Watchmen group are being tried on suspicion of plotting to kidnap Michigan's governoress over her COVID-19 restrictions. At the trial of these 4 men accused of plotting to abduct Governoress Gretchen Whitmer of Michigan, as it unfolds in federal court this week, it marks a new and alarming chapter in the slow but steady unraveling of American politics in recent years. When the plot was first publicly outlined in October of 2020, it was terrifyingly vivid in its details. Recorded conversations, texts, and participants indicate the men conducted reconnaissance missions of the governoress's lakeside vacation home and sought to acquire explosives to blow up a nearby bridge to delay any police response to their abduction. The plot served as a sequel to the demonstrations at the Michigan Capitol that spring, when armed protesters occupied the building and stood in the galleries above lawmakers to express their opposition to coronavirus restrictions imposed by Whitmer. Some of the defendants, believing the occupation didn't go far enough, decided the governoress must be punished for her tyrannical reign. And they also spracketh of shooting police officers, seeking Zionist banker blood, and killing those who supported vaccinations. One said, "Doctors who advocate mandated vaccines, bullet to the face right in their own home. Buildings manufacturing vaccines, blow them up." These are the men in service of the anti-god Istalic, the god of pathogens and plague. After their arrests, their story made national headlines and was the subject of late-night parodies. Then, following the turmoil of the 2020 election, it quickly faded from the conversation. After all, a foiled plot targeting a state governoress, no matter how cinematic, seemed minor in comparison with the full-scale assault on American democracy that took place on January 6, 2021. But in reality, the plot to kidnap Dietmar and the armed protests that preceded it were a clear precursor to the deadly attack on our U.S. Capitol and an harbinger of the partisan paranoia that continues to permeate our politics. In federal court, prosecutors plan to argue that a bunch of men, brain poisoned by the internet and driven stir-crazy by the pandemic, were days away from kidnapping the governoress. The defendants are expected to acknowledge that they were, in fact, brain poisoned by the internet and driven stir-crazy by the pandemic. But they insist the plot was nothing but talk, a kind of militia cosplay, an outlet to vent their rage at the government. They argue they never planned to follow through on their plans and were set up and egged on by FBI informants and agents who had infiltrated their ranks. Now, it's entirely possible that these men, a genuinely motley crew of misfits, might never have found the will or the wherewithal to make good on their dark threats to gang rape their duly elected governoress to death. But whatever the outcome of the trial, this chilling reality remains. 14 men decided that actively exploring ways to kidnap an elected official and gang rape her to death on camera made for the most constructive form of political engagement they could imagine. This type of paranoia is nothing new in American politics. The first major third party in American political history was devoted to conspiracy theories about the Freemasons. Our country is only 2 generations removed from whispered talk that a Roman Catholic president would dig an underground tunnel from the White House to the Vatican. But this kind of thinking has always been subject to ebbs and flows. Whenever the addled thinking of the fringe has spilled over into the mainstream, it has usually receded in due course. The paroxysms caused by events like the Red Scare of the 1950s didn't linger. They built to their natural climax and then faded away. But this ebb and flow has changed in the age of the internet. Now, fueled by Facebook's algorithm and the rabbit holes of Reddit, people find their extreme ideas praised and amplified by virtual communities, which can exert a far greater sway over their beliefs than their real-life family and friends do. As Jonathan Greenblatt, the head of the Anti-Defamation League, has testified, social media acts as an accelerant and gives fringe activity a life it otherwise would never have had. It's this aspect of the Dietmar trial that stands out the most. The defendants were not longtime friends. They didn't hatch their schemes together at their neighborhood watering hole or bowling league or community association meeting. In fact, prosecutors say one of the key organizers of the plot was not from Michigan at all. Barry Croft was a Delaware resident who became as connected to the anti-government zealotry in Michigan on Facebook, where he was cheering on the lockdown protest at the state capitol. Even the men from Michigan and adjacent states were initially drawn to one another on social media and stayed in touch via encrypted messaging apps. Indeed, the FBI's key informant in the case initially became involved in the plot because Facebook's algorithm suggested he check out a far-right militia-style group. Social media allows far-flung people who are otherwise isolated to keep in close contact with one another. This is a panacea for the lonely, for the outcast, for those who cannot find community for reasons of their own. But it also means the political fires that swept across these United States in 2020 and 2021 will be difficult, if not impossible, to stamp out. In the past, if someone continued to rave about an issue long after it had lost its salience, the person became a loner. In the 1960s, the decade in which I myself entered this vale of tears, as fewer and fewer people worried about whether global communists, in conjunction with Dwight Eisenhower and his brother Milton, were plotting to destroy America, it became harder and harder to remain a member of the John Birch Society. The question now is, can fringe politics ever fade in an online world? The plot to kidnap Whitmer may not have been carried out, but it did mark a paradigm shift. At a moment when Americans have increasingly become walled off into ideological echo chambers, a group of disparate men found fellowship in planning a violent act against an elected official. In the end, those men may walk free, or they may go to prison for the rest of their lives. But either way, the rest of us remain trapped in a world that's increasingly riven by their insurrectionary fantasies. Greenblatt said, "I don't see any sign of the tide receding. I wish I did, but I do not," adding that what took place in Michigan could have easily happened in many other places. It's a near certainty that at this moment, loners and cranks who have never met in person have found one another online and are exchanging malevolent visions of political violence. Many of them may simply be blowing off steam, but some, no doubt, are in earnest. The Whitmer trial is one of the first of its kind in the modern era of American politics. It's unlikely to be the last. In interim, the number of white nationalist, neo-Nazi, and anti-government extremist groups across the United States fell for a third straight year in 2021, even as some groups were reinvigorated by the January 6th attack on our U.S. Capitol yesteryear and by the ongoing culture wars over the pandemic and school curricula. In its annual report released Wednesday midweek last, March 9th of 2022. Well, today, actually. The Montgomery, Alabama-based Southern Poverty Law Center said it identified 733 active hate groups in 2021, down from the 838 counted in 2020 and the 940 counted in 2019. The Law Center, which tracks racism, xenophobia, and far-right militias, confirmed that hate groups had risen to a historic high of 1,021 in 2018. The number of anti-government groups fell to 488 in 2021, down from 566 in 2020 and 576 in 2019. Such groups peaked at 1,360 circa 2012, the year former President Barack Obama was elected to a second term. Per the new report, rather than demonstrating a decline in the power of the far right, the dropping numbers of organized hate and anti-government groups suggest that the extremist ideas that mobilize them now operate more openly in the political mainstream. So SPLC cited several examples, including Fox News' Tucker Carlson, whose discussion of a conspiracy likening immigration from non-white communities to a great replacement of white Americans last September was welcomed by white nationalists who were linked to the Stop the Steal rally that preceded the January 6th Capitol attack. The Law Center counted 98 active white nationalist groups in 2021. The report's release came just one day after a federal jury convicted a Texas man of storming the Capitol with a holstered handgun in an attempt to obstruct Congress's joint session to certify the Electoral College vote that cemented President Joe Biden's victory over former President Donald Trump. Separately, on Tuesday, Henry Tario, a longtime leader of the far-right Proud Boys extremist group, was arrested on a conspiracy charge related to his role in coordinating the Capitol attack. Now, let me check live stream again. See where we're at. Hour and a half left. According to the Southern Poverty Law Center, active Proud Boys chapters jumped to 72 in 2021, up from 43 in 2020. The rise in chapters was noteworthy considering that more than 36 members of the group had been charged in relation to their role in the Capitol attack. Beyond the Capitol attack, the Law Center's report details how several factions of the far-right movement have been reinvigorated by political wedge issues. Issues fueling active hate and anti-government extremist groups include the banning of critical race theory and books that discuss LGBTQIA+ identity in public schools, coronavirus, and mask mandates and immigration. Now, Susan Cork, SPLC's Intelligence Project Directoress, has gone on record to say that the extremist ideas expressed by active hate and anti-government groups are increasingly normalized. After January 6th, in the immediate aftermath, these groups did lay low. I had a moment of hope that it was quickly extinguished. Well, that hope was extinguished when I didn't see more mainstream Republicans condemn these groups. This movement is working feverishly to undermine democracy. But what's more startling is that they are also coalescing around a willingness to engage in violence. Now, according to the SPLC, slowing any push toward authoritarianism requires elected leaders to universally embrace academic institutions, while also protecting the right to vote for communities of color and other marginal people. The Law Center has also called for better funding of prevention programs that interrupt the radicalization of young people by hate and anti-government groups. Now, on Monday, Tucker Carlson offered some interesting thoughts about the ongoing crisis in Ukraine that amounted to a complex conspiracy theory about the Russian invasion. Tucker Carlson accused the Joe Biden administration of actively goading Russia into invading Ukraine. He further claimed that this is the end result of a nefarious scheme by Democrats and even some Republicans to get the United States into a war with the Russian Empire that even included the first impeachment of Donald Trump. Also, Tucker Carlson said that the United States is at war with Russia. It was a lot. During the opening segment of his Fox News show on Monday, Biden opened our work week by saying, Carlson opened our work week by saying, the Biden administration just inserted itself with force into the middle of a hot war, trying to read this, between two foreign powers. That means the United States is now an active participant in a war. Not even Putin agrees with that yet. We are at war with Russia. It probably should be said, however, that we actually aren't at war with Russia. And so far, the Biden administration has rejected suggestions like establishing a no-fly zone over Ukraine that would actually bring about such a war. Now, Tucker Carlson continued by saying, whether or not that war has been officially declared whether or not Congress has authorized that war, all of that is irrelevant. That war is happening right now as we watch. Now, you might be wondering how that can be possible since we haven't sent troops to Ukraine, which was invaded, unprovoked, by Russia a fortnight agone. The answer, according to Tucker Carlson, is that Biden administration is actively concealing it from Americans. Now, Carlson basically blamed Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine on America, claiming that it's because Democrats in particular specifically want a war with Russia, and getting Ukraine to join NATO was the means to do this. Of course, Ukraine has not joined NATO, and earlier this year, NATO leaders basically rejected, for now, Ukraine's wish to join NATO. Tucker then accused Biden of specifically sending Vice Presidentess Kamala Harris to Ukraine in order to provoke Russia into invading. Then he claimed that the impeachment Trump in 2019 for trying to blackmail the country into falsifying evidence or misbehavior by Biden's son, Hunter Biden, happened because Trump refused to back a proxy war. So, at a, how would I say this? At a public event at the Munich Security Conference, Kamala Harris encouraged Ukraine to become a member of NATO, saying, "I appreciate and admire President Zelensky's desire to join NATO." Message being, up yours, Vladimir Putin. Go ahead and invade Ukraine. And of course, Vladimir Putin did that just days later. This is all Tucker Carlson talking, in case you didn't know. It's not me. So the invasion was no surprise to the Biden administration. They knew that would happen. That was the point of the exercise. We watched all this happen. We missed it. How? Honestly, because it was insane, and therefore very hard to take seriously. Why in the world would the United States intentionally seek war with Russia? How could we possibly benefit from that war? We still don't know the answer to that question. But, oh God, it is obvious that permanent Washington has been fixated on war with Russia for a very long time. A couple of years ago, you may remember, we'd forgotten they impeached a sitting president. Why? For threatening to withhold military aid to President Zelensky of Ukraine. Failing to back a proxy war in Ukraine was the one thing Donald Trump was not allowed to do as president. Again, they impeached him for it. And no one said much about it, even his own party. Because, of course, they supported war with Russia, too. Maybe even more than the Democrats did. I can't talk. This guy literally chokes me. My bile rises because of this idiot. Oh, my God. In addition, Tucker Carlson said that war with Russia is a desire of permanent Washington, which includes Republicans and Democrats. With Ukraine under attack, Trump's first impeachment is suddenly much more relevant, and this new clarity over Trump's first impeachment raises questions about his political future. Donald Trump is the only American president to be impeached twice. His second impeachment over his role in inciting the January 6th attack on the Capitol, was easy for Americans to understand. The events, after all, were documented on live television, surveillance cameras, and social media. The issue at hand, the validity of the 2020 American presidential election, was also easy to understand, and a record number of Americans participated in it. The Capitol building is something that any American who watches the news sees regularly. The facts, in most mainstream corners, were widely accepted. The arguments against impeachment were around whether an outgoing president should be impeached and whether the attack was that big of a deal. Trump's first impeachment, however, went over the heads of a lot of Americans. The months-long investigation into whether Trump tried to improperly pressure the Ukrainian president to investigate Joe Biden and his son were largely seen through a partisan lens. Those who followed the impeachment trial mainly jumped onto their respective camps. Democrats, who had talked about impeachment since Trump took office, appeared happy that they found charges that were so clean. Republicans, ignoring the broader implications for Ukraine, largely viewed the impeachment as just politics from Democrats who were especially hung up on their hatred of Donald Trump. But in the last week, as Ukraine came under total bombardment from the Russian Empire, the issue underlying the first impeachment has become searingly clear. At the heart of the allegations is that Donald Trump withheld $400 million in congressionally approved military aid to Ukraine to help the nation deter a Russian invasion until Ukraine announced publicly that there would be an investigation into the Biden family for unfounded reasons. Trump was also found to have prevented a White House visit for President Zelensky, a sign of American support for a sovereign Ukraine. Today, it's obvious that not only could Ukraine use all the military aid it could get, but also that everyone in American politics is standing with the embattled country. In fact, Republican Senators Marco Rubio and Steve Daines came under fire for being too excited to share pictures of a Zoom meeting with Zelensky over the weekend. Senators were told to wait to show images of the call until later out of caution to protect Zelensky's whereabouts. What Trump did is no longer some esoteric foreign policy mumbo-jumbo. It involves the very issue dominating the news and completely uniting the Western world. This raises the question as to how damaging the situation in Ukraine will be to Trump's own political future, should he seek one. Already, it's easy to see the candidates whom Trump has endorsed in the 2022 elections being asked if they agree with Trump's initial assessment that invading Ukraine was savvy. It's already notable that no major Republican member of Congress has defended Trump's comments, albeit Lindsey Graham tried to spin them. Now, should Trump run in 2024, it will be interesting to see how he tries to explain both his actions that led to his first impeachment and his statements, even as Ukraine was being invaded. In other words, instead of Trump complaining about allegations of Russia, 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 we might be hearing a lot about his perfect phone call with Ukraine. Now, thank God, Donald Trump isn't president right now. He's an unpredictable hothead in a situation crying out for wisdom and diplomacy. Whatever you think of President Donald Trump, the fact that he is sitting in the White House, well, I mean to say whatever you think of President Biden, the fact that he is sitting in the White House and Donald Trump is not, is the best thing the United States has going for it in this present crisis. Russia's invasion of Ukraine demands a response that is both firm and restrained, a hard balance to achieve because it requires a willingness to punish Vladimir Putin while at the same time not allowing the cycle of escalation to spin out of control. That requires a combination of good judgment and diplomatic skills to execute correctly. Biden hasn't been perfect, but so far, his administration has mostly found the sweet spot. Good for him and for us. Trump, meanwhile, is out there doing what he always does, saying provocative, dangerous stuff. So here he was on Saturday night, speaking to Republican donors in New Orleans, musing aloud about a really bad and self-evidently illegal idea to bomb Russia using Chinese flags. As Russia was ramping up its invasion of Ukraine, former President Donald Trump chose the moment to hail President Vladimir Putin's moves as savvy and genius. Now the military strategist, cum former president, has weighed in with his own idea for what the United States could do next. And it's something. At a speech in New Orleans on Saturday night, Trump mused that we could simply apply Chinese flags to our F-22s and then bomb the shit out of Russia, setting off a conflict between those two countries. Now, according to a report obtained by the Washington Post's Josh Dorsey, Trump said, and then we say, China did it. We didn't do it. China did it. And then they start fighting with each other, and we sit back and watch. The audience laughed. A joke, perhaps, but also one about something that might well violate international law. And that's if you can get past the idea that Russia would ever mistake F-22s, a highly recognizable aerocraft, an aeroframe, that the communist Chinese don't use, for Chinese aircraft. Citing Article 39, Section 1 of Additional Protocol, Book 1, to the 1949 Geneva Conventions, which states, it is prohibited to make use in an armed conflict of the flags or military emblems, insignia, or uniforms of neutral or other states not parties to the conflict. Lori R. Blank, an expertess on international law at Emory University's law school, said, to quote as she, using the flag of a neutral state or any other state that is not a party to the conflict is prohibited. This idea would bring the U.S. into the conflict because it would be actually engaging in military operations against the Russian Empire and would be in violation of the rule prohibiting the use of flags, emblems, or insignia of neutral states or states not party to the conflict. It would escalate the conflict dramatically, and the rules on neutrality and neutral states are designed to prevent exactly that. Now, other experts say the idea floated by Trump sounds akin to perfidy. To quotist William C. Banks of Syracuse University, a ruse like that one is perfidy and violates international humanitarian law and customary international law. Perfidy, in lay terms, is treachery. Now, Vanderbilt University's Michael A. Newton, however, noted that perfidy generally deals with misuse of the enemy's flag rather than that of a third party. Himself so saying, it's a bit of a stretch to argue that misuse of Chinese markings would actually be perfidy in the legal sense, because they're not even remotely a party to the conflict. It'd most likely just cause confusion among Russian forces, accompanied, of course, by immediate video footage to show how unwise such a strategy would be. Now, Rosa Brooks of Georgetown University noted that though the law is complex, to quote a she, the short answer is that putting another state's insignia on U.S. bombers would be unlawful. Whether it would be considered a war crime, leading to criminal liability, or just a violation, leading to loss of protected status, would depend on the specific circumstances. Now, the United States has affirmed the prohibition of using neutral countries as flags in its military manuals. The U.S. Naval Handbook, for example, says that vessels at sea can use markings to deceive when not engaged in combat. But in the air, use in combat of false or deceptive markings to disguise belligerent military aircraft as being of neutral nationality is prohibited. Again, a joke perhaps, but it certainly constitutes pretty loose talk from the man who served as Commander-in-Chief for 4 long years and could again one day. Of course, this is not the first time Trump has proposed bombings, however seriously, that might run afoul of the law. Back in 2020, he spracketh of bombing Iranian cultural sites, setting off a rush of assurances from top administration officials that the U.S. military would be doing no such thing. Now, let me call up on the screen some of these Twitter feeds. And basically, on Twitter, Trump said early in his administration that the United States was targeting 52 Iranian sites, representing the 52 American hostages taken by Iran 4 decades ago, and that some of those are a very high level and important to Iran and the Iranian culture. Now, the 1954 Hague Convention for the Protection of Cultural Property bans the targeting of cultural sites with military action. There is a provision that allows for a waiver due to military necessity. Iran has 24 locations on the United Nations list of cultural World Heritage sites. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, who appeared across the Sunday public affairs shows, struggled to explain Trump's warning. He did not directly state whether cultural centers in Iran would be considered fair targets, but insisted that any U.S. action would be legal. Now, Pompeo said Trump's reference to the 52 potential target sites in Iran was entirely consistent with the administration's message of de-escalation. Of course, none of us of any common sense can possibly see how, but so be it. In the hour we have remaining. Now, they also said, I'm looking at this series of tweets coming up, Iranian leadership needs to understand that attacking Americans is not cost-free, Pompeo said during that interview, setting out conditions that say these are our expectations, these are the things that America is expecting from you, and if you don't do them, the cost will be clear and direct. A few hours later, however, Trump contradicted Pompeo by doubling down on his threat of striking cultural sites. "They're allowed to kill our people," he told reporters aboard Air Force One during his flight home to Washington. "They're allowed to torture and maim our people. They're allowed to use roadside bombs and blow up our people. And we're not allowed to touch their cultural site? It doesn't work that way." Maybe he's always jesting. But presidents, and those who aspire to the presidency, don't have the luxury of frivolity in matters of war and peace. So let's take him seriously. If he meant it, Trump's proposal is the opposite of thoughtful and diplomatic. It's dangerous and stupid. Dangerous because, as has been said a million times already, nobody should want to instigate the United States and the American and Russian empires, effectively, into a shooting war. The best case scenario is that the conflict becomes the Fourth World War and ravages Canada, most especially, and Europe as well. The worst case scenario is it goes nuclear and theoretically, though this is nowhere near reality, potentially destroys human life on this planet if there's enough of a chain reaction of eco-catastrophes where the biosystem breaks down. If they did a million things at once wrong. Nukes, unleashing of... Like if they nuke nuclear power plants like Russia's threatening to do right now. And it's stupid. There is no other word. What one observer called the dumbest false flag operation in history, with a colon, subtitled, "Does anybody but Trump think the Russians would really be fooled by American warplanes attacking from American bases just because a different flag was painted on them?" Even if the gambit somehow improbably worked, the idea is that it would end with a shooting war between the Russian and Communist Chinese empires, which would also be terrible for the world. In its own way. In fact, in so many ways, thinking environmentally more than even the human cost. Oh, by the way, Jameson, can you come on for a few seconds? That must sound attractive. At any rate, it's the logic of the failed grifter Trump used to be before he became president. The kind of guy who tried to put one over on the suckers only to get buried under a blizzard of lawsuits. Now he's applied that same awful thinking to an international crisis, offering more proof this man belongs nowhere near the Oval Office or the nuclear football. Over the last few weeks, Trump has reminded us of three characteristics that make him unsuitable for national leadership during wartime. He's erratic. In the span of just a few days, the former president has gone from praising Putin's designs on Ukraine as an act of genius to musing about the possibility of secretly starting a war with the Russians. We saw this same kind of behavior during his presidency, when he openly flirted with waging nuclear war with North Korea, only to ultimately become enamored with Kim Jong-un. He actively cultivated his aura of instability. Bill Barr says in his new book that Trump told him the secret to a good tweet was just the right amount of crazy. Now, Biden has contained the crisis with Russia largely by making sure Putin doesn't have to guess about his intentions. There will be no no-fly zone in Ukraine, and NATO troops won't be rushing into Ukraine. If he were president right now, Trump's brand of leadership would add another unpredictable element to a fraught situation that doesn't need it. As for this second trait that comes to mind, Trump's surrounded by the wrong people. Trump's comments came just a few days after Fox News host Sean Hannity proposed on his radio show bombing a Russian convoy in Ukraine. Hannity then saying, "Then nobody takes credit for it, so then Putin won't know who to hit back." Hannity famously had Trump's ear during the White House years, and it sounds like he still does. But it's not just Hannity. Trump's sidekick, Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican from South Carolina, tweeted last week about assassinating Vladimir Putin, bringing bipartisan condemnation down upon his own head. Meanwhile, Trump's former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, has gone in a few days from praising Putin as a capable statesman to suddenly calling for my Taiwan to be recognized as an independent state. Which, I have nothing against, but that's a maneuver that would obviously create troubles or even a possible war. With Red China at the worst possible moment, Trump doesn't just have bad ideas, he gets really bad advice. And he's got that weird relationship with Vladimir Putin himself. You don't have to believe in collusion to note this. Before he became as president, Trump praised Putin when asked about Russia's penchant for murdering journalists. He's running his country, and at least he's a leader. Unlike what we have in this country. That's for sure. Now, during the 2016 campaign, Trump openly called on Russia to release dirt on Hillary Clinton. And who can forget the 2018 Helsinki summit, where Trump sided with Putin against our own intelligence agencies about Russia's meddling in our presidential election. It doesn't take a conspiracy theory, just the known public record, to think something is off about all of this. Biden's loyalties at least have the appearance of being a little more straightforward. And finally, there's the nuclear question. One of the chief arguments against electing Trump in the first was that a bloviating narcissist like him should never, ever have access to atomic weaponry. That was true even when the risk of war with Russia seemed low to non-existent. Now, it could be catastrophic. Not just because Trump is so given to unpredictable impulses, but also because Putin, who has been happy to raise the specter of Armageddon over the last few weeks, might find his own trigger finger made more itchy by Trump's less than steady behavior. For the sake of all humanity, the situation calls for more cool heads rather than fewer, and that's just not what Trump brings to the table. Thank God he's not president right now. With his latest bizarre rant, Trump has offered us all a sneak peek into his second term. At a time when the world is watching a horrific war unfold before our very eyes in Europe, one might expect that a formal speech given by a former president of the United States would be a serious discussion of world events. And if it was a former president who was clearly intent upon running again, it would seem to be imperative. To be sure, he might want to give a critique of the current president's politics under those circumstances, but they would be carefully considered and heavily couched in rhetoric of national unity, patriotism, and support for America's allies, right? For instance, we can look back to a speech given by former President Al Gore after 9/11. The electoral results the previous year were very dubious, and there was widespread anticipation that Gore might run again in a rematch in 2004. But beyond expressing support for President George W. Bush in the immediate aftermath, Gore waited for 3 months before giving any extended remarks. He opened that speech with this: "A lot of people have let me know they wished I had been speaking out on public affairs long before now. But in the aftermath of a very divisive election, I thought it would be graceless to do so and possibly damaging to the nation. And then came September 11th. Imagine that." Gore went on to praise Bush's handling of the Afghanistan operation and declared his loyalty to the country in the war on terror, which seemed to be required in those first months. And there was plenty of jingoism, too. But he also went on to give a thoughtful speech about the underlying causes of the problem and made the case for a holistic approach to dealing with the problem of terrorism. To quote his T, "Draining the swamp of terrorism must, of course, in the first instance mean destroying the ability of terrorist networks to function. But drying it up at its source must also mean draining the aquifer of anger that underlies terrorism, anger that inflames the heart of so many young men and makes them willing, dedicated recruits for terror. Anger at the perceived historical injustices involving a mass memory throughout the Islamic world of past glory and more recent centuries of decline and oppression at the hands of the West." Like it or hate it, it was a sober, intelligent speech by the man a majority of Americans had voted to be president at that moment. I personally think upon reading it that I'm glad he wasn't president at the time, but hey, there were no jokes, no whining about the lost election, no insults. It was the speech of a statesman, which anyone would expect from a former vice president and presidential candidate at such a serious time. Now, my apologies for the nose blowing. I know that for Americans, the Ukraine war is not the equivalent of 9/11, although it certainly is for Ukrainians. But it's a dangerous moment for our planet, with a nuclear power testing the limits of the post-war international order and nuclear war being openly threatened. It's already had an effect on the institutions and agreements we've depended upon for more than 75 years. European nations like Finland and Sweden are considering joining the NATO alliance for the first time. Switzerland has given up the neutrality and banking secrecy that defined it for many decades, and both United Germany and the Empire of Japan are rapidly arming up. In other words, let me finish blowing my nose here. This is just disgusting. I wish I could go on mute, but my man, Jameson, is snoring away. You know, it's like, this is what happens when you do all that DMX, right? Yeah, he does cough syrup to stay awake. Meanwhile, when finally I get a runny nose, this guy's like deader than a doornail. Don't listen, people. The bottom line being that the world order we've known has been under strain for some time. Trump's turn as the leader of the United States accelerated the meltdown. And this war in Ukraine may have finally forced world leaders to grapple with the consequences. This is not fun and games about NATO dues or ostentatious flattery and pageantry. This is serious business. Unfortunately, the undisputed leader of the Republican Party, the front runner for the presidential nomination in 2024, The man who spent 4 years in the White House and should be expected to understand the stakes for the nation and the world at this juncture simply cannot rise to the occasion. Over the weekend, when he wasn't dashing off angry letters to NBC's Lester Holt complaining about former Attorney General Bill Barr, Donald Trump gave a major keynote speech to a group of deep-pocketed grand old party donors. Rather than take the opportunity to make a serious speech about foreign policy and national security, he gave a typical Donald Trump speech, which is to say, paraphrasing Joe Biden, a noun, a verb, and rigged election. He did mention foreign policy, but it was typically shallow and self-serving. The Washington Post's Josh Dawsey wrote it up, and I read therefrom but a few paragraphs. Former President Donald Trump mused Saturday to the Grand Ole Party's top donors that the United States should label its F-22 planes with the Chinese flag and bomb the shit out of Russia. He also praised North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un as seriously tough, claimed he was harder on Vladimir Putin than any other president, reiterated his false claims that he won the 2020 election, urged his party to be tougher on supposed electoral fraud, disparaged a range of prominent party opponents, and called global warming a great hoax that could actually bring a welcome development, more waterfront property. Ho, 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 ho. Oh man, slapping my knee. I guess they all had a great time yucking it up about war and dictators. The crowd laughed at his sophomoric joke about bombing the shit out of Moscow, though it was hilarious when he said how much he admired North Korean dictator Kim Jong-un's hold on his people, who sat at attention, saying he wanted his people to do the same. That's not the first time he said that, by the way. He's also reiterated his tiresome trope that Putin would never have invaded Ukraine when he was in office, while also saying that the United States should do more to stop the carnage without offering what that might be, other than starting the next world war in full measure. In other words, he could have been any average guy calling in to a right-wing talk radio show. Again, this man was president of the United States just little over a year ago, and this is the best he can do in a moment of crisis? Of course, we watched his ridiculous antics during the pandemic, but at that point we didn't know for sure that he would attempt a coup, incite an insurrection, and then spend the next few years plotting his revenge. Observing him after all that in this particular crisis, with the threat of the Fourth World War hanging in the balance, is downright terrifying. I would just offer up this little clue as to what we should expect in a second term. Trump won't be hiring any swamp creatures. He will be hiring people like the man I'm about to call out, whom he previously nominated to be the ambassador to Die Neue Deutschland, the new United Germany, and installed in a senior position in the Pentagon right after the election, U.S. Colonel Douglas Abbott McGregor, who in a tweet said, Number 1, the Russian army was too gentle, but now we'll complete everything within 10 days. 2, Zelensky is delusional and a puppy. He should have kept Ukraine neutral instead of trying to join NATO. 3, almost all Ukrainian claims are propaganda. First off, Ukraine wasn't trying to join NATO. He said this a week ago, and he said then everything will be complete within 10 days, and the Russian army is just too damn gentle, when I've just told you at the beginning of this transmission how they're killing women and children. Children in front of their mothers, mothers in front of their children. And this guy says they're too gentle. Imagine that fellow, Colonel, U.S. Army Colonel, Douglas Abbott McGregor as the National Security Advisor. Actually, you don't have to, because Trump's first choice for that job was retired U.S. Army General Michael Flynn, who is even nuttier than this guy is. If we thought that Trump might have gained some wisdom from his 4 years as president, maybe the thought of him gaining the White House once more wouldn't send chills down my spine. But he's made it crystal clear over and over again that he is incapable of learning anything. Sadly, that is precisely what his followers love and admire about him. Now his handler, Putin, threatens to nuke the world, while ICAN, I-C-A-N, the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, a global civil society coalition, working to promote adherence to and full implementation of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons launched circa 2007, the very year my late and sainted sire was thanatized, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer of the U.S. Navy, and counting 607 partner organizations in 106 countries as of yesteryear, their campaign helping to bring this treaty about, which itself won the 2017 Nobel Peace Prize for its campaigning work worldwide, asserts that Putin's nuclear threats are extremely dangerous blackmail. Russia sortied ballistic missile submarines and land-based mobile missile launchers on March 1st in what was called a drill. 2 days later, or rather 2 days earlier, Vladimir Putin put Russian forces, nuclear forces, his strategic rocket forces, on special combat readiness. In other words, high alert. Minutes before the Ukrainian invasion, the Russian president warned of consequences that you have never experienced in your history. To quote James Clapper, the former director of national intelligence, to Business Insider, yes, Putin would do the unthinkable. For almost a decade, Russian doctrine has been to escalate to de-escalate, to threaten or even to use nuclear weapons early in a conventional conflict or crisis. John Hyten, until last year the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, more correctly termed the doctrine escalate to win, escalate to end. In other words, you just keep escalating. As Hudson Institute Senior Fellow and Geostrategic Analysis President Peter Usey told Newsweek, escalating to win assumes nuclear threats will coerce an enemy to stand down and not fight. Ukraine, at the moment, is still fighting. Putin apparently believed the country would fall within days. With the conflict now in its third week, actually, yeah, we're there by now. It's the 15th day. Russian forces are continuing to struggle on the battlefield. Many analysts say nuclear weapons have no utility in Ukraine, but that assessment does not take into account Putin's maliciousness. One use of tactical nukes would be to avoid high-casualty street-by-street battles in Kiev and other cities. Why is the now famous Russian 40-mile tank column not entering the Ukrainian capital? Mud, fuel shortages, and enemy attacks may not be the only reasons. Russia could be thinking of employing weapons of mass destruction, chemical or nuclear, before trying to capture Kiev. As Russian forces have encountered unexpected resistance, Russia's threats have come at a fast pace. Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov said on Wednesday midweek last that World War III would be nuclear. He meant World War IV, but he's too ignorant to know that. On the sidelines of a Track 2 dialogue in 2012, an unnamed retired Russian diplomat told American foreign policy analyst Harry Kazianis, "Nuclear war is part of our strategic culture. Yes, we would start one if our homeland, our way of life was threatened. Absolutely. Why wouldn't we?" Remember, few thought Putin would launch a full-scale invasion, which has now become the largest assault in Europe since World War II. Strong powers completely failed to deter a conventional attack by a weak one, so we should now be prepared for deterrence to fail again. For 3 decades, Americans did not think seriously about nuclear weapons. Instead, they resorted to slogans, such as the one President Biden adopted just last June in a joint statement with Putin. A nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Moreover, Biden could be going beyond mere sloganeering. Up until the Ukraine invasion, many expected his administration would announce in the Nuclear Posture Review the adoption of a no first use or sole purpose policy. Both policies, radical departures from the one in place since the 1940s, would prevent the United States from using nukes to protect allies from non-nuclear attacks. Last year, referring to Biden adopting such policies, the aforecited USAAF told Newsweek, "This gives the enemy the initiative, should they wish to go nuclear under an escalation-to-win strategy, and seriously undercuts the extended nuclear umbrella deterrent that we provide to our NATO and Western Pacific allies." A European official noted unto the Financial Times that this would be a huge gift to both Russia and the Communist Chinese Empire. Now, China, Russia's no-limits partner, the pair having adopted the phrase in the 5,000-word joint statement just yesterday, last month, has formally adopted no first use. And Beijing is keenly watching what happens in Ukraine. If Putin's nuke threats prevent others coming to Ukraine's rescue, he will undoubtedly employ similar warnings to grab the Baltic states, Poland, and other areas. The ambitious Russian dictator wants to reassemble the Soviet Union, but it looks like he also harbors even grander ambitions, such as incorporating all the territories of the old Russian Empire. He may even be looking for more than that. Red China is also demanding lost territory. To grab it, Beijing has periodically made unprovoked threats to incinerate American population centers. And beginning last July, Chinese propaganda talked about lobbing nuclear weapons into Japanese and Australian cities. Beijing's primary target remains my Taiwan. Former Chinese disarmament diplomat Xia Zhukang once issued a public warning that Red China would nuke my island republic. Richard Fisher of the International Assessment and Strategy Center told Newsweek, as Russian nuclear forces have already deterred President Biden from sending troops to Ukraine and deterred NATO from giving more combat aircraft to Ukraine, so Red China has long ago decided to use nuclear blackmail to keep the United States out of its future murder of Taiwan's democracy. But that's not all. For the last decade, the Russian and Chinese empires have been building a military entente that has long included cooperation in strategic defense, or defense against U.S. nuclear missiles. It is highly plausible that the Russian and Chinese empires already have decided to cooperate in strategic offense, or the coordination of their nuclear forces to blackmail or even to destroy the United States. President Biden, when asked on February 28th whether Americans should be worried about a nuclear attack, gave a one-word response: no. The correct answer was yes. On the day after Putin raised nuclear forces to high alert, the United States Strategic Command put its doomsday plane, the E-4B, into the air. The craft is designed to protect the president, senior civilian officials, and top military commanders in the event of a nuclear attack. This is because the Communist Chinese Empire has accused the U.S. military of operating dangerous biolabs in Ukraine, echoing a Russian conspiracy theory that Western officials warned could be part of an effort to retroactively justify President Vladimir Putin's invasion. Now, in response to a question from a local reporter asked on Tuesday, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesman Zhao Lijian said, U.S. biolabs in Ukraine have indeed attracted much attention recently, adding that all dangerous pathogens in Ukraine must be stored in these labs and all research activities are led by the U.S. side. He called on relevant sides to ensure the safety of these labs and said the U.S., as the party that knows the labs the best, should disclose specific information as soon as possible, including which viruses are stored and what research has been conducted. Now, these comments mirror the diversion tactics Red China's diplomats used yesteryear when questioned about the origins of COVID-19. Back then, they frequently pointed to Fort Dietrich, a United States military facility in Maryland that the Soviet Union falsely claimed in the 1980s was the source of the virus causing AIDS, and that Zhao again referenced Tuesday. Britain's defense ministry said in a tweet on Tuesday that it had noticed an uptick in allegations by the Russian Empire that Ukraine is working on biological or nuclear weapons, adding that these narratives are long-standing but are currently likely being amplified as part of a retrospective justification for Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Now, since 1991, a unit of the Department of Defense has cooperated with former satellites of the Soviet Union, including Ukraine, to secure and take apart weapons of mass destruction that have been left behind. This was founded, this unit established, very shortly after I stopped working with the Department of Defense, so I know all about it. I'm not speaking out of any ignorance. In the time we have remaining, let me assure you that when it comes to this, according to the American nonprofit organization, the Center for Arms Control and Non-Proliferation, the Noon Lugar Cooperative Threat Reduction Program is intended to support defense and military cooperation with the objective of preventing proliferation. Now, Red China has walked a fine diplomatic line since Russia attacked Ukraine. It has in recent years been making the case that as a richer, more powerful nation, it deserves a bigger say on the world stage. Yet it also wants the benefits of closer ties with Moscow, largely to offset what it sees as Washington's undue influence. So Zhao repeated at the press briefing that Red China's position on Ukraine remains consistent and clear-cut, signaling that the Asian nation is still trying to avoid picking a side on the issue. When asked whether Red China was ready to say that Russia had invaded its Eastern European neighbor, Zhao said, "I don't think the question is of any point." Now, in the time we have remaining, I could easily start on what will happen if Russia wins. We have this individual who was asked about going to fight in Ukraine. And we have Peter Moon saying that he would like to segue in if possible. And that provides me an out from doing anything. So come on in, Peter, and we will tell Survival and Empathy. I guarantee, I promise, I swear, on Sunday, I'll talk about what's going on with the mercenaries in the Ukraine. Maybe even how to become one if one seeks to become one, though I do not in any way, shape, or form advise that anyone do. having been there myself, I could tell you why not, just in terms of what will happen to you, in terms of even if you survive, how you will never be the same. But definitely one thing I can emphasize is the men who are there now from the United States in particular, and many other areas, are generally, neo-Nazis that are volunteering to fight for Ukraine. And there's nothing wrong with that. If anything, this will be an experience that will expand their horizons and make them better people. Better than what they are simply going into the fray. With that, we also bring Peter Moon into the breach. And now that he's back into the breach, he can help me hold the stage. I've been blowing my nose. This is the runniest nose I've had in forever. And, our man Jameson fell asleep on me. So thank God you're here.
Well, steaming the nose is very good if you have a steamer, or you can even hot water, boil it, and with some herbs. Well, I think chamomile is good. Great. But steaming the nose is really good for running noses. But anyway, I was I came down because I'm listening for about 15 or 20 minutes, and it's this I want to listen to more of what you said on the tape.
Sure.
But regardless of what's going on there or who's doing what, this is horrible satanic cacophony going on with people being killed and whatnot. Mm-hmm. And it's a big mess. Mm-hmm. And all of the players need to be adjusted, helped, etc. Mm-hmm. And what I have to say is very, I think, important. But initially I felt like I was clashing into a different subject, mm-hmm. because I wasn't here to talk about Russia or mm-hmm. Ukraine, right, or Trump or Biden.
Understood.
It's all bad. Yeah. It's all convoluted with this person taking on this role of good guy, bad guy, good guy. It's all convoluted. Yes. And it's a mess. So, but anyway, what I came down to, and what I have to say does impact on all this, because I had spent the beginning of my broadcast last night talking about Madeline. Yeah. She appeared in my dream.
Oh, wonderful.
I'm honoring her for her birthday, and she came. Wow. And I don't remember the first part of the dream, but the second part is most important.
Yes.
And we're in a room together. There's other people, and she's like super sweet, and she's like massaging my chest, and she's saying, she says, everything's going to be, I'll if you need me, I'm here. If you need me, I'm here. And she's like saying, and she says, you have an entity right here, right next to my right ear. And I said, and then she kind of walked away, and I said to the person next to her, what did she say? She says, entity. I think she had once told me I had an entity in real life. She had said this. I think it was, I don't remember I almost remember the circumstances. And anyway, she comes and she's saying goodbye because she's going away. So, she squeezes my hands and braces me, and she walks out, and then I walk out another door, and I see my friend Chelsea, and Chelsea says, that's Raphael. Chelsea goes, that's Raphael. And all of a sudden I get the heebie-jeebies. I don't know if she thought it or I said it. I said, Raphael, the vampire, or Raphael, the angel? And I go out, and Madeline's going to her car. She hasn't gotten her car yet. And it's an old car, like a old Hewlett-Packard car, something old from the 40s, but it's really nicely done, like an antique classic car. And I go, I got her. I said, I go, Madeline, is this an angel? Or I said, this is tied to, and it isn't Lestat. Lestat is the character played by Tom Cruise in the movie Interview
with the Vampire. Yes,
with the Vampire, or with the Vampire. It's the Vampire.
Right.
You know. Anyway,
he might have been the other vampire, and Lestat was played by somebody else. But you get your point.
so it's like I'm crisscrossing. Now, keep in mind, I'm crisscrossing Vampire and Raphael and Angel, and I go, I don't, and she does not register. Like in the dream, she had read the novel Interview, Anne Rice's novel Interview with the Vampire,
right,
or a vampire, whatever it is, and she. But she was kind of like puzzled, like she didn't really recognize the book. That also has the Tom Cruise Scientology angle in it, I suppose. And I'm going like, and then walking on the sidewalk, it's this guy that I used to play football. He doesn't come. I think he came one time this year because he's with the old crew, and he comes all the way from New Jersey to play. He comes all the way because he used to live here, but he comes all the way from New Jersey to play. And he was wearing, he's an ex-Marine. He wears, in this dream, he's wearing a white jersey of the New Orleans Saints. And he didn't wear it. So, but see, whenever Mike appears, anybody named Mike or Michael appears, it's Michael the Archangel in my dreams. That's the way I dream. And he's wearing the New Orleans Saints jersey. I said, Mike, I said, I said, see you next week. I hope to see you next week. In other words, next Sunday, which is, of course, a holy day. Yeah. And football's kind of my religion in its own way. So
I get it. With many Americans. So, go on.
Yeah, well, I say playing it, not watching it.
Understood.
Playing it. And it's not a football religion for me to watch it. So I go, oh, Mike, you'll see you next week. Yeah. So here is the saint, Michael the Archangel, Raphael the Archangel. And it's coming to me because I was talking about my friend Madeline, who appears to me in my dreams. And she's saying, you call on me, I'll take care of you, which is like, wow, this is like the healing energy of, what was Regenesis, original wave, whatever she was doing. So this was a follow-up. Now, I will segue back to Russia. But what was so interesting to me, while I was listening to you, I was looking up, what a saint means. It's a special message being given. Oh, then while I was thinking vampire, as I began to analyze the dream, I said, oh, my Douglas. Oh, my goodness, this is Douglas's role as a vampire.
Yes.
So is this, part of the healing energy of the vampire, rather than I was a little bit frightened from the more negative aspects? Is there a vampire near me? I mean, well, of course there's a vampire near me. I'm working with them. But this is, you have to contextualize it because there's all this fear associated with this. So anyway, a saint in your dream indicates that a special message is being given to you from the spiritual realm. Alternatively, it's genuine goodness and idealistic notion. You're always willing to help others, or perhaps it is you who is in need. To see angels in your dreams symbolize goodness, purity, protection, comfort, and consolation. Pay careful attention to the message that the angels are trying to convey. These messages serve as a guide towards greater fulfillment and happiness. It can also be a disturbance in your soul. And this was, kind of poke last night with the call from JoJo. Yes. And I spoke to JoJo afterwards to get the full gist of what was said. Mm-hmm. And I didn't contextualize it right, but this was just somebody texting her from Shasta. And I didn't understand. It was just some person from Shasta saying hi. Now, if it was on her Facebook, it would be, okay, it might be somebody from the event or who's coming to the event. But this was somebody who didn't know her phone number.
That's right.
Had no connection to her phone number. So I think you might have picked up on that, but I didn't get it. And it's like, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We know who you are. Right. So that's somebody who's stalking the show.
Yes.
And has a 530 area code or is able to emulate a 530 area code.
That's right.
Which is, I don't think that was emulating it. I don't think they're that clever. I think they probably are actually from the area. In fact, I need to bone up on Shasta as far as one of my friends told me the certain aspects about Shasta that told me this over 10 years ago. I wanted to call her for a long time. I need to call her. But anyway, so then I began to look up Raphael, the painter, because my grandmother had told me that we had descended. He was a famous relative in my family tree. She had told me this. Don't know if that's true. The only person who seems to know it in my family is me, because she told me. Right.
These things happen. Sometimes people will tell you something. Yeah.
Well, she meant it. You know, she also told me she was related to Cesario. She told me of the Caesar bloodline, not Julius Caesar, but that family. So in paintings, now this is very interesting. So I looked up, that led me to go to Archangel. So it's like, this is like a Raphael connection. I mean, I looked up the painter, and I don't know if this is by him, but it says Archangel Raphael in art. He appears holding a fish looking like a pilgrim. In the Bible, it says that the fish that Tobias caught when he was traveling to Medea with Archangel Raphael. On their journey, Tobias had no idea that he was traveling with an archangel. Raphael taught Tobias how to use the smoke from the fish's heart and liver to exorcise his wife. This is the smoke from the fish's heart and the fish's liver. Then, before revealing himself, he taught Tobias how to use the gall of the fish to restore the eyesight of his father. Due to this journey, Raphael became the protector angel of the travelers, which is like, I often identified with Hermes or Mercury. At the end of the journey, he reveals himself to Tobias as one of the 7 holy angels. Now, Tobias is a name that was given to me by one of my friends who was not religious at all. He took 3 names from the Bible and assigned them to me and 2 of our other friends. He was Fester, I was Tobias, and there was Jim, who was Jarvis. And he thought these were just utterly stupid, ridiculous names, and I totally agreed with him. So he used to call me Tobias, and that was kind of funny. He was a very good friend of mine.
Got it.
But it was, so I said, wow, this is kind of weird. So this is Archangel Raphael, but there's more with Raphael. You can pray for his protection anytime you're going to a journey. Now, I'm going on a journey to Shasta. I'm going on a journey to Romania. Yeah. And we had talked about this, about these idiots revealing themselves. He will keep you company and protect you. Raphael is considered the guardian angel of humanity. Now, here's where we scope out into Russia and Ukraine. Raphael helped Noah build the ark. He also gave Noah a medical book before they got ready for the flood. This is all of healing. This is who Madeline was. She represented all of healing, all the way to recover the DNA, the whole thing that Radu writes about with alchemy. Raphael is the angel who gave the special ring to Solomon. Now that's big. That's big. Yeah. He gave the ring to Solomon. With the help of this ring, Solomon was able to control thousands of demons who built Solomon's temple. They built it in only one night. They should have gotten him to negotiate Major League Baseball lockout. Archangel Raphael is the first angel who entered the Bethesda pool. The person who entered it next was instantly cured from his disease. Bethesda is believed to have curing powers since then. I didn't know about the Bethesda pool. I know about the Bethesda, the naval hospital in Bethesda, but I guess that's why
the pool. That's where it came from. The angel of Bethesda. Go on.
Yeah, I didn't know this. Archangel Raphael is very often seen near ill patients. He takes care of people who suffer from health issues. You can ask for his help anytime you or your loved ones have health problems. He loves to heal and teach others to heal. This is totally who Madeline is, totally who she is.
Yes.
He can teach you to heal yourself and others. The spiritual healers are very, very often asked for Raphael's help and protection from a healing session. There are healers who picture themselves holding Raphael's hands while healing their patients. Archangel Raphael is not only a healer, but he is the angel of the sun. Now, that makes him like Apollo. Apollo was from the sun, and he was a healer. He's also one of the twins of Hyperborea, meaning Transylvania, above the north. The Borea is the north, Hyper above the north, which means north of the Danube. He is, and of course, Apollo as a twin Diana was his twin sister. They are Gemini, the symbol for Zelmoxes, the god, the human who went into the underworld and came out as a god. And this would make him, what's the word, not bipolar, but hermaphroditic to the degree that's twin. You know, there's that twin energy of, what's the word you want to call it, non-binary.
Right. Yeah.
Non-binary, binary within the non-binary. Yeah. The caduceus function, which is the snake that we've been working with. Yes. In Jewish lore, he's the guardian of the tree of life, believed to be the guardian of Eden. He is also one of the 6 angels of repentance, but different angels consider him to be one of the 7 angels of the apocalypse. So this is like all of this healing energy. This is, for me, on a personal level, with my journeys, my adventures, what I've just been going through in my own dream state, that alludes to Raphael as an archetype, also allegedly a relative in the context of the painter, and that he was really tied to the Vatican. I looked him up a bit. He was. They wanted him to be a cardinal. Right. Though he toyed with the idea of being cardinaled, but he died young, 37. Oh. Very prolific. So anyway, it's going into humanity, and here is where we get into Russia and the Ukraine and all of this crazy, insane stuff that's taking place there, and how do we all of this can be applied to what's going on there on like a magical level. Is considered to be the guardian angel of humanity. So he builds the ark. He saves humanity in lore by having Noah build an ark and giving all the genetic wherewithal to repopulate the earth, which basically tells me, you're not going to do it in a wooden ark with, a bunch of animals that are going to incest each other. You're going to have something like this idea in the complex and underneath the Sphinx, which is going to have seeds that can repopulate, templates, which is like this blue dot idea. You can regenerate. Life can regenerate itself. Yeah. Otherwise, it goes into the caliphate. Right. And so, but here we have this mad stuff going on in the Ukraine. It's touching everybody, mostly through the gas pump, which is really interesting because the gas pump is symbolic of, polluting America. Yeah. Polluting. Right. And I think I said to you before, is that there's more pollution going on with the big tankers that are commerce. Yeah. They don't focus on that. So they should be focusing on the tankers first and then the cars. But in any case, but all the time you have the big people taking the electric theme and jamming it down our throats in such a way that it causes pain. Mm-hmm. It's not done in such a way as to be progressive. Why don't they target the shipping industry? Because they own the shipping industry, so on and so forth. And it's really an insane madhouse. Mm-hmm. So what is is humanity going to destroy itself? There's a potential. And here we have this concept of an angel. This is what we need here to fix the situation and to call on. What were you going to say?
There was this one individual who I knew named Harry Henneberger, who was a Marine Corps colonel, and he was one of the flying Marines, one of the naval aviators, and the Marine Corps, of course, belongs to the Navy, and so they had their own pilots, and he was a fighter pilot during World War II. And the Korean conflict. It was around the Korean conflict that he got into just trouble, started basically fading out in terms of being past his prime, and was responsible for a few accidents, and ultimately just retired at that point. His career then took this totally different turn, which he thought made him the deepest man in the world. He started pursuing consciousness expansion through drugs. And so he was someone who I knew through the Presidio military base. And
say the last name again?
Oh, Harry Henneberger. 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 So Henneberger, he basically compared myself in one of his expanded consciousness observations to the angel of Bethesda. So his understanding of Raphael was that Raphael was at this holy site, the Lake of Bethesda, where people went to be healed, basically somewhat like Lourdes or Medjugorje. People go to a miracle site and they experience miraculous healing. In this case, of course, it was this incredibly mineral-rich soul, very similar to Dead Sea spa type situation, which of course it makes perfect sense. So that you had several kinds of mineral elements which would cure people and purge their body of toxins. And so he said he was the angel behind the stirring of the waters. So by stirring the dead waters, these minerals and what was on the bottom of this Lake Bethesda would arise, and of course the people would be healed thereby. So he said that I was doing that by all the shit that I was stirring up through everything I was exposing as a public informant.
So he appreciated you.
He did to a degree. He was, he and I certainly had our differences. He was, there were other things he was just too lost in, and there was hostility to a degree with other things. But yeah, and he appreciated me from one element, one facet of himself.
His limited perspective. It says here on LinkedIn that he was a Master of Divinity from the San Francisco Theological Seminary.
Yeah, that's right. He was a master. He had an MD of a master's degree in divinity. And the idiot still thought that Islam was the oldest of the religions, older than Judaism and Christianity.
Well, I think there is a perspective where it is. Many Muslims would tell you that. It's been recontextualized.
I understand your point. His point was different. Basically, he got kicked out of one seminary because he was making passes at the girls that were there. So let's just say there was like to me,
that's a graduation.
There, thank you. I can appreciate that too. So, it's like, but by the way, on that note, shout out to Clarice Claudette. She says, perhaps the dream means something else. Oh my God, with a nice fleur de lis. Oh, God bless you, Clarice. Oh, you some talk, but we're going to go back to Peter here now. So that puts some perspective on it. He was saying that I was like stirring up the dead waters and bringing to everyone's attention what was hidden beneath the placid calm. And so like Beaver rephrased it as I was stirring up shit. And of course, but there you go. There was someone who said that I was Raphael, and so there's your dream, right? There's an element of it along with the vampire and Raphael the vampire, Raphael the angel. So does that add context?
Of course it does, and it's like we can't dismiss your role there because, but it was, as they say, it was like this is all part of the dream saga that I've been working with, for weeks now. First it appears, and then I bring you into it by asking you for your help, and then I learn about the Nagas. Or learn more about the Nagas, I should say, and the inner Earth connection, and then it spills over into JoJo, and then then I said it's the 9th of March. This is synchronicity. I wasn't going to put Madeline on my timeline because I've done that in the past. I said no, I'm not going to do Madeline on the timeline again. I did it last year, and then I said, God, it's her birthday. I'm transmitting. I need to talk about her tonight. So it was like much more meaningful, and here she came again, and wow. Hasn't appeared in a long time, 6 months or a year. So it's like this is very meaningful because it puts me in touch with the angelic realm just by the consciousness of being aware. And Harry Henneberger, bless him, because it's like you get on the other side and you're stirring stuff up. Well, that's what we're doing here. This is what we're doing is actually a saintly mission. It is a saintly mission. And as I like to say, if you want to be like Jesus, you want to go with the publicans and sinners. And you know, if you go into Douglas Dietrich's world, you're up to your elbows, you know. You're up to your elbows, you know. We haven't quite made it to the, you know, to the sugar daddy party, but this is where it is. Those are your publicans and sinners. And, you know, there's some blessedness amongst them. There is. Yes. And that's what Christ would do, is he could find the sin, and he could find the you know, the white within the dark, the light within the dark. And this is what it is. And so you're not going, you know, where are you actually going to transmute the energy if you don't go into the dark corners? At the same time, not going into the dark corners because you want to go in there and be a shithead, which is unfortunately what most people who are attracted to the darkness are going to do. They may not think they're going to do that. So it's a mixed bag. So this is encouraging to our mission that we're doing. And, you know, she comes into my mind by validating and offering to help. And then by looking at the archetype of Archangel Raphael, is very powerful. It's very powerful when you say, wow, goes on this journey, burning the specific organs of, what was the animal?
Fish.
A fish.
Yes.
Wow. This is powerful, because people would look at that as superstition or whatnot. There is an energetic phenomena that goes with this. There's something to it. It behooves me to look more into the history of the alchemy of this, and what is actually going on, and what can happen to something like that. When you start doing that, all of a sudden you pull in somebody who's in your world or comes into your world who knows this stuff. You know, they were the son of a son of a son and has this weird sort of history, and they're there to share it with you. He wanted to exorcise his wife, was it?
Yes,